Under cover of night, our knight drives a grappling hook into a sheer fortress wall and starts climbing. Behind him, his squad scales the same wall, muttering that whatever he trained as, it definitely wasn't Ranger. Even gruff old Ragna admits it. Nobody in the squad can figure out what this guy actually is anymore. Rope in hand, he keeps climbing, senses eerily calm, not carelessness, just certainty. His guard isn't fully up tonight, and it's not because he's careless, it's because he already knows what's waiting. He can feel it, the mage is close, and through countless repeated todays, she's never once moved from her spot. Sure enough, there she is, waiting on the wall exactly where memory said she'd be. Enemy ahead, he warns the others, I'll head in first. Pin and Ragna freeze mid-climb, completely blindsided. What enemy? Out of the dark, the mage drops onto the wall like she owns the place. Up close she's all confidence, flashing him a slow, knowing smile. Steel meets magic as Enkrid closes the gap and strikes first. Purple energy rips through the dark, she isn't holding back either. Sparks and magic collide again as the duel picks up speed. A vine-thick tendril lashes out, grabbing for his arm. Another slash answers it. This fight is only getting started. How are you here? She asks, genuinely thrown that he keeps finding her. My children are on the move, she warns, and thorny tendrils unfurl around her like living whips. He isn't impressed. Her children are too busy tangling with the gray hound assassins to help her now. You must not have trained them properly, she sneers back. Her vines crack through the air like whips. He weaves through the strikes, sword already answering. The tendrils come thicker now, some built like actual spears. He reads the attack and parries clean. Parry the thick spear-like ones first, he tells himself. Then cut clean through the thin, whip-like ones, his blade already moving. Vines snap and fall as his sword finds every gap. The exchange turns brutal, neither side is pulling punches. For one bad moment, the tendrils actually wrap him up completely. Watching from cover, Ragna and Pin can't believe what they're seeing. Nobody fights a mage like this. Should we help him? Pin asks. Ragna shakes his head, they'd only get in his way, then spots something worse closing in and starts shouting. Masked hostiles swarm the wall and someone screams for cover. One of the squad takes a hit, blood spraying, teeth gritted through the pain. Don't let them get to Enkrid, Ragnar roars, throwing himself into the enemy line. Back on the wall, the mage grits through the pain, hurt and furious about it. How dare you, she screams, and magic detonates outward in a wave. The blast rolls off her like a living storm. But Enkrid's already ahead of her, he's figured out exactly how to win this. Whatever she's become, one truth hasn't changed, she's still human underneath it all. Stab her, slash her, she dies like anyone else. The only question is how to get close enough to land it. Turns out he's been carrying the perfect answer this whole time. Blade flashes as the fight surges forward again. He presses the attack, giving her no room to breathe. Steel finally connects, blood sprays and her magic sputters. A hidden blade bites deep, exactly where it counts. The mage reels, her purple magic flickering like a dying candle. She grunts in pain. For the first time tonight she's actually losing. That knife isn't improvised, it's his trump card built with a very particular kind of help. Flashback to prep day, Pin asks what he's even doing with a pile of leftover magic devices. Want me to sell these off? She offers. No, he says, let's keep them. We'll find a use for them somewhere, he figures, pocketing one of the crystals. Turns out somewhere is right here right now. That leftover magic device from the cave was never just a souvenir. Blade in hand, he lines up the finishing move. He cracks the crystal, and the whole wall goes blinding white. Light floods the fight, swallowing every shadow whole. My eyes, someone screams, completely blinded by the flash. One of the hostiles drops to the ground, clawing at his own face. Through the glare, Enkrid's blade is already moving. The whole wall lights up like daylight for one blinding second. In that instant, the mage finally takes the hit she can't walk away from. Steel carves through her vines like they're nothing anymore. Her scream is the sound of someone realizing the fight is already over. Another clean strike, and petals scatter where her magic used to be. Enkrid doesn't celebrate, he just watches her fall, face unreadable. There was never a rule saying he had to pick just one style of fighting, he realizes. One more crystal glows quietly in the wreckage, proof of the plan that just worked. 3 different impossible fights have taught him 3 different lessons, each one earned the hard way. The real breakthrough came when he finally learned to just relax his shoulders and stop overthinking it. Under a blood-red moon, he walks off the wall, rose petals settling over the wreckage behind him. The petals are still falling as the dust settles on his latest kill. A straggling enemy scout stumbles onto the scene and freezes at the sight of that glowing device. Ragna and Pin are already on it, cutting down anyone who gets close. Save the questions, Ragna snaps. That flash of light is about to bring every hostile in earshot running. Let's move. The squad breaks into a run before reinforcements arrive. This isn't the first time a stunt like this has worked. It just reminds him of another today deep behind enemy lines. Memory pulls him back, hooded and silent, slipping past a patrol's torchlight inside a stronghold called Crossguard. We've made it inside Crossguard, the hooded team confirms, sticking to the plan. The goal was simple: rescue their inside spy, code-named Kitten, and get out clean. Then someone spots something that stops the whole team cold. Signs of an ambush everywhere. Did the enemy figure out Kitten was working for them all along? Kitten is dead, comes the grim confirmation. Worse, the informant they were supposed to meet is dead too. It clicks all at once. The whole rescue was an Aspen trap, and that urgent letter from Kitten probably never was real. They wanted us here to kill us, Enkrid realizes, voice flat. So we were played, the older hood mutters bitterly. Soldiers tear the place apart, hunting for intruders, coming up empty so far. Search everywhere, comes the order. It's time for the hooded team to disappear fast. Want to try it? One of them asks, eyeing a very reckless exit plan. Fire rips through the compound, soldiers scattering in every direction. Fire, fire, the alarm goes up as the hooded team melts into the chaos. Nothing draws attention like a good blaze, he admits. After enough days pulling this trick, he's basically a professional arsonist at this point, not a knight. Once he's back, he decides it's straight back to sword training, no more excuses. Cloaks flying, the team peels away from the burning stronghold. Next stop, home base at Border Guard under a moon gone blood red. The squad leaps clear of the wreckage without looking back. And that's the story of how the infiltrators got out alive. One very well-timed fire. Meanwhile, in an enemy stronghold far from that wall, someone reviews the wreckage of his own failed scheme. We took a heavy blow, he admits. To think Raichao would die that easily. The plan was perfect, he says calmly. Meet Abner, Aspen's own genius strategist. The scheme was elegant. Wipe out the enemy's rangers and spies in one stroke and gut their morale along with them. It's fine, he shrugs, there's plenty we can still do. Let's go, he says, already walking. Failure clearly isn't going to slow him down. Time to prepare for what's next, he murmurs, already 3 moves ahead. That smirk and title card confirm it. Abner, the mastermind behind every ambush this arc, and he's just getting started. A small boat cuts across open water, carrying Enkrid and his crew back from their last mission. On deck, grizzled old Ragna and fiery little Pin are still going at it, grunting through what has to be their 10th wrestling match of the trip. Enkrid just cracks his neck and watches, completely unbothered by the chaos around him. Pin's already begging Taurus for round 11 and he's done pretending to be polite about it. You crazy bastard, we've dueled 10 times already. Someone mutters about why these two are always drenched in sweat as the boat finally bumps up against the dock. They haul themselves off the boat and start up the creaking dock toward dry land. Pin's already bouncing on her heels, waving everyone forward with a cheerful let's go. Taurus warns her that her seduction skills as a dual demon won't work on him twice, while someone else just begs to finally get back to the platoon of lunatics. Ragna spots a bald man jogging toward them and asks what he's up to. Enkrid tells him to go report their return first. He already knows this baldy. The baldy's face says it all before he even opens his mouth. Something is very wrong. He skids to a stop and blurts it out. The guildmaster cries is in danger. Enkrid's smile drops instantly. What do you mean, Gilfin? Gilfin just tenses up, struggling to get the words out. He finally gets it out. The guild's last boss was on the Aspens payroll, and this past spring the Aspens sent someone to check up on their investment. Enkrid's blood runs cold. They're here, frogs. His jaw sets. If frogs are involved, this just went from bad to very bad. 4 days earlier, a red-haired young guildmaster named Cries stretches out at his desk, muttering that it's been about a week since he's had a proper rest and they're leaving again soon. Gilfin shuffles in to report that the higher-ups are getting their cut thanks to him, so a little extra on the side should be overlooked. More urgently, the innkeeper swears she spotted an Aspen spy in town. Cries doesn't blink, send the boys to check it out. If there really is a spy, he wants them dealt with. Lately his guild has even started volunteering as the town's unofficial night guards. Sure enough, 2 suspected spies end up trussed up on the floor before the night's out. Between that and covering the backstreets, the border guard never bothers with the guild's reputation, and Cries' own network of eyes and ears keeps growing. Which gives him an idea: raise the tax on the locals a little. Give it half a year, maybe less, and he figures he can stretch the guild's reach even further. His eyes gleam, every backstreet in town under his thumb. That night, a guard on watch freezes mid-step, sensing something isn't right. Before he can react, one of the guild's own men is already crying out at some unseen intruder. A blade flashes, and it's over before anyone can even scream properly. Cries bolts upright, alarm bells going off in his head. Outside his door, his men are being cut down one after another. Out of the smoke steps a hooded figure with a single red eye glowing behind the hood. Gilfin and Cries can only gape. However fast they thought this thing could move, it's already faster. Cries finally puts a name to the nightmare: a frog. A clawed hand rips through the smoke, and there's nowhere left to run. Cries hits the floor hard, but he's still breathing. Through the pain, one thought cuts through: it didn't kill him. That means he can still talk his way out of this. So he does the last thing anyone would expect: he laughs. Grinning through the blood, he waves the monster inside like an honored guest. Please, this way. The creature looms over him, warty blue-gray skin and braided hair-like growths, studying him like he's some kind of curiosity. "Ha, that's an interesting response," it says. "Who do you think I am?" Then, almost bored, "I don't think that's important right now." Cries just keeps smiling, offering his own would-be killer a seat and asking if it's eaten yet. It brushes the question off again, clearly more interested in something else. Its claws twitch, a reminder that hospitality only buys so much time. Without warning, it yanks him clean off his feet by the collar. Cries winces, dangling helplessly in its grip. Those clawed fingers don't loosen one bit. "Humans need to be beaten up before they can listen," the frog says flatly. "That's been my experience." Cries, somehow still grinning, tells it he would have answered just fine without the manhandling. The frog tilts its head. What makes him so curious, still smiling like this? It wants to know where the last guildmaster went and where Cries came from. "Ah, the previous guildmaster died," Cries answers easily. "Died? To whom?" "To the border guard reservists," Cries says, still smiling like it's small talk. "Name?" The single word lands like a threat, and for the first time Cries' smile starts to crack. The creature just watches him, patient and unreadable. It orders Gilfin, unconscious on the floor, to be brought someone named Ragna. Cries startles, but he catches himself and shouts over it instead, ordering Gilfin to fetch their true guildmaster, anyone but him, apparently. Gilfin, barely conscious, looks utterly terrified at the idea. Somehow he finds the legs to run for it anyway. He doesn't stop running until he's well outside the guild hall and into the hills beyond. Back in the present, Gilfin admits he came looking for Ragna specifically, on Cries' orders, but the rest of Enkrid's old squad had already been reassigned elsewhere. Enkrid privately admits his own big eyes would have called this one right. Waking Ragna up, though, that's its own boss fight. The man could sleep through an earthquake. Enkrid asks bluntly if Cries has died in the 4 days since. No, Gilfin says, he's still alive. With all his limbs still attached, Gilfin just blinks, caught off guard. Enkrid clarifies flatly, he's asking if the man is being tortured. "Ah yes, he's fine," Gilfin insists a little too quickly. Enkrid runs through his own tally in his head. He's drawn blood from lycanthropes, from the Greyhound's commander, even killed a mage outright. He's grown a lot stronger than he used to be. He remembers being pinned to the ground once, completely helpless against this very same kind of threat. But now he thinks he can actually do this. A frog took him apart easily back then. More than anything, he wants the chance to fight one again. He wants to find out exactly how strong he's really become. Out loud, though, he just tells Gilfin that Ragna will come see Cries tomorrow instead. One more day won't kill Cries, he reasons to himself. He can already tell that much just from how this frog's been acting. Everyone assumes frogs are simple-minded brutes, but he knows better. They're just as varied as people are. Somewhere in the dark, that same red eye glows, patient and waiting. Enkrid formally reports in, platoon leader of the independent platoon, 4th Company, returning from duty. His superior asks if he's heard his platoon's already been sent out on a new mission. Will he be joining them right away? Enkrid claims he's exhausted and would rather rest 2 days first. In truth, he just wants to be in peak condition, in case fighting a frog is the last thing he ever does. There's one more thing he needs to sort out first. He straps on his gear, grumbling that he never recovered all his old whistle daggers. Only 2 left, he'll need to find a way to get more of those. A little dark panther comes trotting over with a chirp. Esther, he says warmly. He scratches her behind the ears and asks if she's been bored, cooped up alone this whole time. He offers to bring her along, so long as she watches from a safe distance. I'm looking forward to this, she says, and it's hard to tell if that's reassuring or terrifying. Enkrid's eyes go sharp, dagger in hand, mind already made up. Finally, a real chance to fight a frog. Back at the guild, Cries keeps feeding the frog little treats, insisting Ragna will definitely show up today. Try this, he says, holding out a fresher batch, should suit your tastes better. The frog actually seems to enjoy it. You aren't half bad, it admits. I might end up regretting killing you. Cries laughs it off with a hearty "you're too kind." Inside, though, he's screaming, "Someone, anyone, please hurry up and get here. He's actually going to die in this room." His smile never wavers on the outside, even as the panic eats him alive underneath. Night falls over a quiet building on the edge of town, nothing dramatic here, just the calm before whatever's about to go down inside. Inside, a hulking blue-skinned creature tears into its meal like it hasn't eaten in a week, not exactly dinner party manners. Nearby, a bound prisoner lies pinned to a table while the creature eats just feet away, and somewhere outside, someone mutters just one word: late. Out front, a red-haired crew member paces, grumbling that his people are taking forever. He's half a second from storming in and dragging them out himself. Back inside, he tosses out a demand for more food, and the bruised, grinning creature just cackles at him like this is all a game. The creature hands over a fistful of fruit without breaking its stare. This thing barely blinks, let alone sleeps, and it never lets him out of its sight. He tells himself he just has to hold on a little longer. His crew should make short work of this overgrown frog any minute now. Then a figure steps into the firelight of a burning hallway, blade drawn and moving with total purpose. A hand tightens around cold steel. Whatever's waiting on the other side of this fight, he's already decided how it ends. The creature, still chewing, locks its glowing red eyes onto the new arrival without a flicker of concern. Steel flashes first. Whatever peace this room had a second ago is officially over. The impact sends the red-haired aide crashing clean through a wall of splintering wood. And just like that, the swordsman is in it, blade up, eyes locked, bracing for whatever comes next. The aide scrambles up out of the wreckage, jaw on the floor at what he's watching. "Wait, why are you here, boss?" he shouts, not at all expecting his own leader to be the one throwing hands with this thing. Someone screams that he's supposed to be the weakest one in the whole crew, which makes what happens next a real problem for everybody's assumptions. The fight detonates into motion, furniture, dust, and pride all getting equally destroyed. The creature drops on him like a boulder, and he barely gets his blade up in time to catch it. His arms shake under the weight of the block, but he holds the line and turns the strike aside. He answers with a strike of his own, steel screaming through the air. Those thick, tendril-like locks of hair whip out like living weapons, forcing him to twist away. That same whip-fast strike nearly catches someone else caught in the crossfire. The whole room becomes a blur of steel and claw, neither side giving an inch. His eyes narrow. Whatever doubts anyone had about him walking in here, he's not entertaining them. The creature studies him back, something like confusion creeping into that predator's stare. Claws rake across steel in a shower of sparks as the two trade blow after blow. From the wreckage, the aide just stares, completely lost for words. Whispers ripple through the crew watching from the sidelines. Is that really their boss going toe-to-toe with a frog? The creature presses the attack, tendrils snapping through the air like a dozen extra arms. He weaves through the barrage, cutting a path with every step. He knows a rookie move when he sees one. Keep blocking this thing's brute strength, and his own bones will be the ones that pay for it. So instead of trading power for power, he starts hunting for an opening. Blade and claw cross again in a blur that's almost too fast to follow. He shifts his footing mid-swing time to bring out the flowing sword technique and turn this fight around. Blood sprays as the exchange turns brutal. Somebody's getting cut, and it's not looking one-sided anymore. Mid-fight, he zeroes in on the one thing that actually matters here, this thing's single weak point. Its heart. Stab it there and it can't regenerate, so that's exactly where his blade is headed. The creature retaliates hard, and he takes a hit that rattles him to the bone. Dust and debris fill the air as the fight spills into the rest of the building. One clean strike sends him hurtling off the rooftop and down through open air. He slams into the ground hard enough to make even his own crew wince from a distance. If he blacks out again like before, the aide screams, sprinting toward the wreckage, calling out for his boss. Through the settling dust, the creature looms over him, in no hurry at all to finish the job. The creature muses to itself. Its kind are called frogs, nicknamed skill readers for how easily they size up anyone's true limits. But this one, it admits, makes absolutely no sense to it at all. By its own reading, this kid hit his ceiling ages ago. There shouldn't be anything left to give. And yet here he is, still swinging. So how, it wonders, has he gone and blown straight past that ceiling anyway? Bloodied and bruised, he hauls himself up and swings again anyway. Even a frog's kick, he mutters through gritted teeth, is something he can live with these days. The creature's patience finally snaps. He's displeased it one too many times, and now it means to end this right here. A vicious point of energy ignites in its claw, and this one is aimed to kill. It lashes out with everything it's got. Going for my heart again, are you? Its snarls finally rattled. He doesn't let up for a second. Blade meets claw in a shower of sparks, neither one backing down. He's laser focused now. One good hit to the heart is all it'll take to stop this thing from healing. Steel finds flesh, and blood finally sprays from something other than him. The exchange keeps going, faster and messier by the second. For the first time, the creature actually flinches. Wounded and furious, it lashes out even harder, tendrils grabbing for anything they can reach. It snarls that it could end an insect like him with just one arm. Big talk from something that's currently bleeding all over its own floor. Talk doesn't slow the blade coming its way though. He carves straight into its arm, sparks flying off the impact. Something gives with a sickening crunch as part of the building comes down around them. He barely twists clear in time, grunting through the pain of a fight that just won't stop escalating. The creature lunges again through a spray of shattered glass. He meets it head-on, teeth clenched, refusing to give ground. For half a second, an old, familiar dread creeps in. Is this where it ends again this time? He shuts the thought down fast. No time to dwell on it. The creature is already coming back at him. The clash kicks up another wave of dust and splinters. He plants his feet and looks it dead in the eye, not backing down an inch. This time his blade lands clean, and the creature staggers back. He presses the advantage while the wound on its striped hide is still fresh. The creature growls low, more animal than anything now, clearly in real pain for the first time. He has the killing blow lined up and doesn't take it. Even the creature can't figure out why he'd hold back. Something else is creeping into its senses now, and it clearly doesn't like the feeling one bit. A strange charge crackles through the air as the fight grinds on. It picks up on an enormous spell rippling through the room, one it definitely didn't cast. The magic is pouring off a hulking, dark beast lurking nearby, and it's aimed squarely as a warning. The message is unmistakable: kill this human and its own life goes with him. The great cat-like beast holds its ground, eyes blazing, daring the creature to test it. Every instinct it has is screaming to finish the kill anyway. A human who's already broken past his own limits, guarded by something powerful enough to threaten a frog that's a combination it hasn't seen before. An unpredictable human, it decides, exactly the type its kind is supposed to snuff out early. Still, it takes one more swing before making up its mind. The beast steps forward, and that's all it takes to make the creature reconsider. Staying alive, it decides, matters more than pride does right now. It looms over him one last time, telling him to remember something important. My name, it says, is Merlune, a name worth remembering apparently for next time. It promises, flatly, to finish the job the next time they meet. And with that, Merlune melts back into the dark and is simply gone. The mysterious beast lingers a moment longer, watching over him, before it too slips away. In the wreckage of what used to be a building, the dust finally starts to settle. The aide creeps out from cover, asking very nervously if the coast is actually clear. He lets out a shaky breath of relief, then asks the obvious question: since when did his boss get strong enough to throw down with a frog? Alone with his thoughts, he flexes his throbbing wrist that hit nearly cost him his grip entirely. 3 times, he thinks, that's how many hits like that he can still shake off. Given a few more do-overs, he's quietly certain 3 more tries would have been enough to finish Merlune for good. For now, he just clenches his fist and files that thought away for next time. Back in town, Enkrid strolls in with Ragna and his ever-loyal panther Esther at his heels, still puzzled that not one of his squad mates bothered to show up for the mission. Ragna's just as stunned. Between the two of them, they never expected the self-styled lunatics to actually volunteer for anything. Enkrid lets out a long breath, relieved some monstrous frog backed off without a fight, but the question nags at him: why? He thinks back to a masked killer who had him and an ally named Cries dead to rights, then simply walked away. Esther just blinks up at him, giving nothing away. Half joking, half serious, Enkrid asks his panther point blank if she was the one who scared it off. Ragna can't resist ribbing him for chatting up wildlife right before someone in the crowd starts hollering for Enkrid's attention. A grizzled officer in full armor pushes through, the first company commander himself, and the first thing out of his mouth is whether Enkrid's been hurt. He's not here for small talk either. Enkrid's own commander wants him brought in, no fighting required, just his presence. Enkrid freezes. There's only one officer who'd summon him like this, the fairy. And just like that, his mind drags him back to the battlefield where he first understood exactly what that name meant. He remembers watching her gauntleted hands close around a blade, calm as anything, right before the slaughter started. And it clicked for him right then why everyone calls his squad a pack of lunatics. Their commanding officer is scarier than any of them. 1, 2, the fairy counts her kills out loud like she's ticking off a grocery list, cutting through enemy soldiers without breaking stride. 3, blood soaks into her hair and she doesn't even flinch. Another enemy goes down before he can even raise his weapon. That's it for today, she announces, like she's clocking out of a shift and not walking off a battlefield covered in blood, while someone behind her is still screaming that reinforcements are coming. Cut to another lovely squadmate, a mountain of a man hauling a struggling prisoner back by the hair like he's carrying groceries. Nearby, the squad's golden boy Rem is drenched in gore and snapping at a squadmate who apparently forgot to mention the camp had moved. Turns out the thing in his fist is the enemy commander's actual severed head. One soldier nearly faints, another just shrugs and heads off to bed. The rest of the squad can only stare. Rem strolled into the enemy's own camp, took the top prize, and strolled right back out alive. Meanwhile, the giant, Auden, snatches up a screaming enemy soldier like a rag doll. Someone mutters that their giant of a friend could stand to be a little quieter about it. Then Auden proves exactly why nobody argues with him twice. He snaps the poor man's arm like a dry twig, and the scream that follows says it all. Their own allies start backing away from him instead of the enemy. Fair reaction, honestly. The chaos doesn't stop there. Blades clash and bodies drop all across the field. Through it all, one woman just watches, unbothered, her curls catching the wind like she isn't standing in a war zone. Nearby, another fighter turns sharply, sensing something the rest of them missed. The curly-haired woman, the squad's old mentor they call Barrel Woman, is practically begging someone for a real fight, daring them to take a swing at her instead. Watching over all of it, quiet and unreadable, stands the fairy herself. So you did manage to bring those uncontrollable bastards, someone remarks back at camp, and it's obvious exactly who they mean. Turns out corralling this squad onto a battlefield was the easy part of the job. The fairy has a harder ask waiting. Someone needs to step up and lead them because their old squad leader is gone. Rem doesn't hold back his anger at the idea. First they lose their leader, now they're just expected to replace him. Later, a commander threatens to make Enkrid personally answer for his squad's attitude problem. Apparently that's how leadership works around here. The threat hangs in the air, cold and deliberate. The fairy watches it all unfold without a word. Elsewhere, Auden is busy negotiating his own terms of service. 3 kills a day max, like he's haggling over overtime pay. The rest of the squad just watches the negotiation happen like it's the most normal thing in the world. The fairy admits grudgingly that the lunatics are pulling their weight on the field, even if they show zero respect for the chain of command. Back at the war table, the stakes get spelled out plainly. This squad is the tip of the spear. Win or lose here and it decides the whole war, which makes it worse that the enemy keeps trying cheap tricks like one-on-one duel challenges. Since the Aspens can't win fair anymore, it seems they've started fighting dirty instead. But repeated losses have their own side worried too. Morale is starting to crack. The obvious fix: throw the strongest fighters they have at the problem. And conveniently, they already have a squad of overqualified lunatics sitting around. One officer mulls it over, clearly already sold on the idea. The catch: this squad barely shows up as it is. Push too hard and they might just stop fighting altogether. Frustrated, the brass wonders if there's any way to actually rein the squad in. The fairy simply says she'll handle it. Her solution: bring them a leader they'll actually listen to. Meanwhile, command keeps stewing over exactly how clever the enemy has suddenly gotten. Word is there's a new genius tactician working for the Aspens now, which would explain a lot. And judging by the sudden losing streak, that theory is looking pretty solid. The memory drifts even further back to before any of this, to the man who used to run this whole circus. His name is Andrew, and in his own head, he's the one destined to restore his family's fallen name. For now though, he's just the poor soul stuck leading a certified band of lunatics. He's doing his best to keep them in line, which explains the fresh black eye from his latest sparring match with Rem. Someone else's blood or his own, Andrew figures it's a price worth paying to keep Rem's violent streak pointed at the enemy instead of their own men. Every near-death beating somehow leaves him feeling stronger, which is either impressive or deeply concerning. Frustrating as it is, he can't deny it's working. He catches himself out of old habit, correcting the 3 lunatics to the squad members, like the rebrand will actually stick. The real problem isn't the violent ones, it's the ones who won't fight at all. Andrew rounds on a squadmate lounging around while everyone else bleeds for the cause. A bystander realizes exactly who's picking this fight, their brand new platoon commander, and can't believe what he's watching. Because picking a fight with this particular squadmate looks a lot like a death wish. The lounging soldier just shrugs him off. Technically, only the real commander outranks him, not some newly minted leader. One of the others volunteers a far less diplomatic solution to the standoff. The tension in the camp cracks wide open. But Andrew won't back down, not when he's convinced he's the only one who can pull this soldier back from himself. So when a mouthy squadmate steps in swinging, Andrew doesn't hesitate to take him up on it. The rest of the squad decides on the spot. Whoever wins the fight gets to actually be in charge. Not everyone's thrilled about fighting their own new leader for the right to give orders. And true to form, once the dust settles, somebody in the squad just calls the whole thing boring. Rem, it turns out, was hoping to finish the job himself before Andrew's little interventions spoiled his fun. Even Auden's unimpressed, grumbling that there's nothing fun left on this whole battlefield. Andrew drags himself back to his tent after another day of holding this mess together. Something in him is starting to wonder if he's reached his limit. Word starts to spread that their leader is ready to walk away for good. When he doesn't turn up on schedule, the whispers turn darker fast. Is he even still alive? The fairy kneels somewhere quiet, half convinced she's already lost him. Because Andrew really was ready to disappear, convinced he'd done everything he set out to do and that nothing was left keeping him here. The clock is ticking on whether he ever comes back at all. The fairy can't sleep, can't stop turning it over in her head. Finally, she makes up her mind, she's going after him herself. No hesitation, no looking back. She catches him before he can vanish for good and pulls rank the old-fashioned way, by reminding her fiancé exactly where he belongs. Because yes, underneath the armor and the war, this squad's runaway leader was already spoken for. Steel meets steel one more time before this whole ordeal is finally over. And just like that, Andrew makes his way back to camp. Back in present memory, Auden is the first to spot him walking through camp. And he completely loses it, screaming for his boss like a kid watching his dad come home. Andrew's already in tears before Auden even reaches him, demanding to know what took so long. Auden practically tackles him, half hug, half interrogation about every disaster he had to survive without his leader around. Even Rem allows himself a small, satisfied smile at the reunion. And standing off to the side, utterly baffled by the chaos, is the new guy, Enkrid, getting scolded by Auden for somehow being in the way. Even the toughest of them can't quite hide how much they missed their leader. And there they all are, the so-called lunatics, finally whole again, silhouetted against the sunset. No wonder Enkrid never stood a chance of understanding this squad from the outside. After finally looking around this new posting, Enkrid realizes exactly why they dragged him here. Somebody's got to wrangle this platoon of lunatics. One of the bandaged brawlers on the ward tells him to start listening to his superiors for once. Enkrid just shrugs, only if he feels like it. Ragna waves the complaint off. It's not like anyone actually takes orders from him anyway. Besides, he's got something more important on his mind. Every eye on the ward turns his way, waiting to hear what that something actually is. Ragna leans in with a wolfish grin and asks the only question that matters to him: did Enkrid actually get any better? Before Enkrid can even answer, Steel's already flying his way. Rem doesn't wait for an invitation either, he just draws his sword and calls the duel himself. Ragna isn't having it. He's always first in line to duel the boss, and if Rem wants to cut ahead, he can go meet his maker instead. The rest of the ward scrambles to hold the two of them apart, laughing the whole time. Brothers, please, do not fight. Somebody suggests they at least warm their muscles up first, since it's been a while. The whole recovery ward turns into a shouting match over who gets to fight Enkrid first, until someone finally barks at them to knock it off. Enkrid settles it clean, he'll take every single one of them on, one at a time. Someone points out he's still hurt, but Enkrid just flexes the bandaged wrist. Not broken, he says he can still move it a little. His squad's healer isn't buying the tough guy act for a second, and demands to actually see the wrist. Enkrid admits he can't put real strength behind it yet, but he's pretty sure he can still swing a blade. His mind drifts back to that fight with the frog at cross guard. Somehow, he came out of it stronger than ever. He knows he's still nowhere near being a true knight. The heights he's supposed to reach are still impossibly far off. But looking back down at how far he's come, he's already climbed a lot further than he gives himself credit for. It's the kind of thought that only really lands somewhere this quiet, this high up. More than anything, he wants his squad to actually see how strong he's gotten. His healer isn't thrilled about that plan. Push too hard, she warns, and it'll come back to bite him. Whatever side effects come from that, though, are entirely his own problem to deal with, she adds. And with that blunt warning still ringing in his ears, the sparring match kicks off for real. Ragna comes in swinging like he's trying to end the fight in one hit. His bandaged fist alone looks like it could cave in a skull. Improved, Ragna roars approvingly as their weapons crash together. Steel rings out again and again as the two of them trade blow after blow. The impact still rocks Enkrid back on his heels. Ragna hasn't lost a step. But he plants his feet and grits through it, refusing to give up any ground. His counter comes back faster than Ragna expects. Every motion is tighter now, cleaner, like something's finally clicked into place. Ragna actually stops smiling for a second. Something about this Enkrid is different. No hesitation left in his movement at all. That's the kind of confidence you only earn, never fake. Far from worried, Ragna just laughs harder and demands to see more. Enkrid obliges, driving the fight forward without easing up for a second. On the sidelines, a couple of squad mates trade a look. It's only been a week since they last saw him fight like this. He's already changed again, right when they thought he'd plateaued. Further down the line, the next guy waiting his turn is losing patience fast. Finish up already, barbarian, someone calls out, only half joking. At this point, the whole ward's basically running a betting pool on who's up next. One guy grumbles that he can feel everyone's eyes burning into his back, and honestly, he can't wait patiently either. So he doesn't wait, he just jumps straight into the fray. Once the sparring finally dies down, the squad circles up demanding the real story, what actually happened out there. Enkrid brushes it off, just a scrap with a frog before he even got here, nothing worth talking about. Pin isn't buying the shrug. Word is he went all the way to cross guard and actually ran into one of those things. Turns out that's a different guy's story. He met the frog back at the guild and only got banged up after limping home to the border post, which earns him 0 sympathy and endless ribbing. Someone finally turns the question on Enkrid directly. So how did his own mission actually go? An ambush, he admits flatly. The enemy had it all set up. Greyhounds, lycanthropes, and a mage, all waiting for him at once. The whole room goes quiet. Even he still doesn't fully understand how he pulled through it. He just remembers throwing everything he had at those maniacs. Somewhere in the memory, he still can't shake the feeling he never quite closed the distance on the one that mattered most, and yet, somehow, he lived. I got lucky is all he offers. Scratching Esther's head like that settles it. Privately, though, it bugs him. He could tell his squad was holding back because of his busted wrist, and he wants to face them at full strength, not half of it. Lying there in the dark, he starts wondering just how much stronger his whole platoon could get once he's fully healed. One thing's for sure, he's done letting his squad lose to something as embarrassing as a frog. Across the room, Rem admits there's still plenty left to learn, and somebody else just grunts that training is the only way through it, boss. Even half asleep, the squad's healer can't resist critiquing everyone's technique. She can still spot the gaps in their fighting. Somebody vows he'll win the next rematch, and Ragna just cackles at the confidence. One by one, the whole ward finally starts settling down for the night. Enkrid's out cold almost instantly. The last words drifting through the room are a promise of more sparring. The second everyone's patched up, there's no end to training, brother. He drifts off with Esther curled up against him, dead to the world. The whole recovery ward finally goes quiet, one exhausted body at a time. Even asleep, Enkrid's still muttering curses at that frog. Not that it stops Ragna from cheerfully narrating exactly how he'd cave a frog's skull in, wrist or no wrist. Enkrid's getting a certified frog hunter badge whether he likes it or not. Auden chimes in with actual advice for once, master more than just the heavy sword, and let the hurt hand rest without letting the rest of the body go soft. From her bunk, the healer just mutters a warning not to get cocky. Somebody finally asks the obvious question, is anyone actually planning to sleep tonight? The lanterns finally start going out, one after another. A round of tired nights passes through the dark, and the ward finally settles. Morning breaks quiet and gold over the mountains. Enkrid wakes up way later than usual and can't remember the last time he slept that hard. Even Esther overslept right along with him. A squad mate spots them stumbling out and calls over, finally awake, sleepyheads. Enkrid asks where everyone else went. Turns out anyone still fit to fight is already out at the front lines. Only the guards and logistics crew are left back at base with him, so he gets straight to work anyway, throwing punches to burn off the frustration. His body's paying for yesterday's sparring binge. Maybe pushing through all those duels wasn't the smartest call. But everyone looked so hungry to fight that he couldn't bring himself to say no, and honestly, just thinking about it again makes him want to pick the sword back up. So instead of resting, he heads straight back out to train. This blade's technically a two-handed weapon, but with enough raw strength, he's swung it one-handed before. So he tests it again, right arm alone driving the strike. It's clumsy, stiff, nowhere near clean yet. But if he puts in the reps, he figures he could train the left hand up the exact same way. Right now, it's a pathetic excuse for swordplay, about as rough as the very first day he ever picked one up. And that's exactly the point. There's no better way to review everything he's learned than going right back to square one. Fresh off ending that vine mage for good, our knight is already back on the move, scaling the fortress under a blinding morning sky. Enkrid catches his breath, thinking that starting over from nothing is rough, but thanks to some isolation training technique he's been drilling, at least strength isn't the problem anymore. He runs through a few practice cuts, testing the balance of his blade. Ragna watches him with a grimace, muttering that the bastard's clearly still hurt but somehow still fighting like a lunatic. Then he needles him with a question about whether Vengeance even bothered showing up to the front line. Enkrid reminds him their platoon's job right now is defense, not chasing glory at the front. He fumbles with his sword strap, clearly still not used to rigging his gear one-handed. Ragna clicks his tongue, grumbling that both the sword and its owner are out of whack, and just offers to hold the thing himself since Enkrid clearly can't tie it one-handed. Elsewhere, Enkrid genuinely can't figure out why a certain blonde squadmate used to hate his guts and finally just asks him outright. The blonde soldier, sharpening his spear, just growls one word, Jenny. Enkrid blinks, totally lost. Jenny who? It clicks, Jenny the herb merchant. The guy's been holding a grudge this whole time. Enkrid just stares back, still not seeing the problem. Fed up, the blonde soldier snaps, whatever, I'm done. And the two of them go at it again, blades clashing over the argument. They trade quick, sloppy blows, clearly settling more than just a training score. Enkrid finally lays it out. He was never interested in Jenny to begin with. Whatever affection Jenny had for him, he says, was entirely one-sided, and now, slowly, he actually remembers who she is. He recalls dropping by her stall a lot, mostly because her goods were just that good, and figures that's probably where she caught feelings for him. Turns out their blonde friend, the one everyone calls Vengeance, happened to like her too, and watching Enkrid get all her attention did not sit well with him. Back in the present, Vengeance insists he was only ever interested in her products, not her. Enkrid isn't buying it and fires back that the guy's clearly married to the blade, not women. Vengeance admits it was just jealousy, muttering bitterly that Jenny never once looked twice at him. Enkrid privately figures she just fell for his own face instead, and yeah, he knows exactly how insufferable that sounds. Vengeance calls him a bastard for it, and honestly, fair enough. They part ways, Vengeance yelling to take care of his sword while Enkrid heads off to work. Enkrid just shakes his head that guy's mood swings faster than his sword arm. Later, he finds Esther curled up and yawning and teases her about looking exhausted. He pokes at her paw, half joking, asking if she's actually sick. Lying back, he privately admits it's all because of her. She's the reason he can keep fighting people even while hurt. Esther confesses she overdid it trying to burn off his fatigue and won't be able to use magic again for a while. Enkrid tells her to just rest, they've got it easy while stuck in the rear anyway. The scene shifts to a supply camp pitched near the coast, tents lined up in neat rows. From above, the whole camp sprawls along the shoreline, wagons and supplies stacked up for miles. A couple of spear-carrying guards patrol the water's edge, footsteps crunching on the wet stone. Then something breaks the surface of the water, and one of them freezes mid-step. Back at camp, Ragna's face goes hard, something's very wrong. Enkrid snaps to full alert in an instant. Esther bolts upright as the alarm goes up across the camp, enemy attack. Ragna bellows for everyone to defend the line, they cannot afford to lose these supplies. Enkrid and Esther sprint toward the shore, with a red-headed camp overseer named Cries right on their heels demanding to know where the enemy even is. Someone snaps at him to stay inside since he's their limping boss, but Cries isn't the type to sit safe while his people are in danger. A blade drives into the marsh water with a violent splash, the enemy's already closer than anyone thought. Enkrid physically grabs Cries and hauls him back before he can charge in unarmed. Then Enkrid's blood runs cold, he's seeing a face from his past step out of the enemy ranks. A whole line of enemy soldiers wades in through the marsh, closing in on the camp. At the head of them strides a familiar knight in blue armor. Enkrid names him on sight, Mitch Hurrier. His expression hardens as he readies his blade for round two. Enkrid doesn't wait for pleasantries, he lunges first. Mitch just smiles, murmuring that God himself has answered his prayers. He's been longing for this rematch with Enkrid for a long time now. He's almost touched. Enkrid still remembers his name and admits their last fight taught him exactly how prideful he used to be. And now Mitch says he's reached new heights and he wants to end Enkrid himself with his own two hands. As chaos breaks loose around them, Enkrid shouts for Cries and Esther to get clear. Cries scrambles back, sword strapped uselessly across his back, shouting right back at him. Steel meets steel as Mitch and Enkrid finally clash for real. Enkrid presses the attack, refusing to give an inch. Their blades lock together in a shower of sparks. Mitch staggers back from the force of the impact. Enkrid doesn't let up, driving forward again. He charges in for another strike. Pain flashes across his face and someone nearby yells over, asking if he's hurt. Mitch's blade crashes down against his guard, harder than expected. Another vicious blow lands nearby, the sound cutting through the chaos. Vengeance comes barreling in with a scream, throwing himself into the fight. He throws himself straight at Mitch, buying Enkrid a few precious seconds. Vengeance screams at Enkrid to run. Enkrid refuses, shouting right back for Vengeance to fall back instead. Somewhere in the melee, Ragna starts to say Mitch is too strong for, and gets cut off mid-sentence as the blow connects, blood spraying across the field. Enkrid's eyes go wide with horror at what he just watched happen. Ragna's thrown clean off his feet, crashing down hard and not getting back up. Mitch barely spares him a glance, sneering that he's small fry. He grits his teeth and keeps pushing forward, drunk on how strong he's become. That's when Esther finally snaps, letting out a feral roar. Cries lunges to grab her, screaming for her to stop. Enkrid begs her to come back, but she's already gone. He realizes with horror exactly where she's charging, and it's nowhere good. Cries reaches out for her, a beat too late to stop it. Something connects with brutal force, blood splashing across the grass. In the wreckage, a bandaged wrist and a fallen body tell the whole story. Old wounds have been torn right back open. Cries raises a sword he clearly barely knows how to use, hands shaking but refusing to back down. Enkrid forces himself back up through the pain. Both of them get sent flying, blood misting through the air. A hand claws desperately upward, refusing to let go. Bodies litter the field now, and somehow someone's still reaching. Mitch clicks his tongue, calling it disappointing. If Enkrid's wrist wasn't already wrecked, this would actually be a fight. Enkrid glares up at him from the ground, refusing to break. Mitch promises he would have shown him exactly how much stronger he's gotten and brings his blade down anyway. The blow lands hard, sending Cries tumbling through the air in a spray of blood, his sword torn clean out of his grip. Blood pools across the battered field as the true cost of this fight starts to sink in. A voice sneers at him, disappointed, wondering where he thinks he's rushing off to in such a hurry. It needles him about his ruined wrist, the one weakness that's about to cost him everything. Defiant to the last second, he swears he'd have proven exactly how much stronger he's gotten if that wrist wasn't broken. The blade comes down anyway, and blood sprays across the field. It's a killing blow, brutal, final, and completely merciless. From above, the aftermath, bodies down in the grass, a sword dropped, a fight already lost. Just another today that ended in death, one more memory he's dragging into whatever comes next. Waking from that memory, he finds his cursed little panther cub fast asleep beside him, purring like nothing happened. He can't shake the guilt he couldn't do a thing to stop it. Alone in his tent, he wraps his own injured wrist, muttering that this busted joint is exactly why he failed. He stares at his bandaged hand like it owes him an explanation, already scheming how to fight around it. Morning comes and a squad mate strolls up with a rifle slung over her shoulder, chirping, "You awake, boss?" like the world isn't ending. Alone with his thoughts again, he admits there's no one left he can lean on this time, and the gray hounds are due to attack before the afternoon. So he does the one thing he actually knows how to do, pick the sword back up and start swinging. Every cut comes out sharper than the last. Bandaged limbs blur through the drills. This is a man training like his life depends on it, because it does. The blade catches the light, still dripping from the last swing. Someone reminds him bluntly the men who died did it, saving him, and it hits so hard he doubles over and gets sick right there in the grass. Soaked in sweat and gasping for air, he drags himself back up anyway. A blonde squad mate watching him train finally asks the obvious question: is he only using his left hand because the right one's actually hurt? Watching him fling himself through drill after drill, the guy mutters that this much training has gotta be some kind of disease. He gets needled further. Does any of this actually pay off? And fires back flat. He'll make sure it does. Something in his face hardens. This time, he tells himself, is going to be different. His eyes go steely with resolve. He's going to save every single one of them. The blonde soldier just stares, baffled by the sudden intensity. Then, out of nowhere, the guy mutters an apology about someone named Jenny. Our knight freezes. Wait, he knew about that. The blonde soldier just glares, calling him a bastard for sitting on it this whole time. He smirks and fires right back, needling him for being jealous of the good looks. Real mature, both of them. The banter cuts off fast as steel whips across the open sky. Troubles here. An alarm rips through the camp. Enemies incoming, everyone to the base right now. The camp erupts as soldiers scramble toward the flames, and he suits up in full armor to meet whatever's coming. Steel sings through the air as the fight kicks off for real. Fully armored now, his face is all business. He reminds himself exactly who he's about to face, Mitch Hurrier, and Mitch Hurrier is strong. Blades meet in a shower of sparks as the duel begins. The two trade opening blows, feeling out each other's range. Steel rings against steel as he digs in. He grits through the pain of parrying blow after crushing blow. In his head, he admits the ugly truth: he's outmatched in raw power because he still can't fight with both hands. Still, he keeps swinging, refusing to give up an inch of ground. Mitch presses the attack, relentless and terrifyingly precise. Their blades lock together with a ringing clash. He realizes Mitch's swordplay is too refined for him. Every counter just traps him deeper in the exchange. Finally, a gap opens and his blade finds home, drawing first blood. The fight slams down to the ground, both men bloodied and scrambling for footing. Mitch grunts in real pain, clearly hit harder than he expected. Mitch asks, almost curious, is it his right arm that's giving him trouble? He admits it flat out: yeah, it's injured. Winded and gasping, he hears Mitch mutter, what a shame that really is. Mitch raises his blade one last time, saying he'd wanted to fight him at his true peak, not like this. Blood sprays as the final exchange lands. He's the one left standing, sword still in hand, chest heaving. Mitch falls and he reminds himself no matter how strong the guy got, there was only ever one thing he could actually do about it. His mind drifts back to basics: how to even grip a sword in the first place. Horizontal slash, vertical slash, stab, the fundamentals every soldier drills into muscle memory. He remembers what his old hometown instructor taught him as a kid. He layers that over Ragnar's brutal heavy sword style, plus scraps of every other form he's picked up along the way. No time to overthink any of it, he just starts fusing it all together. Steel flashes through another drill. He glances down mid-strike, checking his own form. He tears through another pass, blurring right past his own squad. The blade comes down clean, one more rep in a routine that never seems to end. Another slash, another rep. He dodges an incoming strike mid-drill, sharpening his reflexes the hard way. Fabric tears, blood spatters, even practice comes with a real cost out here. He trades blows with a sparring partner, refusing to go easy on himself. Blade after blade, the drilling never lets up. Crouched low, he unloads another combo. At least he can admit one thing about himself: he picks this stuff up fast. The straw practice dummy never had a chance, shredded clean apart. Doubled over and gasping, he realizes it's already been 40 repeated days and his blade trajectory is still shaky. Why? Nearby, gruff old Ragnar clocks what he's staring at, goes quiet for a beat, then calls out to him. The blonde soldier from earlier wanders over, curious what could possibly do that much damage to a training dummy. Then he asks it outright, does our knight want to duel him? It throws him for a second. A duel out of nowhere over what he assumes must be some kind of grudge that's never happened in any of his days before. Ragnar watches the whole exchange in silence, sensing there's more to this than it looks. One look at the guy's face tells him everything he needs to know: he's dead serious. He wraps his hand and accepts without a second thought, no reason on earth to say no. Swords drawn, the two of them square off out in the open field. Here I go, the blonde soldier bellows, and the duel is on. Even mid-fight, he notes that the guy is technically still his platoon leader. Weird spot to be swinging a sword at, honestly. He admits it's rough, holding him off using nothing but his weaker side. His opponent grits his teeth and swings harder, refusing to let up. Sparks fly as their blades grind against one another. Footing tears up as the fight scrambles across the field. Blades cross and lock in one last desperate struggle for the upper hand. "I won," he calls out, and his opponent groans, cursing himself for forgetting he was fighting a lefty. Standing over him, he points out, "Just so we're clear, he's trained his left side too." Then he finally asks the question that's been bugging him: why did the guy even want this duel to begin with? Still catching his breath on the ground, the guy admits he's really only ever drilled the basics. Watching him fight, he says, brought back the exact feeling of picking up a sword for the very first time. That old hunger to get stronger, that giddy rush of just swinging a blade, but something's changed in him since then. That's why, he says simply, that's exactly why he needed this fight. Then almost offhand, he adds something odd: his sword is a bit weird. Pressed to explain, he fumbles for the words. "It looks," he says, "like the sword of the dead." It's an unsettling comparison, and it clearly means something very specific to him. "The dead," he repeats, unnerved, while the guy struggles to land on a better way to say it. He can't tell if that's an insult about being weak or something else entirely. Determined to work it out, he thinks back. He'd been trying to copy the exact trajectory he learned fighting right-handed. That was the mistake all along. His left side isn't a weaker copy of his right, it's fundamentally different. Back at the practice post, he starts completely from scratch. He needs an entirely new trajectory, one built for his left hand alone. Blade meets straw in a clean, testing cut. He keeps at it, swing after swing. Another strike, another small adjustment. Finally, it clicks: a clean trajectory that actually belongs to his left hand. He studies the sound and the shape of the cut like it's whispering a secret back to him. Later, the platoon leader leans on his sword and simply says thanks. He finally admits it to himself too. He can actually see a way forward now. For the first time in a long while, he lets himself smile like he means it. Enkrid stares at his own hand like it just insulted him, because waking up the feeling in that left arm is about to become the whole plan. Step 1: relearn how to even hold a spoon left-handed, one awkward bite at a time. His red-haired aide side-eyes him over breakfast and asks the obvious question: since when does he eat left-handed? Enkrid just shrugs it off, banged up his right arm, so he's giving it a break. The aide isn't buying it for a second, side-eyeing him right back. Isn't resting an arm for this long a bit much though? Truth is, Enkrid's made a quiet decision. Eating, dressing, training, every single thing he's doing left-handed from now on. And just like that, the real training starts: left arm only, straight into sword work. First up, drawing a hidden blade clean and fast without telegraphing a thing. He's replaying an old lesson in his head. The whole trick is pulling the blade out with careful, precise movement, not brute force. So he drills it over and over, until the draw is second nature. A hidden knife snapped out in a blink, exactly the kind of dirty trick that wins real fights. He figures his old squad mate Torres's little knife trick is going to pay off big time. That's rep number 50 for today alone, and right on cue, here comes his blonde squad mate wandering over. "Want a duel?" the guy asks, like it's a totally normal way to say hello. Enkrid doesn't even hesitate. One exchange later, and loudmouth's eating dirt. He's not satisfied though. There's a technique he's been chasing, one he calls the sword of the dead, and he means to nail it no matter how many tries it takes. "Here I come," he warns, not that a warning's going to save anybody. Down goes loudmouth again. 60 times now, 60. 70, he is not stopping. 80 reps deep, and loudmouth is basically a human tackling dummy at this point. Even Enkrid's running on fumes now, wrist aching, but he's not calling it quits. He wraps the wrist tight and swings again anyway. Another clean hit lands. The poor guy barely gets a swing in. Enkrid just stands over him, catching his breath, clearly not done for the day. Sweaty and beat, loudmouth mutters, "Damn, you fight this well with your left arm too," then asks what's got him thinking so hard. Enkrid quietly wraps his wrist while his buddy starts muttering about what he's going to do once he's out of here. Turns out watching Enkrid grind is contagious. Loudmouth vows to train way harder than he ever has. And notably, Enkrid stopped talking about the sword of the dead altogether, like he's already moved past it. Enkrid can't resist needling him. "I'm sure this'll get Jenny to notice you soon," he says, all innocence. That lands like a gut punch. "You bastard, it's not about how good I am, it's how good I look. Are you mocking me? Fight me again, I'll wreck you." Enkrid just thinks his reactions never get old and quietly decides he's personally invested in seeing this guy actually confess to Jenny someday. Because for that confession to ever happen, his friend has to actually survive whatever's coming. Out on the edge of camp, the grind just keeps going day after day. It gets him wondering what even is talent really. Not something you can pin down with a simple answer, he decides. Using your body well is one thing, he thinks, gritting through the burn. But pushing past your own limits, that's a whole different fight. Days blur into weeks of this same brutal grind, his whole body screaming to stop. And now, something's finally clicking. His grip, his swing, his whole left arm, it just feels different now. For the first time in his life, Enkrid's actually getting a taste of what it feels like to be talented. All those days grinding away with his left arm finally add up to something real. In just 100 days, that arm has caught up to 30 years' worth of right-handed swordsmanship. Not bad for just resting an injury. Then the real world comes crashing back and enemy troops storm the camp, and someone's screaming for everyone to protect the base. Somewhere in the chaos, one of the attackers grits out a vow of his own he's going to surpass someone even more dangerous. His eyes burn with the kind of ambition that gets people killed. The name he's chasing, the wall, the same nightmare of an assassin that's haunted Enkrid before. Back in the fight, his squad scrambles, someone yelling to drive the enemies out, another screaming that a comrade's hurt. His aide clutches Esther's beast form tight to his chest, screaming for Enkrid to come back. But Enkrid's already gone, walking straight toward the danger like it's just another Tuesday. Someone's waiting for him out there, relieved, almost delighted. Thank the gods, I wanted to meet you again, Enkrid. Enkrid recognizes him instantly. Me too, Mitch Hurrier. Mitch doesn't waste time on pleasantries. I'll try my best to destroy you, he says, sword already out. And with that, blades meet. Enkrid's just trying to climb even higher than he already has, though watching his old rival struggle, he can't help feeling a little bad about it. Truth is, he's already seen Mitch's very best more times than he can count. First blood draws fast in this fight. This exact duel has played out countless times in his looping today. And somewhere in all those repeats, Mitch has clearly reached one grim conclusion: he can't win this with swordplay alone. It's not enough the hit lands, and his confidence cracks right along with it. Enkrid does something no textbook would recommend: grabs the blade barehanded, blood and all. Then wrenches it clean out of Mitch's grip. Mitch spits blood and fury. You bastard. Using cheap tricks, he snarls, not thrilled about losing a sword fight to a barehanded grab. Enkrid's thinking back in every single one of his countless loops, Mitch only ever beat him with a sword, fair and square. Part of him wants to return the favor and keep it clean, but he knows grinding through this exact same day again won't make his left arm any stronger. This sword-on-sword bout against Mitch, genuinely fun, honestly. But fun or not, it's time to break past this particular today for good. Down but not out, Mitch grits out something surprising: he's been training to fight with both arms too. Yeah, Enkrid answers, almost amused, me too, starting today. He squares back up, ready for round 2. Beating Mitch here and moving on to whatever comes after this loop. It isn't going to happen with swordsmanship alone. Time to pull out the one skill he's kept in reserve. The one he saved strictly for truly desperate moments. The ultimate technique of the Valen mercenary sword style itself. He draws it out, ready to unleash it for real. The hidden blade flashes free in an instant. It connects hard and the whole exchange erupts. Mitch's face says it all: he did not see that coming. But he's not going down without dragging this out further. Swords, fists, hidden blades, it's turned into a flat-out brawl now. Both of them throwing everything they've got, no rules left standing. And right as it's getting good, that's exactly where this one leaves us hanging. There's only one way through today: beat Mitch Hurrier, plain and simple, or relive this same rotten day all over again. Enkrid launches himself off the high ground, blade first, going straight for the kill. The strike connects hard, and the fight explodes into motion. Hurrier reels, stunned that Enkrid actually landed a hit that clean. Enkrid answers with the deadliest form the Valen mercenary sword technique has to offer. Forget elegant swordplay, this has turned into an all-out brawl, and Enkrid's fighting to survive it. Another blow lands, and blood sprays across Hurrier's face. Hurrier spits blood and snarls, you bastard, furious that his golden reputation counts for nothing out here. In his head, one thought loops on repeat: get in close no matter what it costs him. He forces his way in, and lands another brutal hit. Win at all costs, he tells himself, tear the man's flesh out with his teeth if that's what it takes. Every trick, every dirty tactic is fair game, now anything to walk away the winner. The clean duel collapses into a filthy grapple, Enkrid grabbing Hurrier by the face and driving him down into the mud. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what an all-out brawl actually looks like. Nobody said anything about fighting fair. Steel meets steel again and again, as neither man gives an inch. One of them finally staggers, dazed from the sheer force of the exchange. Enkrid launches into the air again, sword raised for another diving strike. Hurrier's had enough of the mess. Fight seriously, he roars, raise your sword. Let's fight properly, he bellows, desperate for the honorable duel he actually trained his whole life for. Enkrid just stares back, cold and unreadable, blue eyes burning. I'm extremely serious right now, Enkrid answers flatly, and somehow that's worse. Then he pulls a hidden dagger and presses it right up against Hurrier's throat. So much for a proper duel. Hurrier howls through blood and rain, refusing to go down easy. Enkrid's own body is paying for it too, first his wrist, now his shoulder. If this drags on much longer, he could actually lose. Blood's running into Hurrier's eyes now, blurring the whole world in front of him. Enkrid drops on him again from above, refusing to let up for even a second. I need to finish this, Enkrid tells himself, pouring everything he has left into one more strike. The blade connects and Hurrier's scream tears through the rain. The impact sends him crashing down hard. Somehow Hurrier still snarling curses, refusing to quit even now. Enkrid squares back up, bandaged and bloodied but still standing. He takes a hit of his own this time, teeth grit hard against the pain. He screams through it anyway and swings with everything he's got left. This time Hurrier finally goes down for good, blood spraying across the field. He lies there motionless in the mud as the fighting around him finally quiets. His own soldiers come running, horrified, calling out, "Sir," to a commander who won't answer. They used to call him the lazy genius, a man content to coast on raw talent alone. But that changed the moment Mitch Hurrier came back from his last battlefield. He remembers lying there afterward, bandaged and hollowed out by whatever he'd seen out there. So he threw himself back into the training grounds and actually mastered his blade this time. His raw talent finally paired with real hard work for the first time in his life. It let his blade finally shine the way it always should have. He remembers the battlefield that started it all, a comrade dead in the dirt, and a question that broke something in him. How did I, he mutters, snapping back to the present, blinking through the blood. He's right back where he started, flat on his face, beaten. Enkrid stands over him, sword still in hand, as footsteps close in from every side. Someone breathes his name, Enkrid, like they can hardly believe what they just watched. In Hurrier's mind, that moment plays back like something out of a nightmare. Enkrid, dark and merciless. The man who gave me a rude awakening, he thinks, staring at the memory of him. He remembers hitting the ground and just lying there, breath ragged, nothing left. I didn't want this kind of fight, he chokes out, fist digging into the dirt. His voice breaks against the ruined wall he's slumped up against. He tries again, the words catching in his throat. I wanted to have a proper battle with you, he finally screams, tears and blood running together. Something else flickers behind Enkrid's eyes, a memory that isn't from this world at all. A different him, dressed nothing like a knight, gripping a blade barehanded. This is war, that other self says quietly. The line lands somewhere deep, present and past bleeding together into one furious expression. In the vision, that other him cuts down another soldier without a moment's hesitation. Someone nearby screams as the chaos claims them too. The battlefield dissolves into pure chaos, a desperate voice screaming no into the noise. A commander somewhere in that other war bellows the order to kill them all. Arrows rain down and bodies drop where they stand. The vision fades and that other him just keeps walking, alone, breathing hard. Back in the present, Enkrid gasps for air like he's the one who just lived through it. Hurrier's hand finally goes still in the dirt behind him. Somewhere else entirely, a voice nobody's meant to hear murmurs a cold little promise to use someone as nothing more than a stepping stone. After barely holding their outpost through that brutal greyhound ambush, the squad's back at camp, patching themselves up. One more loss like that and it would have been over for all of them. Commands rattled enough to send reinforcement archers just in case. Meanwhile, Enkrid's stuck resting in the infirmary tent, sword laid out right beside him. Pin's just glad to be breathing, and he says as much they lived because of each other. Across the tent, Rem's already back on his feet, itching to get back outside. Enkrid's not letting Pin take all the credit either reminds him it was his own stalling that saved them both. Rem tosses over Enkrid's sword, making sure nobody's leaving gear scattered around. Auden, the squad's resident fitness nut, isn't having any sloppiness either, barking at Enkrid to actually take care of his weapon for once. Enkrid finally looks the blade over properly, and it's throwing off a strange light blue shimmer not like anything he's swung before. Turns out it's forged from a famous aspen ore called Demp, pricier than anything he's used up to now. Someone half jokes about buying it off him before getting completely talked over. Typical squad chaos. Enkrid's already gearing back up, and Pin can guess exactly where this is headed. He can't just sit bandaged in a tent while his men are out there without him. That's not who he is. The others try talking him out of breaking in a brand new blade mid-recovery stick with what you know, they tell him. Enkrid's answer catches everyone off guard. Why pick just one? He's done choosing between his tools, 2 blades, 2 problems solved. Still bandaged, still bruised, and already testing his grip. Some guys just can't sit still. Then the story rewinds years back, deep in the mainland mountains, long before Ragnar ever led a squad of his own. A sharp whistle cuts through the group trainings about to start. Young Ragnar's sizing up his newest trainee, some outsider from the mainland he's oddly started to take a liking to. He figures the kid's ready to move past the basics. Time to hand down his own secret technique. The muscle's already built now, it's about rewiring the joints, then the posture, until the whole body changes. The goal, a body that simply refuses to break under a joint lock or a beating. Even he admits doing it all at once would wreck the poor guy. Better to break him in one piece at a time. Easier said than done. Out on the march, Ragnar's already riding one of his trainees hard, needling him for dragging his feet. One of his fellow disciples, built like a mountain and destined to be the squad's own fitness nut one day, isn't impressed either. That comment earns him an axe swung his way. Apparently that's just how these two say hello. Steel meets steel, and it gets ugly fast. Someone else just yawns through the whole brawl, too lazy to even pretend he cares. This squad's always been a little unhinged, apparently even back then. But underneath all the chaos, the training's dead serious. Ragnar's building a swordsman who can feel the tip of his blade like it's just another finger. First things first, though, everybody just needs some actual sleep. One stray disciple wanders off on his own again. Looks like walking lessons are next on the list too. He tells himself it's all for the kid's own good, even if he's not exactly thrilled about playing babysitter. Every time the wanderer strolls toward the enemy camp like it's a scenic detour, somebody has to physically drag him back. Ragnar just shakes his head at the whole spectacle, insists he's the normal one of the group, which is really saying something. Of course, it nearly turns into another brawl right there. Onlookers scatter, terrified of getting caught between these two lunatics. Someone finally steps in to put an end to it before it becomes a habit. Back in the present, riders come into view along the ridge, trouble rolling in. The ferry officer clocks it instantly and snaps to attention. She calls the whole column to a halt. An aspen rider comes out alone, demanding a one-on-one duel. The ferry clocks the trick immediately, a classic way to bait someone into a fight they don't actually have to take. Doesn't sound like much, but her troops have been losing skirmish after skirmish and morale's cratering. Ignore the challenge and it looks like cowardice. Taking it is actually the safer bad option. The enemy keeps taunting them for stalling, and the fairy can't exactly step in and fight him herself. One clean win could turn the whole mood around. Time to call in the lunatics. Pin figures the squad's actually in a listening mood now that their boss is back. She turns to Rem first, expecting him to be the volunteer. But before Rem can even answer, Ragnar's already shoved past him, more than happy to take this one himself. The enemy line does a double take at the shirtless, bandaged mountain of a man walking out to fight. Ragnar's just glad to finally have something to do. He closes the distance in a heartbeat. The enemy ranks are still laughing off just a barbarian right up until the first hit lands. And then it stops being funny. Ragnar doesn't let up for a second. Every swing lands harder than the last. The duelist's screaming now, completely outmatched. But Ragnar's not stopping. There's a look in his eyes like he's somewhere else entirely. His own side doesn't know whether to cheer or run. The duelist's flat out begging for his life at this point. Even mid-beating, the fairy notes the morale boost is working exactly as planned. Problem is, he still won't stop. The man's outright screaming surrender now. Even the onlookers can't watch anymore. The fairy finally has to scream the order herself. Ragna barely seems to register it. The enemy ranks are horrified the man surrendered minutes ago. And that's when a fully armored knight comes storming in to finally put a stop to it. Ragna's still riding pure adrenaline, barely recognizable. The whole camp goes dead quiet. His own allies are openly saying they're scared of him now. Some of them just want to go home. So much for the morale boost, it's actually worse than before. The fairy realizes there's only one person who can actually keep this squad in check. And it isn't her, it's Enkrid. Right on cue, Enkrid shows up back at camp, gear in hand, pin trailing behind him. Night's fallen over camp by the time they settle back in. Ragna takes one look at his fresh bruises and lays into him for it. The guy was ordered to rest, not go pick more fights. Someone teases the fairy that her so-called fiancé has a habit of playing rough, a joke about her own reputation, apparently. Later that night she pulls Enkrid aside privately and hands him something small. Genuine fey medicine, the kind no amount of gold can actually buy. Even Ragna admits it beats his own remedies and can't resist needling her about how much she clearly cares. Enkrid's genuinely thrown by the gesture. He has to ask why. She just says they made a promise for the future once, and calls this her engagement gift, somewhere between a joke and not quite one. She doesn't exactly clarify which. Ragna finally gets waved back into his own tent for the night. The rest of the squad's already sprawled out, patching up and unwinding. Someone tries to hustle him one more time on the way and gets shut down flat. Watching Enkrid work, even Ragna has to admit the kid's turning into an actual master. Enkrid's still stuck on that engagement gift line, quietly baffled by the whole fairy sense of humor. Whatever it meant, he's smart enough not to ask twice. A few days after reaching the front lines, and this war has turned into a staring contest, just fog, mountains, and frayed nerves. Both sides keep poking each other with little skirmishes, never actually committing to the real fight. Real brave, guys. Lucky break for Enkrid, though all that stalling gave his battered body time to actually heal. Not that he's resting, shirtless, bandaged, and running himself ragged before sunrise, testing just how far his body can go. Someone's up before the sun. You're up early, a voice calls across camp. It's Auden, the squad's gentle giant, checking in on his brother. Platoon leader is the body holding up. Enkrid credits the fairy's healing cream for the recovery. Then Auden starts to ask him something else entirely. Whatever it is, Enkrid just shrugs it off. Sounds good. Flash back to the spar that put him on the ground. One clean hit, and down he went. Auden looks him over like a worried mother hen. Wrist, shoulder, bruises absolutely everywhere. It's not yet time for you to abuse your body, Auden warns, full big brother energy. Enkrid doesn't budge. If there's a real fight, he's in it, as long as he can still move. Auden just goes quiet. Something's clearly weighing on him. He walks off without another word, and something in him has just decided to change. Someone shouts for the platoon leader, urgent and rattled. Enkrid's eyes go wide as a strange golden light starts creeping into the scene. Streaks of golden light rip across the sky like something sacred just cracked wide open. And there's Auden himself floating dead center of it, wrapped head to toe in radiant power. Enkrid can barely get the words out, this feeling, divinity. The light keeps pouring out, wrapping itself around Enkrid's own battered hand. It floods straight into his bandaged arm, warm and impossibly bright. For a second, the whole hillside is lit up like broad daylight. Then it's over. Auden kneels in the afterglow, completely spent. His hand finds the ground, still crackling faintly with leftover magic. Auden, Enkrid starts stunned as the big man leans on him, catching his breath. A memory surfaces, a churchman once demanding Auden swear his life away to their god. His answer then and now, I won't. That defiance came at a cost. The memory flares with a burst of struggle. He used to believe every foggy morning was a blessing straight from God. That's what divinity means for clerics like him, real miracles that heal the wounded. We see it, a young Auden kneeling for a blessing, drenched in holy light. Turns out the guy who never stops praying has never once actually used his gift. Nobody in the squad even knew for certain he was a real cleric. Lord forgive me, he whispers, clutching whatever's left of his faith. Enkrid has to ask, is there a rule against using divinity, because it sure looks like Auden just broke one. Auden's fist curls tight against his own chest, like the power itself hurts to hold. If the church finds out he used it, they'll send inquisitors after him, exactly why he left with so many restrictions in the first place. They literally chained his body so he could never tap into his divine power again. But even with that pain clawing at his chest, he couldn't just stand there and let his captain suffer. Lord, you preside over all of us, but you never actually answer, he thinks, staring out at the mist. Then he met his brother platoon leader and somehow started believing his own old prayers meant something again. I'll act the way I believe is right, he decides, vow be damned. Back at camp, it's business as usual. Someone's grinding up more medicinal paste. Pin wanders over to check on the patient. Ointment again, need help. Freshly patched up, Enkrid admits he'll need to be more careful out there too, then, half joking, asks when they're actually going to fight. Pin's read on it, both armies are just testing the waters, neither one willing to commit. Someone taps the war map. Their vanguard, led by a commander named Marcus, is holding the enemy back from flanking them. Their main force is dug in, waiting at a spot called Green Pearl. Last time, the enemy broke the unwritten rules of war and threw sorcerers into what was supposed to be a clean duel. Which means both sides are bracing for an all-out war now, full night orders and everything. Ragna grumbles that they should have been in on that last fight. He's bored stiff with all these one-on-one duels. Pin figures the stalemate can't hold much longer. Something's about to give, you can feel it in the air. Then a war horn blasts across the camp. Everyone's up and armored in seconds flat. Enemies, someone screams, and sure enough, a hostile flag is cresting the ridge. They're coming, the whole squad scrambles into position. Enkrid, Rem, Ragna, the whole crew launching into formation together. Someone spots something that makes them freeze mid-motion. Their commanding general rides up, the pointy-eared officer they call Fairy riding right beside him. A trio of enemy soldiers strolls into view, way too relaxed for people about to start a war. Hey you little adolescent pricks, one of them screams, real mature guys. Pin just stares. What are their swords for? Cooking? Ah, the classic pre-battle trash talk. Without a knight-class edge to break the tie, both armies are stuck dead even. Everyone grits their teeth. This whole insult parade is just psychological warfare before the real thing starts. Then an enemy archer really goes for it. You'll all die before you know the touch of a woman. Cue the enemy cackling and morale takes a nosedive. Strike first and they lose, which is exactly why their own commander is holding back too. Pin watches the mounted knights lined up behind them, running the numbers. I have something prepared, someone murmurs, but we cannot use it here. One commander privately admits throwing the lunatics at that last duel backfired badly. And somewhere in that crowd, a familiar red-eyed helmet mutters, just let something happen. Yeah, that's never good news. The enemy ranks are still cackling like they've already won. Relax, Andrew, Enkrid says, grabbing a furious young soldier before he does something stupid. You'll get your chance to let your rage loose, he promises. Enkrid just stands there a beat, reading the room. It's fine, Andrew mutters, clearly not fine at all. Enkrid, deadpan, it's okay to be a virgin. Never let a good insult go to waste, apparently. Remember this rage, he tells Andrew, and use it in battle. No, I'm not mad, Andrew insists right before someone snorts, trying not to laugh. Andrew, someone teases, barely holding it together. Why don't you walk the saintly path, brother? Someone jabs, maybe he'll get his chance, maybe. A full scuffle breaks out. Why are you doing this to me, bastard? It's fine. Even the enemy's confused watching it. What's up with them? Did they fall for the taunt? Virgin who him? He looks normal. How at that age? Andrew's had enough. Shut up, I'm not mad. The teasing escalates. Want me to introduce you to a shop back in town? I don't. Pin finally steps in. Making fun of someone on purpose is quite mean. In Enkrid's defense, he's young, might have taken it personally. I just wanted to keep him in line. Somewhere in the pileup, somebody just completely loses it laughing. Pin's left wondering if Enkrid did that on instinct as a joke or dead serious. What an odd man indeed. Meanwhile, the enemy's getting nervous. Boss, why don't you respond to them? I've got nothing to say, really. Enkrid shrugs. Pin just grins. I've got a plan. Pin practically muzzles him with a hand over the mouth. That's not difficult. Enkrid steps forward, calm and deliberate. Pin watching from the ranks, boss with his devil's tongue. He can surely lift morale, he thinks. The changes he'll create will spread like a wave. Across the field, the enemy ranks start murmuring, dread creeping in. The lunatics, it's Enkrid. Enkrid is stepping up, Pin calls out, and the whole camp turns to watch. He walks forward, sword and shield on his back, awed and steady at his side, ready to pave the path toward victory. See you next chapter. One of the soldiers mutters that their boss, with that devil's tongue of his, might just be the guy to fire up this whole outfit. And it's not just talk, his reputation is already spreading through the ranks like wildfire. Someone in the crowd just mutters the lunatics, not exactly a compliment but not an insult either. Word ripples through the formation, it's Enkrid, everyone perks up. He steps forward, calm as ever, Ragna looming right behind him. The other soldiers practically shout it, Enkrid is stepping up. Ragna grips his weapon tight, watching his squad leader with quiet approval. Enkrid flexes his hand, someone tells him plainly, show them how brave you are. The plan is simple and insane: walk right into archer range and provoke them into breaking formation. A blonde soldier needles him about it, and Enkrid just tells the guy to shut up. Someone shoves a man forward, yelling that the enemy archers will shoot anyone who gets too close. Nobody listens. An armored knight barks, "What are you doing?" then stops cold. Oh, look who decided to show up. Another lame loser, someone scoffs, shoving a man toward the front line like he's nothing. Enkrid's eyes go sharp and still, he's locked in. Someone asks how exactly he plans to provoke the enemy. Enkrid shrugs it off, he's got nothing prepared to say. Something he figures will come up once he's there. Pin can't help but grin. You're quite talented in that way, boss, she says, and honestly, she's not wrong. Enkrid just stares ahead, unreadable, gearing up for whatever's about to come out of his mouth. Someone squints at him and asks the obvious question, why exactly does he look like he's carrying the head of a ghoul? And that's when it happens, an enemy soldier's face twists into pure, screaming rage. Everyone within earshot freezes. The fuck? Whispers ripple through the ranks. He definitely did that on purpose. He knows exactly how good-looking he is. Someone else groans, dragged right back into the nightmare of the thing with Jenny. A hooded figure throws up his hands, backpedaling fast. "Ah, right, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have judged you so quick." Because Enkrid just looked a man dead in the eye and asked, flat as can be, "Your mother was a ghoul, wasn't she?" The enemy soldier absolutely loses it. "You bastard." He's screaming bloody murder now, while somewhere behind him, a nervous voice prays that God will surely punish Enkrid for this. The rest of the squad is doubled over laughing, one guy clutching his stomach like the joke physically hurt him. Pin just shakes her head, grinning. Is he even human? Then she cracks up too. Someone rounds on a squad mate, so this is what's had him sulking this whole time. The enraged enemy soldier charges in, screaming for a fight. "Come here." He roars that he's going to cut Enkrid's tongue clean out, but in Enkrid's head, it's simple. The guy fell for the taunt, hook, line, and sinker. Now it's just a matter of beating him down thoroughly. Enkrid raises his weapon, calm and ready. Steel flashes as the blade comes down. Behind him, the squad can only watch, jaws on the floor. No way. One of the squad's older hands, worry creasing her face, reminds him about his wound. It hasn't healed yet, she warns. Ah, right, Enkrid admits, I can't move too much. Ragna just watches him fight anyway, muttering something about a kid who just doesn't know when to quit. Cut to the enemy soldier's own memory, dedicating his whole life to house Gardner meant nothing else ever mattered. Not really. And so he'd learned to swallow his shame. But being humiliated, being mocked as a virgin in front of everyone, that one stuck. The old memory lingers, grayscale and bitter, fists clenched around an unforgiving past. Back in the present, steel meets steel, hard and fast. Teeth gritted mid-clash, he credits it all to one man. It was all thanks to him. Not this little punk, give me the enemy snarls, swinging wild. Bastard who called me a ghoul, he screams, charging again, fury completely unchecked. Are you scared? The enemy taunts. Enkrid barely blinks. Shut up. I'm going to tear open that ugly mouth of yours. The man screams, throwing himself back into the fight. The blade comes down hard, relentless. Meanwhile, word spreads through the ranks. The Aspens who started this fight are seasoned soldiers, more than capable of wiping out most of their men. Ragnar's voice cuts through the noise. They are not easy foes. Still, the enemy gets pushed back, staggering under the pressure. Sparks fly as swords lock again and again. A young soldier watches, wide-eyed, as the brutal exchange rages on nearby. Another blade flashes through the rain, relentless and close. Ragnar admits it, watching from the sidelines. The man's persistent, he'll give him that. A scream tears through the chaos as a blade finally connects. Steel clashes again, brutal and unyielding. Ugh, the enemy takes a hit he wasn't ready for. Teeth bared, he screams his own name into the wind. I, Andrew Gardner. No matter the hardships, no matter the difficulties, Andrew drags himself forward, wounded and refusing to stay down. His fist digs into the dirt, gripping for whatever strength he's got left. He screams and claws his way back up anyway. I always stood back up for my dream. Blood sprays as his blade finally lands the kill. Two bodies collide mid-fall, locked in a desperate last exchange. And against my resolve, Andrew's inner voice pushes through the pain. His face twists into something fierce, almost feral. You are nothing, someone spits, except it turns out Andrew was always a genuinely talented fighter. He'd just been buried this whole time by the people around him, overshadowed and overlooked. The squad erupts, the ghoul killer, they scream, pumping their fists in the pouring rain. You're not half bad, virgin, someone yells, and honestly, Andrew figures it was kind of obvious all along. Good shit, Andrew, the cheer goes up. Turns out he's always been one of their own lunatics. Andrew the lunatic, he screams back at the sky, triumphant. Andrew whirls on the rest of the squad, grinning like a maniac. Did you see that, you assholes? I finally got some, he crows, and immediately everyone's staring at him like, why would you phrase it like that? The whole squad loses it laughing. Ragnar just shakes his head, you're so damn lame. Even the massive, silver-haired Auden gets in on the roughhousing, grinning ear to ear. Off to the side, Enkrid allows himself the smallest, quietest smirk. Pin watches it all unfold, thinking to herself the boss never even had to throw a punch exactly as expected. But hey, it worked out in their favor. Now would do, someone mutters, ready to move. Move, the order rings out. Break the formation of those Aspen men, the charge is on. Blades flash as the squad surges forward. One clean strike, and blood sprays across the grass. An enemy soldier screams a warning. Flank, the Norelia forces are coming from the before he's cut off. The border guards, someone shouts, panic spreading through the Aspen line. Auden barrels through the chaos, weapons swinging. Somewhere in the noise, a voice realizes the trap while the Aspens are busy dealing with the flanking border guards. Archers, the warning cry goes up. Fire, comes the order. Bowstrings pull taut, aimed and ready. A full line of archers surges forward through the rain. Arrows rain down in a dark, hissing sheet. Ragnar throws his head back and roars, triumphant, Enkrid steady at his side. Blades keep swinging through the downpour. Arrows find their mark, enemy soldiers scream and fall. The tide is turning, plain and simple, while an enemy commander sneers into the rain. Look at you Aspen dogs. No matter what cheap psychological tricks you pull, he thinks, refusing to acknowledge what's actually happening. The ones who win in the end, the thought continues, as another arrow gets loosed, are the ones who fight better. Bold words for a man watching his own side get routed. Somewhere behind the lines, a blade cuts clean through the chaos. A mounted officer hears the report, sir, and his expression instantly changes. Enter the Greyhound company leader, cloaked in green, cold and composed as his men fall in behind him. Horses shift and cloaks snap in the wind as the new company readies to move. The preparations are complete, he says, let's move. Auden grits his teeth, hungry for what's coming, finally. The Aspens are running, someone shouts, the cowards are falling back. We won, the celebration breaks out, but Pin isn't so sure, the tide turning in their favor this fast, something feels off. But they are falling back this easily, Ragnar mutters, frowning through the rain, something is wrong. A wounded allied commander refuses to celebrate. No, we'll hold, he orders flatly. His eyes narrow at the retreating enemy line. They are planning something. Night falls over enemy territory as a hooded figure slips quietly toward a lit camp. Something's brewing on the Aspen side. The scowling face waiting for him should ring a bell. It's Mitch Hurrier, very much alive and apparently back in the game. He shakes off his cloak and heads inside. Whatever this meeting is, it's clearly not a social call. Inside, a cluster of hooded Aspen officers huddle around a war table, plodding deep into the night. One of them cuts straight to it. Did you give them the word yet? The answer comes back careful yes, but they can't be spotted yet, so they're staying hidden far off. Somewhere out in the dark tree line, one of the officers mutters that the Noriria bastards never change. A grizzled Aspen general spells out their usual playbook: hit the border guards, then smash through with heavy infantry. This time, though, he says Abner's got something different cooking. Abner himself picks up the thread. Everyone already knows knights can dominate a battlefield with just a small elite unit. But he points out coolly that elite unit doesn't actually have to be made of knights at all. He flexes a gloved hand, letting the implication hang in the dark. It's about to be the Aspens who decide how this war gets won. The general finishes the thought for him. It'll be us Aspens who decide who wins this battle, plain and simple. Cut to the other side of the war. Somewhere in camp, a coin spins lazily up into a clear blue sky. A hand snatches it out of the air. 2 days of standby since coming back from the field feels less like rest and more like the calm before a storm. A red-haired soldier sits chewing it over. Fall back or throw in an asymmetric force. Either way, something's coming. Pin's patience snaps. What exactly are you Aspen bastards thinking? She glares out at the horizon, trying to guess what's actually going on in those bastards' heads. From the watchtower, the enemy looks unnervingly calm, and calm from the other side is never a good sign. Enkrid strolls over and checks in. You good to move already? He tenses at a new arrival, caught off guard. What brings you all the way out here? A striking commander sweeps in with a flourish, brushing off the surprise. Is it really so strange for a commander to inspect her own troops in person? Enkrid can't help but wonder what kind of company commander bothers doing that herself. Walking it off, he figures his wrist has healed up enough by now, just about ready for a real duel. Nearby, Rem squares up with that same competitive glint in his eye. No need for that today, Enkrid tells him mid-swing, already reading the room. Wasn't planning to anyway, Rem shoots back deadpan. Steel meets steel and the sparring kicks off in a blur of motion. Ragna throws himself into the exchange with terrifying intensity, testing Enkrid blow for blow. The clash keeps escalating, each strike sharper than the last. Sparks fly as their blades grind together at full force. Enkrid holds his ground, refusing to be pushed back an inch. Watching Ragna work, he can't help but admit it: the man's swordsmanship is clean, almost beautiful. His own style by comparison is rough and unkempt, crude, but that crude, cobbled-together mess is exactly what he's built with his own 2 hands. The pace kicks up again as he throws himself back into the fight. In his head, he's cataloging every technique he's ever stolen or absorbed along the way. Blade meets blade in another bruising exchange. Rem grits through the pressure without backing down. Watching Enkrid's odd, irregular sword path up close, something clicks uneasily in Rem's head. Va Valentine's sword, he stammers, stunned the exact path Enkrid's walked without ever meaning to. The fight surges forward again before Rem can even process it. Blades flash in another rapid combo. Rem scrambles to dodge, sensing this fight just changed shape entirely. He barely gets clear, jaw clenched. Enkrid presses on, hungry for whatever new ground this fight is opening up. He leaps in with another strike, relentless. Rem parries hard, teeth gritted, refusing to fold. He narrows his eyes, still turning that Valentine's sword theory over in his head mid-fight. Another blazing double strike lights up the clash. Rem grits through it, refusing to give an inch. The blades cross again in a shower of sparks. Then Rem spots it and freezes. Wait, 2 swords, Enkrid's fighting with a blade in each hand now. It catches him completely off guard, right in the middle of the exchange. 2 swords, you say, Rem mutters, still processing it mid-clash. The fight doesn't slow down, for his confusion blades keep flying. Enkrid drives the assault forward, twin blades cutting through the air. Come, he calls out flatly, this fight isn't over yet. Rem's eyes flash with grim determination. He's not backing down from this either. The clash roars back to full speed. Another brutal exchange rocks both of them. Teeth gritted, sweat flying, neither one gives ground. Off to the side, Auden can't take it anymore, he wants his turn, right now, no more waiting. Nearby, the usually easygoing barrel woman admits she really doesn't feel like fighting today. But against Enkrid specifically, she might just make an exception. Someone tells Auden to calm down, this desperate energy isn't like him at all. Ragna just smirks, needling him about needing to be bolder in training, or next time he might just break a joint or two. Ragna cackles, recalling how he almost sent him to meet their lord in an earlier spar. Pin just watches the chaos unfold, unimpressed, muttering that they're all completely out of their minds. They've always been like this, someone sighs, absolute lunatics every one of them. Someone else notes dryly that their laziest soldier only ever finds motivation when Enkrid's the one holding the sword. Even Ragna wants back in, joking that his own sword Nadal deserves a piece of the action too. Pin steps up unexpectedly and the squad does a double take. Did she catch the lunatic bug too? Auden loses it entirely, howling that he genuinely cannot wait any longer for his turn. He roars that he'll fight the commander herself if she tries to cut in line ahead of him. Someone deadpans, is this actual mutiny happening right now? Catching his breath mid-lineup, Enkrid notes it privately, everyone here really is strong. None of them have thrown their full strength at him yet. But he's starting to see it now, their hunger to win, plain and simple. Auden grits through another exhausting round, sweat pouring. Rem looks just as wrecked, barely holding himself upright. His mind drifts to an old mission out in the tall grass fields. These are the faces he once swore he'd pull real effort out of. Grinning, twin blades raised, he waves the next challenger and got time to chat, then come fight. He won't tire out, he says, not before he's fought every single one of them. Night falls over the quiet camp, torches flickering against the dark hills. Enkrid's finally out cold, sound asleep after a day that never seemed to end. The squad crowds around his bed, someone gently pointing out that the boss really ought to wash up first. Leave him be, another voice cuts in, he's got to be exhausted. Someone teases Pin, asking if Big Eyes is looking for a beatdown of her own. Pin just shakes her head at the state of them, that many rounds and he barely got any better hurt. She half expected him to end up injured again. But sleep doesn't stay peaceful for long, the scene shifts into somewhere darker. He finds himself standing alone in an empty field, a dream. Something's off immediately, there's no boat, no field of flowers like the dreams he's used to. This one feels different. Rain lashes down as two figures grapple violently in the dark. The struggle tears through the storm, chaotic and desperate. A watchtower looms in the downpour as the fight rages on. A shield takes a brutal hit in the chaos. His mind places it now, this is his old life as a mercenary, the night they fought the Harpies. Blade raised against the storm, a younger Enkrid squares off with a monstrous winged shape overhead. The rain-soaked memory keeps churning, refusing to let him go. Then a face surfaces from the dark, someone grinning like this whole nightmare is a joke to him. Enkrid jolts awake furious, teeth clench, that bastard. In an old memory, a scarred mercenary shoves young Enkrid behind him, roaring for him to stay back and get behind him. The blow lands hard and a pained groan rips through the fight. Looking back, Enkrid remembers them as rough around the edges, but every one of them was kind to him. Those mercenaries took him in even when he had no skill and nowhere else to go. Blood sprays as the attack keeps coming. Every one of them was good to him, he remembers, except for one. Why? One of them chokes out, blindsided. Their bald boss keeps fighting, even bloodied and staggering, refusing to go down. Another blow tears clean through him. Boss, a comrade screams, watching their leader crumple. The fight collapses into a desperate scramble as more of the crew go down. A scream rips through the chaos as another one falls. In Kai, someone screams and the order to fall back comes far too late. The slaughter doesn't stop for anyone. In Kai, the one they all called the strongest among them, goes down all the same. One man's strength alone was enough to wipe out every one of Enkrid's comrades. No running, the killer tells them flatly, you all die here. Why is all one of them manages before the end. He grins, pinning young Enkrid down. Got a better offer than this piece of shit mercenary corps. Better not to leave loose ends, he says, was getting kind of annoying anyway. He sneers at their talk of loyalty and camaraderie like it's a joke. Someone tries to fight back and pays for it instantly. Something feral, eyes glowing, lunges through the carnage. The killer moves through the survivors like nothing can touch him. Another comrade goes down bleeding, screaming into the mud. Young Enkrid hits the ground gasping, but you can go, he begs, still trying to save someone else. The killer just laughs, you'll never amount to anything anyway. Tusk, poor bastard, and he lets him live out of contempt, not mercy. Something in Enkrid breaks, watching it all happen. He was strong, Enkrid tells himself, thinking of the man who wiped out his whole crew. No, the truth is simpler and uglier than that. Enkrid was the weak one. He'd been helpless to stop any of it, but that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that he only survived because of that same man's twisted, disgusting mercy. Spending his life chasing revenge, he realizes, would just mean letting that man keep toying with him. He still carries the weight of every comrade he lost. But even so, if only he'd had the power to stop it. In the nightmare, a face leans in close and calls his name. Want me to kill you this time, the dream taunts. The nightmare drags him back into the fight, blade raised, blood red all around. Something feral lunges at him out of the dark. It's only a nightmare, a voice cuts through, snap out of it. Enkrid jolts awake mid-swing, sword raised, nearly striking out before he catches himself. He settles back down, shaken, the nightmare still clinging to him. Esther, curled up beside him in her panther form, gives him a look. What a troublesome man. In her own memory, back at the rear base, it was someone else screaming in pain. I gave it everything trying to burn away his fatigue, Esther remembers. And I was still powerless when he actually needed me. I won't make that mistake again. Her blue eyes stay fixed on him, quietly resolved. Back in the present, Ragna splashes water on his face as more soldiers approach camp. The hidden Aspen bastards came crawling back, Ragna tells him. We're heading out, he says, already grinning at the fight ahead. One of the mercenaries grumbles that the enemy showed up too early, it's bad for my skin. Esther, still curled up asleep, lets out a sleepy little Naya as Ragna checks on her. Enkrid can't shake the feeling that the voice from his dream sounded like Esther's. Ragna leaves orders to guard the tent well, resting a hand gently on the sleeping panther. Enkrid gears up, tension written all over his face. Across the misty field, enemy ranks stand in formation, banners raised. They must have something prepared, making us wait this long, Ragna grins. Feels like today's going to be fun. I agree, Enkrid says simply. The question hangs over the whole line. What exactly has Aspen prepared for them? Something snaps the whole line to alert. Faces go pale as they realize what's coming. Fire, someone screams the warning. Soldiers scramble to brace for impact. The archer line lets loose fire. Fuuk, and the sky goes dark with arrows. The volley comes down over the whole formation. Soldiers duck and scramble as the storm of arrows lands. Arrows rain down across the field in a solid wall. Enkrid's eyes go wide, that's. Something massive is charging through the chaos. A giant, wreathed in glowing blue markings, roars onto the battlefield. It tears into the line before anyone can react. Bodies fly as the giant crushes everything in its path. A soldier is caught in its grip with no chance to escape. His scream tears through the battlefield. Save M is all he manages before the giant finishes it. The giant stands over the wreckage, completely unbothered. It laughs a low mocking keheh, like none of this is any real threat. Its tusked face and glowing markings mark it as something far from human. Enkrid's mind flashes to everything he knows about the creatures of this continent. Frogfolk, he recalls, live for dreams and desire. Fairies venerate nature above all else. Dwarves are obsessed with metal, and half-humans just want to keep their bloodlines going. Half-dragons walk alone, answering to no one. And then there are the ones who simply love the violence their own bodies can inflict. They're called the beasts of red blood, and this one just proved it. They're coming from both sides, Enkrid realizes, and the mercenary beside him tenses. Enemies to our right, someone screams. Left comes the answering cry. Enemies left, if we don't stop them here, the shout cuts off. We'll be surrounded and killed, boss, Andrew yells, panic all over his face. Enkrid's answer is simple, then stop them. Andrew stares at him, thrown. Why is he so calm about all of this? The elf officer spots her own kin arriving on the left flank. So I'll head that way, she says, and Pin can't resist teasing no kiss for good luck. No, she says flatly, riding off. How cold, Pin sighs. Enkrid watches her go, still turning something over in his mind. With their commander headed left, that leaves the giant ahead and the right flank, and Ragna likes those odds. Ha, good, very good. Let me show you what's up. Ragna barrels forward, thrilled for a real fight. He charges straight for the front line without a second thought. Watch closely, boss, he calls back, this is what you'll learn next. Enkrid can only wonder why the man looks so genuinely happy about all of this. Down on the front line, one of the squad's veterans plants his boot in the mud, cracking his neck like he's been waiting all day for this. Ah, how fun, Ragna mutters, and you already know something's about to break loose. This feeling, he thinks, as blades scream past and panicked soldiers scatter all around him. It's just like the first time he ever stood on a real battlefield, that same electric rush flooding back. He swings hard, cutting clean through the enemy line without breaking stride. Even without his trump card, he says, he never once flinched at axes swinging straight for his head. But the real reason he trained Heart of the Beast in the first place is simple, because it's useful. No poetry to it, just results, and honestly, fair enough. His heart slams against his ribs, pounding harder than it has in a long, long time. Blood floods through him faster than usual, while nearby a couple of enemy soldiers scream for a retreat order that isn't coming. One of them breaks completely, screaming for anyone to save him. A monstrous shape looms out of the smoke and closes in on the fleeing men. Ragna's arm bulges, veins standing out, the transformation taking hold. He grips down hard and lets out a guttural roar mid-swing. Another enemy goes down in a spray of red. Bodies go flying left and right, like he's clearing brush. What used to be a man barely looks human anymore. His whole frame keeps swelling, muscle stacking on muscle. He swings again and again, a one-man wrecking ball. He charges straight into the thick of it without a hint of hesitation. Something huge crouches low, ready to pounce on whatever's still standing. He launches into the air and comes down with a bone-rattling crunch. His blood vessels swell, muscle fiber packing in denser by the second. Somewhere under all that bulk, his heart is working overtime just to keep up. Another bone-crunching hit lands, and the battlefield gets a little quieter. Ragna barely looks like himself anymore, swollen and blue-skinned and furious. He starts to say mid-swing, like he's about to name the thing he's become. The impact rips through another attacker with a sickening crack. Heart of the superhuman, he roars, and now you know exactly what you're looking at. His eyes burn red, blood streaking down a face twisted into something feral. One more enemy goes airborne in a burst of dirt and sparks. He doesn't slow down for a second. Another body drops somewhere behind him, already forgotten. Enemy soldiers scatter, tripping over each other just to get away from him. One poor guy barely gets his shield up in time. Pure terror on his face, nobody signed up to fight this. It doesn't help, he goes down anyway. Ragna turns, that red-eyed stare already finding its next target. Someone manages to choke out right before his fist comes down. Little insect, Ragna bellows, swatting him aside like he's nothing. He keeps moving, keeps swinging, an unstoppable blur of blue muscle. Another lunge, another kill, without a shred of mercy. He's snarling now, fully lost in the fight. Blood runs down his knuckles, none of it his own. He lets out a roar loud enough to hear from the enemy camp. His back is a mess of scars and fresh blood, and he clearly doesn't care. He lunges again, relentless. Tusk, all these weapons are so weak, he complains, as if the problem is the gear and not the fact that he keeps snapping it in half. He grabs a fresh spear off a dead man and gets right back to work. He grunts with the effort of another brutal swing. The soldiers behind him just watch, shields up, too stunned to move. Win, he finally says, flat and simple, like the outcome was never in doubt. You bastards, he growls at whoever's left standing. Not bad at all, he laughs, actually enjoying himself. Behind him, his own side is losing it. We will be victorious, help the lunatic, someone screams. Keep him supplied with weapons, comes the order, because at this rate he's going through them like toothpicks. Spears get passed up the line just to keep him swinging. And off to the side, Enkrid just stares, wide-eyed, taking it all in. A strength unreachable by normal humans, he mutters to himself, is that what I'm going to learn next? There's real hunger in his eyes. You can practically see the gears turning in his head. I think we've seen enough, someone next to him mutters, he's just toying with it now. Pin cuts in with the actual plan. Their company commanders got the left, Rem's handling the enemy giant, and if they lock down the right flank, we can completely wipe out the Aspen's boss. Yeah, Enkrid agrees, only half paying attention. Looks like everyone else already ran off to do their own thing, Pin says, wondering out loud what Ragna's even planning next. I'll come with you, Enkrid says, standing around watching is boring. Someone shoots him a look. Now is really not the time to get excited about learning a new skill. Somewhere else on the field, a soldier goes down hard, blood spraying across the grass. Sir, because of me, a wounded man chokes out, guilt written all over his face as an officer shields him. Shut up, stand back, the officer barks, turning to face whatever's coming for them. Blood-soaked and gritting his teeth, he plants his feet and raises his blade anyway. A hooded figure watches with a slow, mocking grin. How touching. But how long do you think you'll last? He sneers, already moving to strike. Steel meets flesh and more blood hits the ground. The fight is fast, brutal, and completely one-sided. Somehow, the wounded soldier manages to land a hit of his own. You look terrible, vengeance, someone says to the panting, bloodied blonde soldier Rem, barely standing after the clash. Enkrid jogs over to check on him, done with his own fight for the moment. Rem looks up, surprised to see him. Enkrid. Shut up, these are valorous wounds of honor, Rem grumbles, waving off the concern, as a hooded stranger slips off into the distance behind him. But Enkrid's already looking past him, eyes narrowing at the retreating hood. You. The figure turns back with that same unsettling grin. It's been a while. You haven't forgotten your friend's name, have you, Ensai? He asks, far too familiar for comfort. That grin doesn't waver for a second. Rem glances between them, confused. Your friend, boss. Enkrid's mind flashes back to old carnage. He wouldn't have been able to argue with this guy calling himself a friend once. But not anymore, not compared to someone who guns down his own comrades without blinking. The man just keeps smiling, like it's all a joke to him. Enkrid decides right then, the ones who actually risk their lives to protect the people beside them, those are the ones he'll call his friends. The memory keeps burning behind his eyes, chaos and screaming and steel. Back in the present, Rem still bleeding, still standing anyway. My friends, Enkrid thinks bitter, then out loud, I remember your name. Bitch, was it? He says flatly, not exactly the tearful reunion the guy was hoping for. His eyes go cold, all business now. Actually, your name was piece of shit, Enkrid says, already swinging. The hooded man barely gets a hand up in time. You weak piece of shit, he snarls back, eyes flaring red. Blades clash hard enough to spark. I wasn't able to do this the last time we parted ways, Enkrid says through gritted teeth, pressing the attack. Piece of shit. He closes the distance in a heartbeat, sparks flying off cross steel. And just as the fight reaches its peak, a familiar gray-haired figure steps into view, watching quietly. This, Enkrid says, finishing it, is revenge for my friends. He explodes into a dead sprint, blade already up, bearing down on his target with everything he's got. He finally gets to say what he's been chewing on for years. I never got to do this last time we parted ways, you piece of trash. Someone screams no as his blade comes down again. He isn't letting up for a second. Face to face now, he snarls the real reason he's here. This is payback, he says, for his friends. And there he is, the man behind all of it. Pale, gaunt, grinning like he's already won. His mind flashes back years, a younger version of himself reaching a hand across a battlefield toward someone he couldn't save. In the memory, his old mercenary crew watches in horror as their boss throws himself right back into a fight he has no business surviving. Somebody in the crew says the awful part out loud, he's going to die. Even the assassins hunting him admit it. Between themselves working together, they still couldn't put their target down alone. A young soldier goes pale, realizing these attackers didn't learn the blade for duty, they learned it for the kill. He talks himself through it. Real skill built on real blood killers who picked up the sword purely for the thrill of it. Back in the present, Rotten sneers that he simply moved on with his life while our guy sat here stewing in revenge, and that Aspen promised him a lordship for this war. In the memory, the boss goes down mid-sentence, cut open before he can even finish his warning. Rotten boasts he's going to climb so high, Enkrid will never be able to touch him again. Enkrid barely blinks. Is that so, he says. That flat little reaction lights the fuse. Rotten howls that he's always hated that look in his eyes. Still screaming, he snaps his strange, flexible blade around like a whip. Enkrid ducks and weaves, reading the wild arc of that weird sword in real time. Mid-dodge, he clocks exactly what he's dealing with, a blade that bends like a needle and cuts just as easily. He names it out loud, calm as ever, the Eastern Kai sword. For one very long heartbeat, that blade is basically kissing his throat. He answers with a clean counter-slash of his own. Rotten spits that it won't matter anyway. Even if he lets Enkrid live, he'll never be able to do a thing with it. They collide again in a full sprint across the open field, neither one giving an inch. A grainy memory flashes in Rotten, swearing that this time, he'll actually finish the kill. Someone screams a name across the chaos, and Kai, the nickname nobody's called him in years. Rotten leaps in for the finish, blade flashing. A blur of thrusts rains down, that whip-like blade lashing out again and again. A young mercenary screams that nobody could have seen that sword path coming. And the boss roars back to life for one last surge of power. Boss. Back in the present, Enkrid catches the blow on a braced forearm, teeth gritted. His eyes go hard and cold. He's done playing around. He remembers exactly why he can handle this. Ragna already drilled the Kai style into him. He answers with a blurred double slash, blue light trailing the blade. Ragna's old advice rings in his head: just commit to your own style and put your full weight behind it. Teacher's memory and students' focus blur together into one grim expression. The lesson keeps going. No matter how strong the murderous blade style is, if you don't rein it in, you're wide open. Watching close by, Rem mutters that Enkrid clearly already knows exactly how to do this. A decisive slash finally draws real blood. His own face is bloodied now too, but his focus hasn't slipped an inch. Rotten reels, blood at his mouth. The fight's finally turning. Enkrid isn't done talking either. Let me correct what you just said, he tells him. The next exchange comes faster, uglier, more final. Steel keeps singing through the air between them. And then it's over. Rotten's run clean through, falling hard. The battlefield goes eerily quiet around the two of them. He says it like a vow. The Enkrid who just watches his comrades die is gone. You won't haunt my dreams anymore. Rotten's head drops, the dagger slipping from a hand that can't hold it up any longer. Enkrid glances back over his shoulder, quiet, unreadable. He admits the dead don't really answer anybody, but he hopes his real friends, wherever they are, get some peace out of this. Whatever Rotten tries to gasp out with his last breath, Enkrid's already stopped listening. One word low and satisfied: good. He rolls his shoulders like that was just a warm-up. Now then, he says, let's stretch these legs out a little more. He's already airborne, dropping straight into the thick of the wider battlefield. One of the gray hounds sizes him up, sneering, who's this kid think he is, facing all of us alone. The rest of them close in fast, ready to make an example out of him. Twin arcs of orange light rip straight through the group. One assassin folds around the blade, done before he even lands. More of them crumple in the same breath, the ground already soaked. Off to the side, Rem just stares, completely floored. Nearby, Pin's eyes go wide as another attacker snarls, that bastard, right before he's cut down too. He drops mid-curse, no time left to finish the thought. Enkrid's already moving on to the next one without breaking stride. Blade meets blade for half a second before it's over. Another attacker spins and falls, the fight barely slowing him down. One gets kicked clean off his feet while Rem scrambles for his own blade nearby. Enkrid resets his stance, sword raised, orange light trailing the strike. The next assassin's face freezes in pure shock the instant before the killing blow lands. One more goes down, gritting blood through his teeth. Not to be outdone, Rem finally lands a kill of his own. Watching Enkrid work, it's obvious he needs almost nothing, a few steps into the right spot, one clean motion and it's over. Rem can't help it, he's impressed all over again. This is exactly how strong his squad really is. Another decisive strike puts one more attacker down for good. The Grey Hounds finally panic. Get him all together, someone screams, terror all over his face. Rem plants his feet and swings in hard, orange light flashing off his blade. He calls back to the rest of the squad without even looking. Pay close attention. Like this is a masterclass and not a massacre. Somebody's shout gets cut off mid-word as the fight keeps moving. This is what you'll have to learn, Rem tells them while Enkrid locks blades with one more attacker, eyes burning. Another assassin screams as the blade finally catches him. Rem finally gets a second to breathe, wrung out but still standing. Something about the enemy leader's stance flashes an image in Enkrid's head. He really doesn't like a single glowing red eye. The fight keeps grinding on around them, steel flashing through the rain. More of the assassins go down together, no mercy left in this fight. The ones still standing don't last much longer either. One last blade flashes through what's left of them. Enkrid can't shake it. For a split second he swore he saw the Wall's style in that swordwork, that same dominating, minimal precision. Rem, riding high on adrenaline, announces he's already thinking up a name for the move he just pulled off. Enkrid just watches him silent, letting him have the moment. Really, he finally asks deadpan, "That's the name you're going with?" The scene pulls back to the wider war, the whole battlefield erupting at once. Rows of soldiers charge forward, spears and shields raised, chaos spreading fast. An enemy voice bellows across the field, "The giants are on our side now, Aspen. Take those fuckers down," someone screams back, shields bracing as the sky itself seems to crack open. Line after line braces behind their shields, waiting for the impact. A towering, hulking shape smashes clean through the formation, eyes burning red. Its fist comes down like a falling mountain, scattering soldiers and spears alike. Every soldier who sees it freezes, screaming in raw terror. One of them can barely choke out the words, "Why does Noriria have a giant too?" And there it is, Noriria's own giant rising up, eyes glowing that same eerie red. Up on the ridge, an Aspen scout's voice cracks in disbelief. Why does Noriria suddenly have a giant too? The giant in question just grins under a glowing red mask and shrugs it off. He's just an ordinary human, apparently. Sure, ordinary if ordinary comes with an arm thicker than most soldiers' waists. The enemy ranks aren't buying it either, screaming that he's not just huge, he's insanely huge. He leans in close, almost gentle about it, and offers them a countdown to get their affairs in order. The soldiers freeze, not quite processing what they just heard. 5 he starts and he's already moving. An officer screams for the spear wall to hold formation, no matter what. Forward, someone bellows, followed a heartbeat later by a much less disciplined die. 3 the spears converge on him from every direction at once. 2 he's already ducked under half of them. 1 blood hits the air before anyone even sees him move. Claws of red tear straight through the spear line like it was never there. Bodies drop where they stand, the storm of slashes barely slowing down. Men are thrown clean off their feet, the whole formation shredded in seconds. What's left of the spear wall scatters, blood and mud flying everywhere. He wipes his dripping weapon and mutters that he called on the war god today. "God," he says almost politely, "I'm sending you a few souls today." Countdown hits 0 and he's already swinging, a blood-soaked bar of a weapon in hand. "Mo monster," one soldier shrieks, breaking rank to run. The rest of the line scrambles, spears dropped, formation completely gone. "We need to kill someone," starts, staring up at that mountain of a back. He doesn't wait for them to finish the sentence. Another soldier goes flying, and the line just keeps thinning. By now it's less a battle than a one-sided beatdown. He roars that he'll send them all off together. To meet God, brothers, subtle this guy is not. The wind shifts and the story pulls somewhere much quieter, a lone, pale-haired figure watching from a hillside. A line of hooded travelers crosses open grass. Fairies, the narration says simply. They're heading for one massive, sunlit old tree at the heart of the forest. Fairies traditionally keep to themselves in hidden forest villages with their families, but the times, it seems, have changed that. A pointed ear catches the light under a curtain of pale hair, unmistakably fey. A hooded figure looks up and calls her a fellow kinsman. A few fairies are being traded, we're told, in exchange for someone named Krona and their sword, Niddle. A green hooded fighter squares up, warning she won't bother chasing if her opponent decides to run. "The same goes for me," the pale-haired fairy answers, just as cold. It's a grudge match over swords, her leaf blade Niddle against his needle-thin needle. He grips the hilt and wonders aloud which blade is actually the better one. Neither one blinks first. Then it's just steel, faster than the eye can track. Strike after strike rings out across the empty field. Neither blade is backing down an inch. Sparks fly as the two named swords finally lock together. His blade comes within an inch of her face, close enough to leave a mark. She twists away just in time, barely. The exchange keeps escalating, quicker with every clash. No wah, someone starts to say and doesn't get to finish. No fey blade, she says, is actually better than any other. It all comes down to the one holding it, and she just proved her point. She pins him down, needle sword and all, fight decided. He gasps out, clearly not expecting to lose. One clean blue arc and it's over, or so she thinks. The blade flashes one more time, sudden and out of nowhere. Blood streaks her cheek, she wasn't ready for that. Now, someone shouts and a second attacker grabs her from behind, blade at her throat, laughing. All of you, she manages, only just realizing how many there really are. Blood sprays as the ambush turns fully lopsided. A blade finds its mark and someone doesn't get back up. A young man with reddish-brown hair kneels over the fallen, quiet and grim. How, she chokes out, held fast, still processing the ambush. He gloats that distracting her while his men swarmed in was, credit where due, a decent plan. But she's not done yet. A blade punches straight through his hood from behind. Steel flashes one final time. She's back on her feet, cloak torn, still swinging. It was, in the end, just enough to finish him off barely. Years later, she wonders aloud if it's really fine to just leave Enkrid be. Carmen shrugs it off. The kid would have died ages ago if a beating like that could actually kill him. You trust him, she says, watching Carmen's face carefully. Carmen doesn't answer right away. She moves on. They've got the upper hand now, and this new commander Marcus actually knows how to fight. Unlike the useless one before him, she adds dryly, this time they're not wasting the opening. Back on the field, that silver-haired wrecking machine rounds on the enemy's heavy infantry and roars them on by name. Forward, the enemy line answers bravely, and about to regret it. He's already crashing through their front rank. Shields splinter under the weight of every strike. One knight barely gets his shield up in time, barely. Heavy infantry, they'll trample us, someone screams, retreat, fall back. Elsewhere, a young soldier with copper hair is the one they are desperate not to let escape. That's the one from before, someone shrieks, Andrew the virgin lunatic. Andrew just tells them to run if they don't want to end up like the ghoul did. One of his squad mates watches him work and can't help thinking that's Rem's style showing up in Andrew. It's rubbing off on him, he mutters, half amused and half unsettled as Pin cheers nearby. They say there's mana in the springtime air, the narration muses. The enemy's spear line braces for another wave it can't actually stop. Another body falls, pinned by more spears than it needed. The boulder just keeps grinding forward through the bristling spear wall, laughing the whole way. Behind him, the rest of the squad advances in formation, mopping up what's left. That same springtime air, the narration says, is washing straight over this battlefield. The squad hoists their battered strongman up like he just won the whole war single-handed. Enkrid watches it all unfold from a distance, quiet and unreadable. Enemy cavalry breaks and scatters across the field. The enemy commanders are running, comes the call, send the border guards, see this to the end. Ragnar throws himself back into the fight, satisfied their plans just got demolished. All of this, he grins, was done by that platoon of lunatics. Pin admits their squad never used to fight with this much fire, not before their boss showed up. One man's influence, the narration says plainly, just changed the outcome of the entire day. The battered crew regroups, trading looks like even they can't quite believe what just happened. The ferry commander allows herself a small smile. They're all a little drunk on that springtime mana. Someone shouts for the name of the heroes of this battle. The answer comes back as one big ridiculous chant, lunatics. The chant zeroes in on one soldier in particular, the virgin lunatic. Lunatics, it's not exactly a dignified nickname, but it's sticking. Pin isn't totally sure this is the reputation they wanted. But hey, as long as the boss is happy, she figures, who's complaining? Enkrid leaps back into the fray and the platoon of lunatics follows him in. The Aspen charge doesn't survive contact. Their line breaks apart in an instant, riders scattering across the field. Two of their own break off from the pack, riding hard just to put distance between themselves and the massacre. Lord Abner's plans weren't bad, one gasps between breaths, We just didn't expect someone strong enough to take down a giant. Was this all part of the plan? Another cries out then, grimmer, we even lost Mitch Hurrier to him. That bastard, one spits, recognizing the same fighter who's been wrecking their plans since the last battle. Behind them, the giant that flattened their charge finally goes down hard, cut open under a knight's blade. Another straggler doesn't even make it a full length before he's cut down mid-gallop. The commander of the Grey Hounds, someone shouts in disbelief and the order comes back sharp, keep going. It's the border guards, spears rise out of the grass as the ambush closes in from every side. An officer hauls a fleeing soldier back by the collar, refusing to let the retreat turn into a stampede. Steel rings out again and again as the border guards cut a bloody path through the scattering column. One Aspen soldier grits his teeth through a blow that nearly takes his head off. Another falls screaming under a flash of blue steel. It's the commander of the border guards, someone realizes far too late for it to matter. A dark-haired swordsman with ice-cold eyes carves through the enemy almost untouched, ending the fight before it really starts. The rout turns into a slaughter rider's scream and scatter as blood sprays across the grass. Too many of us have already died supporting Mitch Hurrier, one soldier realizes in horror. We can't take on the border guards right now, another admits, fear plain on his face. A rider barely has time to shout before the next strike lands. Fuck, someone screams as a blade opens up another line of the retreat. An older soldier goes down hard, blood spraying across his horse's flank. One more Aspen grits out a pained groan, barely holding on. A violet flash of steel cuts down yet another straggler mid-charge. The last of the Aspen line finally goes still. As the retreat call fades into the distance, Ragna eyes the fleeing survivors. Should we give chase? Leave them, the commander answers flatly. They'll be cast aside like the dogs they are. This fight was only the opening act. Below them, the battlefield is littered with Aspen dead, a bunch of strays now, not an army. It's a massive win over the Aspens, but as camp settles in for the night, everyone knows this was still just the opening piece of a much bigger war. The real fight is still waiting for us out in the tall grass fields. Comes the word and with it, news that the whole camp is packing up and moving out tomorrow. Back at camp, Pin wrestles a squadmate into a headlock mid-argument while laying out the plan. Dig in near cross guard and keep the pressure on the Aspens. There's no big victory party waiting for them, just quiet rewards for whoever actually pulled their weight in the fight, Enkrid included. We don't even have to help with the move, how great is that? One grins, sprawled out. Enkrid can't resist adding, this is all thanks to me taking down the giant. You all just have to brag, don't you? Someone barks, cutting the bragging short. Stop butting in, Barrel Woman shoots back unbothered. Idiots, she mutters, watching the whole camp dissolve into a shoving match below. Enough. Someone comes flying through the chaos mid-brawl and Enkrid, unimpressed, just offers, duel with me if you want to fight. Pin shakes her head, you really won't miss a beat, will you? But that fight out there, that was a first for all of us. Someone else can't stop grinning about it, the pure adrenaline of their squad's lunatics tearing across the battlefield. The thrill. Auden, mid-workout, gets in a jab of his own, that much was enough to move you, you're still young, virgin lunatic. The target yelps back, mortified. Oh, you think you can take me on now? Someone taunts as another scuffle kicks off nearby. As dusk settles over camp, Enkrid glances back over his shoulder, already thinking about something else. By the woodpile, a squadmate startles at his approach. Ah, boss, Enkrid asks him plainly what's on his mind. The widower florist, the man murmurs, caught somewhere far away in thought, he'll never get there while he's still stuck fighting. Enkrid can't help a small laugh. Words gotten around the grass fields that Henry's dream is to go home and marry the widowed florist he's been pining over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thinking about her, Henry admits, walking off. Enkrid asks him straight, do you want to go back? But how could I just leave when everyone else is still fighting? Henry answers, loyalty winning out over his own heart. There's a quiet weight behind his eyes as he says it. Word is, this squad has cheated death more than once thanks to Henry's instincts as a hunter. It was Henry who got them out alive when they were trapped in the tall grass fields. And it was Henry who spotted the snakes coiled under the stones before anyone else even knew to look. Alone with his blade, Henry swings through a practice cut carrying that sword for one reason: a dream he's not ready to give up on. "Boss," Henry calls out, jogging to catch up with Enkrid crossing the field. Enkrid doesn't slow down, just keeps walking ahead of him into the evening light. "You too have to live for your own dream," Enkrid tells him, flat and certain. Henry just blinks, caught completely off guard. That night the paperwork gets pulled for Henry, of the independent platoon, 4th Company. Their elf commander looks him dead in the eye and delivers the news herself: "You've been granted a special discharge." Is all Henry can manage. "So sorry, Commander, what do you?" he stammers. "You didn't hear, you have your platoon commander to thank for this." Word gets around fast: Henry's packing his bow and bag to head home. "Hey, you headin' out?" someone calls from their bunk as he passes. Auden sits up, bandaged hands and all. "Blessings on your future ventures, brother. I bet you'll actually get to sleep once you're discharged." "I'm jealous." Even bedridden, Pin can't resist ribbing him. "You did good among us lunatics," then hollers at another squadmate. "What do you say, Big Eyes?" "Get home safe, Henry," the others tell him, seeing him off. Henry lingers a moment, taking it all in before he goes. As he starts to walk away, Enkrid catches himself watching, a little caught off guard by his own reaction. Henry turns back one last time. "Boss." Enkrid can't help thinking it. Unlike Andrew and Mac, who slotted right into the platoon, Henry never quite fit in. Probably even more so given how out of place he always seemed. Enkrid grips his shoulder. "I hope you win her over." For a second he just watches him go, saying nothing more. "Thank you for everything," Henry says quietly, and means it. With one last fist bump, he turns and walks off into the light. From above, they watch him head for the wagon that'll carry him home. "Did you see him off?" Fairy asks, falling into step beside Enkrid. "I did, thanks for signing off on my request," he tells her. She just smiles. "Anything for my fiancé." So she presses, "When exactly are we having this betrothal?" Enkrid doesn't even blink. "In about 10 years. Honestly, if we're talking about what I'm into," he starts. "I'm really not that into fairies at all." Her eye twitches at the jab. She doesn't say anything, just lets it sit there for a beat too long. "Don't you ever think your words could actually hurt someone?" she finally asks, more serious than she means to sound. "But you're not hurt," he says simply, like that settles it. She looks away toward the sunset, instead of answering. "Tusk," she shakes it off, "walk with me before we head back." They cross the grass together in silence, the last light fading behind them. "The commander's looking for you, by the way," she adds, breaking the moment. Somewhere in camp, a fist clenches tight. Something's got him on edge already. Word comes down, the commander wants to see him, and that face means business. Ragna's armored shoulder catches the light as he waits, patient as ever. Enkrid and Fairy set off together across camp, headed for that meeting. He strides on ahead, boots crunching over the grass. A squad mate mutters a warning on the way: "Think hard before you answer this one." Word's already gotten around about what he pulled off, infiltrating crossguard, wiping out the gray hounds hiding in the rear lines. Enkrid finds Ragna waiting by a camp table, drink already in hand. "Do you like tea?" Ragna asks, sizing him up over the cup. He offers a cup. Enkrid, never one for small talk, just shrugs it off. "I'm all right." Enkrid needles him, instead busy with the big move. "Are we?" Ragna admits dryly that he's barely got anything left to pack, thanks entirely to Enkrid. Enkrid can't resist calling him out for buttering him up. Ragna's not having it. He only stated the truth, and Enkrid's earned every bit of the credit. Enkrid clocks it instantly: the man's trying to poach him, and he's doing it right in front of Fairy, his actual boss. "You seem unfazed," Ragna needles. "You already know I've taken a liking to you, don't you?" His mind drifts back to where this all started. "And your answer?" the memory asks. Young Enkrid, without blinking: "I refuse." Ragna's caught off guard. He's heard that exact refusal plenty of times before, apparently. Turns out Enkrid's turned down commander after commander this way, but he insists his offer is different. "I have a dream," Enkrid says quietly. He lets the words hang there in the silence. "A dream?" Ragna echoes, genuinely curious now. "I will become a knight," Enkrid declares. The sun breaks over the hills like the whole world's leaning in to listen. Ragna admits years later, the same fire once burned in him too. He trained once to become the legendary Sword of the Crown himself. But the years wore him down, and he made peace with a smaller life. Now I just get by day to day, he admits, walking off alone. A dreamless life, he says, is nothing but a chain that keeps you from growing. He falls quiet, the weight of his own words catching up to him. I had no right to take you in under me, he finally says. Young Enkrid bows, respectful, ready to walk his own path. Ragna wonders aloud if the kids really got what it takes to be a knight. Fairy just shrugs, that's on him. A knight, I respect your dream, Enkrid, he says, and years later he still means it. And now Ragna's chasing something new himself. Norilia answers to the crown, sure, but the nobles have quietly been grabbing more and more power. He'd know he used to run in those noble circles himself. He was one of them once. But not anymore, he wants his own dream back. His hand closes around a sealed letter, ready to send. The wax seal presses down, official and final. Wagon wheels creak into motion. The whole camp rolls out at sunrise and doesn't stop moving until sunset. Back at the new camp, Enkrid's already grumbling that peace and quiet is boring. Audin's not about to let him sit still. Let's train, brother leader. He flexes his bandaged arms and cackles that muscle only grows through relentless punishment. He keeps flaunting that ridiculous physique for anyone who will look. Meanwhile, Rem's flat on his back, milking a lazy afternoon for everything it's worth. Not that laziness stops him dishing out advice: work on your balance if you want to dual wield. Before that, someone cuts in, and Audin's already flexing again like nobody asked. Someone asks if Rem's still training his swordsmanship. His answer: he conveniently found time to grab a blanket instead. Nearby, a squad mate tells Enkrid to focus. Even chaos like this can sharpen his senses. Someone else just wants everybody to shut it. Audin hauls an entire tent frame onto his back like it's nothing. Enkrid just watches, unimpressed. Somebody starts hyping up a move with a name almost as big as his ego. Lunatics, a bystander mutters, keeping a safe distance from the chaos. The whole camp scrambles to get the tents up before somebody gets flattened. Someone yells that a blanket's gone missing, and everyone already knows exactly who to blame. Then their company commander shows up, green eyes blazing, patience already gone, you're getting in the way. One word, no room to argue, leave. The squad scatters, blown clean off their feet by the sheer force of it. Someone can't resist ribbing Audin on the way out, should have folded that lump of muscle down somewhere smaller. A couple of squad mates grumble, totally baffled. What did they even do to deserve that? Only Enkrid, they figure, could ever get away with talking back to her like that. Fair's fair, though their company commander's just as crazy as the rest of them. Best not to get tangled up in whatever those two lunatics are doing. Off scouting the ruins, Pin clocks something off about the terrain. This, she figures, used to be the enemy's old base. Digging through the wreckage, she's already onto something. Anyone heading into battle stashes their valuables first and finders keepers, as far as she's concerned. She's just got a knack for guessing exactly where people hide things. Cries, tagging along, wants to know what she's even looking for. She spots it, a tree root planted just a little too conveniently. Reading the old base's layout, she figured there had to be loot stashed somewhere easy to reach. Cries, for his part, has a genuinely sharp head on his shoulders. Even mid-fight, he's already thinking 3 steps ahead. Word is that knack for reading a battle came out of years spent just trying to survive one. Whatever the reason, he runs circles around most trained tacticians. Funny thing is, his actual dream is just opening a fancy salon for rich women. Pin gets distracted chasing something small and clawed, calling out a name. Then she strikes gold. Wait, is this a map? Back with the squad, Ragna wonders if they're really just out here to babysit Pin. There's still daylight left before camp really needs them. Might as well kill time while the tents go up. Ragna turns to Rem. He'd been about to say something earlier. Someone can't resist milking the moment, grinning ear to ear, heart of the superhuman. His own invention, he says proudly, right before slamming everything he's got into a single strike. It's a technique built to push the body clean past what a human's supposed to handle. Problem is, it puts brutal strain on the heart. It could kill him doing it. Enkrid just shrugs, don't worry about it. Ragna watches him like a predator sizing up prey. A greedy one too, by the look of it. Rem's grinning ear to ear, there's no way he wouldn't put everything behind this one. Fists wrapped tight, ready to go. Good, let's. Ragna starts. Blow up our hearts then, huh, comes the answer, fired up and grinning. The impact lands hard, a streak of red cutting through the air. We are back in Enkrid's mercenary days. Ragna grips the kid's shoulder, sizing him up for something big. Ragna grins wide, that scarred eye gleaming. Blow up our hearts then, not exactly a comforting way to start a lesson. Something violent flashes red across the page and young Enkrid's eyes go sharp with focus. Whatever this is, it has already begun. Ragna lays out the theory plain and simple. Concentration and senses are everything here. Humans, he says, can naturally call up superhuman strength in a life-or-death pinch, and this technique is just a way to summon that on command. Word gets around camp that Rem trained under that lump of muscles too, so surely he can handle whatever this is. Ragna's answer is blunt: what you need is faith. Try blowing your own heart up just enough that it does not actually burst. Young Enkrid can only blink. Blow it up, great pitch coach. The heart glows crimson on the page, thudding with raw, dangerous power. This is what he is asking them to control. Sweat and strain everywhere as the technique claws at him, dark energy crackling off his skin. It is Rem's turn under this technique now, his heart pounding so hard it looks ready to leap clean out of his chest. Ragna presses 2 fingers to Rem's chest. I can feel it with my fingertips, he mutters, tracking the wild heartbeat. I see, so this is what he's talking about. Ragna nods, then dials it back. Start slow, just a quarter of what I'm doing. He settles in across from Enkrid. Here, he begins, otherwise your whatever is coming next, it does not sound optional. Now it is Enkrid's turn to try it himself, hand pressed to his own chest, matching Ragna's technique exactly. Blow up my heart, he growls, eye burning with focus, subtle as always. The rest of the squad gathers to watch, tense, as a heavy impact cracks through the air. Ragna watches close, bandaged fists steady, gauging every twitch of the effort. Relief flickers across Ragna's face. I think my worries were useless, he admits to himself. You aren't doing anything. Ragna needles him mid-grip, the two of them locked hand to hand like it's a dare. Just like before, you improve like a genius, then stop dead out of nowhere, Ragna points out, watching him closely. Enkrid narrows his eyes. Are you doing this to mess with me? I can't deny it, Ragna shoots back with a smirk. The rest of the squad chimes in. Nobody understands what Ragna's talking about either, but yeah, Enkrid's kind of built like that. I'm trying my best, okay, Enkrid snaps, clearly hitting the end of his patience. Night falls over the camp. One more time, he mutters to himself and goes again. A soldier stumbles onto their late-night session, baffled. What are you doing? Ragna's response is to straight up sit on him. Are you even trying? Subtlety was never his strong suit. He is practically screaming it now. Do it now, go. Under the moonlight, the two of them go at it again and again, drilling the same brutal motion into muscle memory. A very unimpressed squad mate leans out of a tent. Whatever it is, let us sleep, you assholes. Ragna throws another punch into the dark, breath ragged, while somewhere nearby someone is asking after the boss. Watching from the sidelines, one of the squad guesses he is about to swing his sword, and worries he is just not built to learn this skill at all. Back at camp, tempers are short. Don't fuck with me, rat, wait your turn. Rem is flat on his back, wrecked. If it isn't about motivation, it's gotta be the teacher, someone jabs, as bad as you, lazy ass. Ragna gets told to take his shouting outside, you barbarian, before launching into the real explanation of what he built. Heart of the Superman is what I created, he explains, by modifying the skills of my tribe. You're supposed to get a sense of it through a spell first. Then you learn to control it yourself after, but no matter what, his voice trails into frustration. No matter what I try, he just won't get it. Ragna groans from his sick, clearly still recovering from something. I guess even the spellcasters back in my village couldn't get it in one try, he admits, remembering his own training. And even the ones who did almost all died by accident. Tusk, fine, don't rush it, he concedes. You know it yourself, someone reminds him. Even with Heart of the Beast, you took way too long to learn it. The training grinds on, focus honed to a blade's edge, every rep a small act of faith. Ragna is laid up again, cursing under his breath. This technique costs him too. Night after night, Enkrid is out under the moon, swinging until his breath comes in ragged gasps. Exhaustion is written all over him, sweat-soaked hair plastered to his forehead. His eyes stay locked and burning, refusing to let the fatigue win. Another slash cuts through the air. The bandaged fist keeps moving even when the body wants to quit. The rest of the squad watches from the sidelines, quietly impressed he is still going. Even Ragna is winded now, breathing hard just from watching this level of effort. "Let's stop here for today," Ragna finally calls it. "I think it's not going to happen yet." Enkrid is not having it. "Keep going," he insists, grip tightening. Ragna turns back to him, unconvinced. "I get that you're trying," he starts. "But there's no point in trying when it's not going to harder." Enkrid cuts him off flat. Teeth gritted, he doubles down. "Stimulate my heart more, it is not a request." His eyes burn with a dangerous kind of resolve, the kind that scares the people who care about him. Even mid-crisis, somebody can't resist a jab. "Hey boss, I think you forgot something." A little levity before things get worse. "Your heart will pop if you aren't gentle with it," Ragna warns, dead serious this time. His face goes hard, lit with warning. This is not a game anymore. Enkrid just stares him down. "Are you asking me to kill you?" Somebody is about to find out how far this goes. Ragna hesitates, caught between the request and his own conscience. Why? He wonders, moving forward anyway. In his head the doubt spirals. Pushing further like this will not teach him anything. He will probably just die. Even if he doesn't die, he'll end up a cripple, Ragna thinks, watching Enkrid's unshaken resolve. Enkrid meets his eyes evenly. "Not me, but you." He starts. Whatever he is asking, it is aimed at Ragna, not himself. Ragna's jaw tightens, torn between duty and fear for the kid in front of him. "I don't want to deny his request," he admits to himself, the decision already half made. "Fine, just how stupid could he really be?" Ragna mutters, stealing his nerve. "I guess he's asking because he knows it'll be fine," Ragna decides, choosing to trust him. With that, the choice is made. There is no turning back now. The technique ignites for real this time, Enkrid's heart blazing with raw, dangerous energy. It pounds like a war drum, violent and unrelenting, pushing him past every limit he has hit before. His hand snaps up, bandaged fingers straining against the force tearing through him. The pounding does not stop. If anything, it is getting worse. His eye burns bright, locked in, riding the edge of something he cannot fully control. Through gritted teeth, he manages a grin. "So this was the right choice," he breathes. Ragna can only stare, stunned into silence. The crimson energy keeps tearing across the page, refusing to settle. It swells into one massive, radiant pulse, the heart and the technique finally answering him. But it comes at a cost. Blood soaks through his bandaged hand as the strain finally breaks skin. Ragna's face drops. "Fuck," he breathes, all the color gone from it. He lunges forward without thinking, reaching to catch what is coming. Enkrid goes limp midair, and Ragna catches him before he hits the ground. He scoops him up, the fight completely gone out of the kid's body. Rem is furious, shoving in close. "You idiot," he snarls, and it is not clear who he is yelling at yet. "What did you do, brother?" someone demands, grabbing Ragna by the collar, blood on his own face too. Enkrid is out cold, blood at his mouth, completely unresponsive. The camp goes tense and quiet around them, the aftermath of a lesson that nearly went too far. The scene shifts, dark water ripples outward into nothing, somewhere far from any battlefield. A pale, hooded figure kneels in that black water. "I don't understand," it murmurs. It looks up, ghost white hair catching the light. "This was not supposed to be a wall today," it seems to say, like something has gone wrong with the pattern. Enkrid stands with his back to it, unbothered, like he has had this exact conversation before. He does not even turn around, just lets the silence sit there a beat longer. "I choose my own walls," he says simply. The figure presses him. "Just what are you thinking?" "You," it reaches for him, chained and desperate, unable to close the distance. Enkrid's smile is small and knowing. "I used the method I know best," he says, "to learn heart of the superhuman. And given how many times he has already died, that is not exactly reassuring. There's only one method he actually trusts, and it's pure stubbornness. The goal, grind his way into learning Odin's terrifying heart of the superhuman technique. Rewind the clock one day before this loop of today repeats itself all over again. Out past the campfires at night, he's alone, hand pressed to his own chest, feeling for something that won't come. His hand keeps drifting back to the same spot over his heart, like the motion hasn't clicked yet. He can feel the technique stirring in his chest, he just can't switch it on by himself. It sucks, but you can't force it. Watching him grind himself down, Ragna tells him flat out, sometimes you have to know your limits and just give up. Sitting alone in the grass, he pushes back, immediately giving up just means settling for what he already is. And to him, settling is basically the same as being dead. Just like before, he's got his own method, one that fits him, not his so-called genius squad mates. It's the same instinct that once let him fight an enemy way stronger than himself. Instead of freezing up in fear, the old trick was simple: lock onto a single point and don't blink. So what does he need now, alone in the dark, to crack open heart of the superhuman on his own? Where does he even start learning a skill like this? He grips the hilt tight enough to shake, running through the same motion again and again. Then it all goes wrong at once. Blood sprays, and training turns into a real injury. You idiot, Rem, the one the squad calls Loudmouth, hauls his battered body up, furious he pushed this far alone. Auden and Pin scramble to shake him awake, panic written all over their faces. Somebody's screaming for the boss. Ragna needs to see this now. Half conscious, a ghostly voice needles him. Is this all you can do? A spectral, chained lantern flickers into view above him, like something watching from the edge of death. The voice explains that surge of strength only ever comes on its own, in a true life-or-death moment. Heart of the superhuman borrows superhuman strength at the cost of a heart that could just give out. The specter isn't impressed. You've completely lost your mind, it tells him. Do you not think about the pain you'll suffer doing this? It presses. None of it changes his mind. If this is what lets him keep walking forward, he'll take it. He drags himself back toward camp under a fading night sky, one aching step at a time. Morning breaks clean and bright over the hills like nothing happened, except it did, again. Ragna sits him down and lays down the law. Not today, no training. Stop trying this alone. Go wash up and get some sleep, Ragna says, hauling him up by the collar. In his head he's counting, the 27th today, and he still can't switch his own heart on. So he grabs Auden's bandaged arm with a plan. It'll work if you just press my heart harder. Auden freezes. Are you seriously asking me to kill you? Without missing a beat, he answers, yeah. Auden backs off fast. Don't drag me into your insanity. I don't want to kill my own squad leader. Superior, he finishes, and all Enkrid gives back as a flat HM. Ragna, walking up, can't resist a jab. Like that's ever stopped you before, you aristocide. Bet that nickname doesn't come up much at parties. Hey, quit bringing that up. The boulder protests, not exactly the epitaph he wants. Auden still isn't budging. Don't drag me into this and see what happens. Alone with his thoughts, he reasons it through. Even a wall he built for himself still has to be beaten, or the day resets on him again. He can't help but notice something's off. Ragna's reacting differently this time around than in loops before. Night falls again and he walks back out alone, done waiting for anyone's permission. His expression hardens. If nobody else will help force it, he'll find another way. Fists wrapped tight, he starts counting strikes against his own chest. 40 times, do it. 50 times in, and the man across from him is grinding his teeth just as hard as he is. Just do it, he orders, and this time, nobody argues back. The count keeps climbing, blurring into one long, brutal rhythm. Every strike lands harder than the last, and his training partner's face says he knows it. Trust me, this is an order, he says, pulling rank so nobody can back out now. 60 times in, and even he flinches at what his own body is taking. A bandaged fist slams forward again, no hesitation left in it. And there it is. After 60 repetitions, he can finally see the technique clearly in his own mind. His memory drifts further back, to a hulking, tattooed mercenary ally from his rougher days. He thinks of Rem and the others, the same brawler who once hauled a struggling comrade out of danger by force. That axe-wielding mercenary never asked nicely either, he just dragged people out of trouble, headlock and all. He realizes everyone on his squad ended up here because they never listened to orders, and he never actually gave many. Simple truth, he never bothered ordering them around because he didn't think they'd listen anyway. Yet here they all are, falling in step behind him toward whatever's coming next. But somewhere along the way that changed. Even the wildest of them started listening. Started actually following his commands for once. I wonder why, he thinks, then shakes it off. But first, there's still a heart to master. Back in the moment, his heart is pounding, slamming blood through his body harder than it should. The strain lights up like fire under his skin. Feel your muscles pushing past their limit, he tells himself mid-strike. Do it. A bandaged fist grips tight, bracing for the next hit. Do it, Auden grits out, teeth clenched, fully committed now. Another brutal strike lands dead center. His whole chest lights up red with the strain of it. Blood's already on his lips, but he chokes out the same order. Do it. Do it, and somewhere in the chaos, someone screams Rem's name in alarm. Auden's face twists in horror at what he's just done to his own squad leader. Damn it, he curses, realizing how far this has actually gone. Blood runs down his chin as he grits through the pain, refusing to call it quits. Everything blurs into motion and noise. He coughs up blood outright now, the cost of pushing this hard finally showing. For a split second, something glints near his throat, like the technique itself is finally catching. The world goes dark and sharp all at once. His heart flares red, pulsing like it's about to burst. Then the pressure breaks and daylight floods back in. The question that started all this: how do you learn to control your own heart in a single day? His chest glows as his fist finally connects clean. Rep after rep, loop after loop, and this time he's grinning through it. His fist clenches, steady now instead of shaking. I finally learned how to do it on my own, he realizes, no shortcuts, no help needed. He raises his sword into the morning light, the technique finally his to command. By his count, 100-something days have burned away just to get here. He stands alone on a cliff's edge, silhouetted against the sky, sword in hand. Big Eyes, the boulder, and Beardy all just stare. Speechless, Beardy finally manages one word: insane. Now he puts it to the test for real, eyes blazing with focus. Everything narrows down to one glowing point, just like the old trick taught him. A blinding streak of motion tears through the air. His heart burns bright red, fully unleashed at last. The strike keeps building, faster than anything he's thrown before. Steel meets stone in a shockwave of dust and force. The impact keeps tearing forward, completely unstoppable. Rock shatters apart entirely, sending a body flying through the wreckage of what used to be solid stone. He's just blasted clean through what was basically a small cliff face. The shockwave keeps ringing out across the field. For myself, he says simply, while Auden, Pin, and the others just stare, speechless. Strong is all Auden can manage, still staring at his own fist. Beardy steps in, dead serious. Let me ask you two things. First, are you actually from the West? He asks, only half joking. He and the boulder practically leap in unison, equally floored. And second, are you actually a genius? Beardy presses, completely serious. Turns out, Enkrid actually pulled off heart of the superhuman, he just wasn't ready for what it does to you afterward. His whole body's locked up stiff, and judging by that face, moving is not an option right now. I can't move a muscle, Rem, is this normal? He groans, and the answer's a flat, unimpressed tusk. His body just isn't built for this yet. Auden looms over him, bandaged and shirtless, and lays it out plain he pushed his muscles past their limit for the very first time in his life. Muscle pain and total paralysis, Auden says that's just what happens. Enkrid winces through it, groaning that this pain is flat-out terrible, all courtesy of one very aptly named move: heart of the superhuman. It overloads the body after use, and right now he can really feel it collecting its toll. But even without cheat techniques like that one, he thinks, knights already push past what a human body should manage. They wear human skin, he thinks, but swing like they've got the strength of a giant packed underneath it. His mind flashes straight to the knight who proves that point best, the masked killer he privately calls the wall, cutting through the air like gravity's just a suggestion. The athleticism of a frog, the dexterity of a fairy, that to him is what actually makes a knight. Back in the tent, he admits he still has a long way to go right as Auden looms over his aching back with a very concerning look on his face. Take a whole day off at the very least, Auden says. Let me help you rest, famous last words. Auden cracks his knuckles and announces he's got a technique for exactly this. He calls it dead serious, blood, sweat, and tears, and immediately goes to work on Enkrid's bandaged back. Fingers dig in like they mean it, and Enkrid's whole body seizes up in response. Auden growls through gritted teeth as he leans his full weight into the press. This will kill me, Enkrid wheezes, and honestly he might not be exaggerating. Sweating and gasping, he decides this must be what a wall built by the actual ferryman of death feels like. Another guttural yelp escapes him. Remember where I'm pressing down, Auden instructs, completely unbothered. This skill helps loosen those muscle knots, Auden explains, like torturing his squadmate is basic wellness advice. Officially, this is called the Balaf-style massage technique, Auden says with pride. Enkrid can only rasp out one word, technique. Through the pain, some part of his brain is already filing this away. This could actually be useful if he learns it himself. So I will bear it, he declares, gritting his teeth like he's charging into battle instead of getting a shoulder rub. Someone comes running in screaming that Auden's going to kill him, which, given the sounds coming out of Enkrid right now, is a fair concern. The scene cuts to a clear blue sky over the tree-line. Time, mercifully, moves on. I almost met the ferryman again thanks to Auden, he thinks, rubbing a fresh bruise, but he has to admit, his muscles genuinely do feel better. Ordered to do absolutely nothing and just recover, he sits on his cot eyeing his weapon rack like it's personally taunting him. I feel like my time is being wasted, he grumbles, reaching for his blade anyway. Let me at least maintain my weapons. His fingers close around the hilt, determined to get at least something productive done today. Nothing, comes the flat reply. I told you not to move a muscle. Wait, I was just going to clean it, Enkrid protests, wrist already caught mid-reach. A squad mate steps in and offers to handle it for him, instead just hand over the blade if it needs work done. Cut to camp's resident blade sharpener sizing up the sword with a satisfied smirk. Good, you noticed, 20 coppers. 1810, you messing with me? The haggling kicks off immediately. Come on, 17, nothing less. When Enkrid asks why it's so pricey, the answer's simple, his sword's genuinely high quality. I'll need to put a lot of care into this one, the sharpener admits right before Enkrid casually asks for a second sword too. That earns a raised eyebrow, you use 2 swords. The sharpener heads off to work and Enkrid's left thinking, well, he did say he'd commit to dual wielding. But everyone just takes it so nonchalantly, he thinks, watching the squad sleep soundly around him. I honestly thought at least one of them would try to talk me out of it, he admits to himself. Because the truth is, even highly skilled swordsmen tend to avoid dual wielding. Most figure the risk outweighs whatever it adds in a fight. His mind conjures the image anyway, a blade cutting clean through the air, full commitment, no second guessing. One sword just can't put the same weight behind a swing, and still he can't shake the pull toward it. Point blank, he asks the squad why none of them ever tried to talk him out of dual wielding. The tent erupts into its usual chaos before anyone actually answers. Typical. Auden just grins back at him. Why do you think? A squad mate polishing her own blade nearby doesn't even look up. Because you're stubborn. Even now you're being stubborn, she adds, not accepting what we just told you. I'm not being stubborn on purpose, Enkrid insists. Is there an actual reason for the dual-wielding thing? He answers his own question a beat later, flat and simple, because I want to. It just felt really good to him, and that, he realizes, is the exact same reason he wanted to become a knight in the first place. Cut to a memory, a much younger Enkrid at a mercenary campfire, getting mocked for singing about becoming a knight to end all wars. The laughter gets crueler. We call him, one of them jeers, Sir Peacemaker. Young Enkrid's eyes burn with a humiliation and fury he can't do anything about yet. He gets hauled up by the collar. Hearing that song, the man sneers, isn't gonna turn you into a knight. Pathetic, the man spits while Enkrid thinks bitterly. Everyone laughs, everyone tells him it'll never happen. A boot connects and drops him to the dirt. As pathetic as usual, someone mutters, walking off. Bruised and furious on the ground, one thought cuts through everything else. He lives for what he wants. And what I like, he finishes, and that stubborn kid never actually let go of it. Back in the present, the conversation swings around to becoming a knight and to the 2 swords that started this whole debate. Auden listens in while another squad mate sprawls out nearby, half paying attention. One squad mate tips her head, quietly thoughtful, turning the whole conversation over in her mind. A grizzled, heavily tattooed veteran watching from the side thinks to himself, this one's different. Compared to me who had everything and threw it away, he thinks, He started with a single sword and he still keeps pushing forward. He can't help but grin, gold tooth and all. This, the old veteran tells Enkrid, is why I like you. What an odd taste, someone teases from the next bunk. Don't worry though, I hate the rest of you. The blonde squadmate just smirks back, yeah, I don't like you all either. But I have my limits as a mortal man. He laughs a real we're all friends here kind of insult session. So you're the same as the rest of us, you just talk more. Someone shouts and somebody else notes dryly, they all clearly get along great. That's insulting, the veteran mutters, gripping a stone hard enough to make a point. A squadmate leans in with a grin, if you're bored wasting time, let's train. But Auden told me to stay still, Enkrid protests. Yeah, she agrees cheerfully, you can absolutely stay still. Just gotta use your eyeballs, she tells him, stone already in hand. The technique she's about to teach him has a name, dodging sense. I want to teach you this one next, she says, already winding up. A stone rockets past him against the open sky. Training starts now, whether he's rested or not. Somewhere else entirely, a lookout inspects a freshly sharpened blade with satisfaction, then his face changes. The main battle's dragging on longer than it should. His hand curls into a fist, uneasy about something he isn't saying out loud yet. Watching from the wall, he mutters that neither side's backing down and wonders, worried, what's happened to Marcus. Their battalion cut off the enemy's escape route, or so he thought. There's a new unit inside the enemy camp, he realizes, eyes narrowing. These look like the same soldiers who fled after clashing with them before. That doesn't sound good, he mutters, and this time he means it. I need more information, he decides, gripping his sword tighter. His conclusion lands heavy, the Aspens are trying something new. Flashback time, on a windswept hill, Enkrid's mentor lays down Rule 1, dodging isn't luck, it's about actually seeing what's coming at you. Push your reflexes to their absolute limit, he says, and that's the whole secret behind so-called dodging sense. But reflexes alone won't cut it, he adds, you also need sharp, dynamic visual acuity, and he's about to test it by hurling a stone with letters carved into it. Enkrid locks in, dead serious, bracing for the incoming test. The stone whips past with a nasty hiss as he ducks clean out of the way. Again the mentor orders flatly, already lining up the next throw. Enkrid glances back at him, unbothered, already resetting for round 2. Another stone comes flying and he barely twitches out of its path. Concentrate, comes the blunt correction. Cut to camp, Auden's cracking someone's stiff arm back into place with a sickening pop, the guy groaning under him. Auden gives a satisfied thumbs up, a lot better, I think you can start moving now, brother. The bandaged patient isn't so sure. Really, he asks, deeply unconvinced. Back in the flashback, Enkrid's eyes snap toward a blade whistling past his face. The letters, he mutters, forcing himself to read the message on the incoming stone instead of just flinching. Did you wait for my guard to be down? Enkrid needles, catching his mentor watching him a little too closely. The battle won't wait for you either, the mentor answers, cold and matter of fact. Wide shot of the camp at rest, banners up, guards posted, just an ordinary day, for now. Somewhere in the brush nearby, a single pair of eyes glints in the dark, someone's watching the camp, unseen. Something whips through the air, too fast to properly track. A rock goes sailing across the grass, and Enkrid clocks it out of the corner of his eye. A blade flashes right past his face, and for a second his whole world narrows down to that one gleam of steel. The blur streaks past again, more warning shot than real hit. Enkrid launches into a full sprinting dodge down the hillside, all that grueling training clearly paying off. I saw it, he starts, then catches himself, attack. Elsewhere on the ridge, 2 more squadmates trade blows with a training pole standing in for a real blade. An attack, someone shouts for real this time, grabbing Enkrid by the arm, everyone assemble. Back in the memory, Enkrid nails the read, the letters, CR right. His mentor's eyes soften, almost proud. You finally succeeded after I carved CR into 40 stones, congratulations. I can finally start carving something else now, he mutters, working a fresh stone. Are you complimenting me or not? Enkrid shoots back. Cut hard back to the present, a fist swinging, motion blur everywhere. Something's kicking off for real. Ambush enemies where, the whole camp erupts into chaos at once. Auden comes in swinging, practically thrilled about it. Where, the enemy, the giants, my playthings. Enkrid just stares, what's up with him? Has he finally gone insane? Barrel Woman fills him in. Auden's been bottling up rage this whole time because Enkrid's injury robbed him of a proper duel with his fancy heart of the whatever technique. Nearby, Rem's got another rowdy squad mate pinned down. He was bothering our poor squad leader this whole time and it still wasn't enough for him. Rem sighs, then flatly, get a grip, let's move. Why are you all just standing there? Someone barks, snapping the squad out of the panic. Auden's still riled up, scanning for a fight that clearly isn't coming for him. A soldier reports in, looks like they just shot a single arrow and retreated. On the hill, a body lies still with a spear jammed in the ground beside it. The border guard will chase down whoever shot it, someone mutters, nothing left for us to do. Someone else isn't so sure, the border guards won't be enough, he mutters under his breath. Enkrid and Ragna trade a look, something about this doesn't add up. Ragna nods toward the evidence stuck in the dirt, look at that arrow. It's longer than any normal arrow, feathers mounted backwards built for a special bow that fires from insane range. It's him. From before, Ragnar realizes. His face goes grim, the fingernail of the hawk. Enkrid frowns, I don't remember, but it's definitely not that. What's up with your memory? Ragna needles right back. It's only been a few months for you, Ragna says, but for me and my many todays, it's been years. You remember when you got knocked out by that frog and landed in the medical tent? The memory surfaces, a masked figure standing triumphant over a fallen soldier, some old and brutal knight. That bow-wielding bastard was going crazy on the battlefield back then, Enkrid recalls. It clicks, I remember now. A soldier named Bell saved me from getting killed by him. Enkrid finishes, that old near-death flash lighting back up in his mind. Back then, they'd called that shooter the Claw of the Hawk. In the aftermath, a lone soldier sits among the fallen and the spent arrows, shaken but alive. Elsewhere, warm firelight glows over the camp as someone only now catches wind of it all. There was an attack. New memory, new lesson. Rem smirks at a freshly rested Enkrid. Look how shiny his face is from sleeping all day. Anyway, Rem continues, I was thinking about your two swords. You need to get your body used to fighting with both of them, he says. There's a way, Enkrid asks, intrigued. Let me explain, Rem says, from now on. You have two girlfriends, he deadpans, holding up both hands like they're the swords in question. Auden snorts from nearby. Whoa, what's his fiancé going to think? Enkrid, unbothered, she's not my fiancé. Night falls quietly over camp, one lone candle burning by his bedside. Taking the advice a little too literally, Enkrid beds down with both swords laid right beside him. He's not alone tonight, though a pair of glowing blue eyes watches from the dark. Esther, in panther form, clearly has other plans for his evening. How annoying, Enkrid grumbles, already sensing exactly what's coming. Esther pounces without warning, and the two of them tumble into a very undignified scuffle. Somewhere else, word spreads fast. He shot an arrow and ran away again, call the border guards. Esther, thoroughly unimpressed with the whole ordeal, delivers her verdict, Tesk, boring. She perches right over him, eyes glowing, clearly not done for the night. Just sleep properly, Enkrid snaps, swatting at her. Oh, that hurts, Esther, comes the sulky reply. Sleep, ouch, round 2 of the world's pettiest bedtime fight. Turns out Enkrid's not the only target tonight. A squad mate yelps as Esther comes for him too. A second attack, the training and the chaos just keep on going. Back in the present, the attacks haven't let up either. Enkrid snatches another lettered stone clean out of the air. This one reads BAR, another fragment of the same puzzle. Elsewhere, a soldier takes a hit and goes down hard. Another arrow, that deft bastard. The training flashback keeps pace, another stone flying, another lesson in reading under pressure. Enkrid catches it clean again, bar. Again an attack, another soldier crumples as the sniper strikes yet again. Esther hisses low from her perch on Enkrid's chest, sensing trouble even in her sleep. An explosion rips clean through the camp's tents, debris flying everywhere. Enkrid bolts upright with Barrel Woman at his side. The letters, he asks himself, piecing it together at last. Ian. It snaps into a name the whole camp's been cursing. Crazy barbarian. Somewhere out there, someone growls right back at him, "I'm going to make mincemeat out of you instead." Elsewhere, Jackson gets hauled up by the collar. "Jackson, you know you've been starting a lot of these fights lately, right?" Frustrations boiling over everywhere. "Can't even catch a glimpse of him, that asshole," someone grumbles. "Bell's had enough too, that arrow-shooting bastard. He leaves no traces behind. It's impossible to track him down. Multiple attacks every single day," he mutters, "and we can't even catch him." "The damage might look minimal," he warns, staring down at yet another arrow stuck in the dirt, "but it's only going to get worse from here. What are our superiors even doing, letting this happen?" someone gripes nearby. Bell steels himself. "I didn't want to be the one to step up and risk it, but it can't be helped." Enkrid flicks him right in the forehead mid-brood, snapping him straight out of it. Bell rubs his forehead, dead serious now. "Think we can talk to our superiors, and that's exactly where this one leaves us hanging." Enkrid falls in step behind their new squad leader. "Yeah, calling her boss still feels weird coming out of his mouth." Pin's got that gleam in her eye again. She's already scheming something big. "Think they can actually get command to sign off on this?" she asks, dead serious, fist already clenched. Camp's dug in again, and somebody's still fuming about those KG Aspen bastards refusing to just fight already. The room splits. Fast charge in head first or worry it's a trap. Nobody can agree. One gruff voice cuts through the noise. "Nobody in this room has said anything useful yet." Ragnar grumbles that fighting is his specialty, not this, and right on cue, Fairy strolls in, apologizing for running late. Fairy gets straight to it. The leader of the so-called lunatics platoon, Enkrid, wants temporary control of the operation. He's pitching his own tactics too, apparently. Ragnar raises an eyebrow. Didn't peg the guy for a strategist. Turns out the plan isn't even his. Credit actually goes to one of his men, cries. "So what exactly is this plan?" the war table wants to know. Fairy lays it all out for them, patient as ever. Ragnar mulls it over, arms crossed, saying nothing yet. "Not bad," he finally admits, grudging respect creeping into his voice. Decision made. Ragnar's on his feet, barking for every man to gear up and march. And the lunatics platoon, they're being sent hawk hunting deep into the misty hills. Out on the road, somebody's already having second thoughts about how fun this sounded back at camp. Wait, why aren't they chasing the enemy? Why are they marching straight into enemy territory instead? Pin sets them straight. They're not tailing the enemy's main force at all. The plan is to bait him into chasing them. Instead, the platoon's going full guerrilla for this one. Hit the enemy's rear supply lines hard enough and they'll have no choice but to send men after the attackers. And their target, the one they call the Hawk, might actually ride out with them. Maybe, if it all breaks right. Even if the bait doesn't land, they'll still chew up enemy forces along the way. Someone mutters it's a needlessly convoluted plan. Yeah, I know you're a simple kind of stupid, Pin needles, but trust her, this is for the best." "Come again?" Auden's face says he heard that just fine and he does not appreciate it. He takes a swing at her for the cheek. "Consider herself lucky, and watch that mouth." Pin ducks it easy, laughing it off, then asks how much farther they've got to go. Enkrid calls her name. "All business now." "I think I've spotted it," Pin says, scanning the horizon. In his head, Enkrid runs through the plan again. Speed and mobility are everything here. Strike fast and vanish faster. That means someone who actually knows these trails, which is exactly why he asked command for reinforcements. That backup turned out to be Pin, now a full squad leader in his platoon, though he still can't figure out why she signed on permanently instead of just tagging along. "I've got my own reasons," is all she'll say. Cryptic as ever, all he knows is her little stunt has put him in an awkward spot with everyone else. "Make it good," she teases back with a wink, clearly enjoying his discomfort. "You're still going on about that?" Enkrid groans at Auden. Auden needles him about a certain fiancé waiting back home. She's not his fiancé, Enkrid insists, not for the first time. The road rolls on quiet for once, the squad slipping deeper into enemy woods. They creep closer, scanning the tree line for any sign of the enemy. And there it is, the enemy encampment, laid out below them. "Get down," someone hisses. The base is right there. One of the non-fighters lays out the fallback plan, already volunteering to be left behind if things go sideways. Before anyone finishes planning, some blood-hungry enemy comes screaming down at them, promising to kill anyone in his way. Not happening, someone answers flatly. Enkrid clocks it for what it is, a test, dropped right in their laps. Auden just grins. Training never really stops, does it, and dives straight down at the guy. He struts right up to the enemy base and hollers a greeting, bold as anything. The guards freeze, utterly baffled by the maniac waving at them. Over here, he keeps yelling, practically begging for a fight. The guards scramble for answers. Nobody's got a clue who this lunatic even is. Question answered the hard way. Auden's already closing the distance. His weapon comes down before either guard can even raise a guard. One goes down screaming, and the ambush is officially on. Enkrid and Rem come charging in right behind him to finish the job. Enkrid closes the gap in a blink, boots tearing up the dirt. His blades already moving before the enemy even reacts. Another strike lands clean, the fight barely slowing him down. Auden swings for another one, putting his whole body into it. A snarling brute with glowing red eyes catches the blow and shoves right back. Enkrid's eyes go wide. What in the world was that speed? That's the fastest charge he's ever seen in his life, bar none. Turns out there's still more Auden hasn't shown him, and Enkrid immediately wants in on it. The enemy camp finally clocks who's hitting them, the Norelia bastards again. Orders fly both ways at once, get them and also fall back before it's too late. The squad pulls out before the enemy can regroup. Enkrid didn't even need to draw his sword for this one. Auden and Rem start bickering mid-retreat about whose kill that was even supposed to be. Enough, someone snaps, they're still in the middle of a fight, save it for later. The sky bleeds orange as they melt back into the trees. Let's move, someone calls, and the squad falls back into formation. They keep the pace up along the cliffs, enemy pursuers not far behind. Word spreads fast through enemy ranks, it's them again, the same raiders as before. Enkrid throws himself sideways, dodging a strike by a hair. He's airborne for a second, clearing the attack clean. From the sidelines, Barrel Woman calls out his time 0, 4 seconds to spot and dodge that one. Get that down to 0. 1 seconds, she says, and he'll have actually mastered the dodging sense, all while fending off an attacker herself without missing a beat. Enkrid can't believe it, she was actually counting the whole time mid-fight. The skirmish rages on around them, nobody letting up. Training's great and all, someone reminds them, but focus, more of them are coming. Good, someone calls back, that's their cue to pull out entirely. Night swallows the forest as the squad slips away clean. They keep moving well past dark, putting real distance between themselves and the enemy. Pin, hitching a ride on Auden's back, admits she'd wondered if this crew of lunatics could actually pull the mission off. Turns out she never needed to worry. Deeper into the forest they go. Auden predictably asks if they can just kill everyone chasing them. Predictably, the answer's no. Enkrid has to physically rein Ragna in, stay in formation. Old man, this isn't the war room anymore. Ragna eyes a shortcut, gets overruled, and grudgingly follows, quietly impressed Enkrid can actually keep this crew in line. Even Pin's stunned watching it. Is this seriously the same lunatics platoon she remembers? The pursuit finally breaks off, time to make camp. Enkrid reflects on how far they've come ever since the day he first learned Auden's heart of the superhuman. The platoon's fallen in line behind him. Even Rem's reckless charge this morning had real discipline behind it. The guy's actually been listening lately. Enkrid corners Rem at camp, wanting to know exactly how he pulled that charge off. Auden cuts in first, guessing exactly where this question is headed. Think again, Auden warns flatly, before Enkrid can even finish asking. Why not? Enkrid presses. Auden's never once refused to teach him anything before. It's good to want to learn, Auden allows. But you're forgetting something important, he adds, cryptic. Enkrid goes quiet, turning the words over in his head. He's actually listening this time, none of his usual bluster. Truth is, he admits, he'd never really stopped to think about it himself. He's gotten too used to just handing out orders, and growth handed to you by someone else is only skin deep. Time to get back to his roots. Alone with that thought, Enkrid walks on into the dark, already rethinking everything he's built so far. Boots pound the trail as Enkrid's squad tears through the mountains at a dead sprint, no rest, no mercy. One soldier's legs are already screaming after this flat-out mountain sprint, he swears he could collapse any second. He figured the usual lunatics of the squad would hold up fine on a run like this. But even Cry's keeping pace and the boss right there with them, now that's actually impressive. Watching Enkrid's back, one thing's obvious, he definitely wasn't this strong before. Thinking back to when they first met, he can't figure out how Enkrid got this strong this fast. He grits his teeth and pushes through the burn just to keep up. Enter Andrew, fists first, barreling forward like a battering ram. Someone murmurs his name like they're seeing a ghost, Andrew. Cut to a memory, a mentor once carried Andrew as a boy, sworn to look after his late friend's son ever since House Gardner fell. To him, Andrew always felt like a kid who needed protecting. But watching him now, sword strapped on and ready, that kid is long gone. Just watching Andrew's back, his mentor can already feel the storm that's coming. In this mentor's mind, Andrew's rise means one thing: the rebuilding of House Gardner. Someone grabs Rem by the shoulder. They've just cracked how he pulled off that charge. It's a version of the heart of the superhuman, blow out your leg muscles on purpose, trade the pain for one explosive burst of speed. Yeah, hold up, everyone stop, Enkrid calls out and the whole squad freezes atop a cliff. He points down, an enemy base wedged between two cliff faces, perfectly placed to cut off any retreat. From above, the enemy camp sprawls between the rock walls, crates, tents, and soldiers, all penned into a natural kill box. Enkrid doesn't hesitate. It's a trap, he says flatly, a spot built purely for an ambush. Pin catches on fast. An obvious trap like this is bait, meant to herd them onto another path and box them in to die. And backup is already inbound, the claw of the hawk closing fast. Pin glances at the rest of the squad and sighs. Are these idiots even listening to a word of this? One meathead just wants to skip the strategy and smash straight through, and honestly, he's not the only one leaning that way. Enkrid weighs it fast. Spring the trap or not, the claw of the hawk shows up either way, just a matter of when. Orders fly, cries held back, Pin, Andrew and Mac assigned to guard the non-combatant, quick nods all around. Let's go, Enkrid launches off the cliff, the rest of the assault team right behind him. Meanwhile, an enemy sentry keeps watch, no idea what's about to drop in on him. Elsewhere in camp, the Grey Hounds are being reminded this is their last shot at redemption. Their orders: back up the claw of the hawk and wipe out the Norillia guerrilla forces tearing apart their rear bases. For the Grey Hounds, once Aspen's famed elite, being reduced to backup for one lone soldier stings hard. It's humiliating, he grits, but will bear with it. All to claw their way back to the top, then the alarm cuts through, they're here. The Norillia guerrilla forces, they cry, no idea how right and how wrong that call really is. Enkrid drops in with a blade already swinging. The Greyhound officer freezes mid-parry. You were part of the guerrilla forces, he blurts, and Enkrid just blinks, caught off guard. Enkrid rifles through his memory. Does he know this guy? He gets nothing but static. Nope, doesn't ring a bell, and that only pisses the officer off more. Insolent bastard. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, he snarls, you're all dying here regardless. Steel meets steel as the officer lunges in for real. Enkrid, he spits, is about to become the stepping stone the Grey Hounds need to climb back to glory. Big talk backed by a blade swinging in hard. Enkrid answers with a strike of his own, and for a second the officer actually holds it. Then his eyes catch the blade itself, that sword. A Greyhound who knows Mitch, yes, you have to be him, he mutters, recognition dawning. The one who held the flag alone through the fog of annihilation, that's who he's looking at. Not that it matters now, he roars die, and comes in swinging for real. Enkrid meets the swing head-on, sparks flying off both blades. The exchange turns bloody fast, and it's not Enkrid doing the bleeding. This is the man he could only ever run from before. So, can he actually win this time? Enkrid's stare gives the answer before a single word is said. Up on the ridge, the rest of the squad clocks the history between the two instantly. Seems like there's some bad blood there. Not that it slows the rest of the enemy line. One masked brute grins and promises to wipe the whole squad out anyway. Dark energy crackles off his weapon like he means every word of it. The squad just watches, unbothered, waiting for their own turn. One enemy soldier can't stand being ignored and charges in, screaming about it. He gets his answer in steel, fast and unfriendly. Quiet, someone tells him flatly, "We're watching something," and goes right back to enjoying the show. Odin cracks his knuckles, warming up for his own turn. Back at the main event, Enkrid and the officer are still trading blows, and it's getting faster. Enkrid closes the gap in a blur and cuts deep. The officer chokes on his own surprise as the blade finds him. From the sidelines, Cries clocks it with a tactician's eye. Enkrid dodged that readied strike in a tenth of a second. Barely passable, Cries grades him, cold as ever, while the officer howls back, "You bastard." The officer swings wild, trying to make him pay for that dodge. Enkrid doesn't flinch, just answers with another cut. Blades ring out again and again, neither side backing off. Enkrid draws his second blade mid-motion, blocking and striking in the same breath. He's still rough with dual blades, but he's learning fast, and the officer's face says he's noticed. Another clean hit sends the officer stumbling. He crashes down hard, the fight clearly slipping away from him. In Enkrid's head, Odin's old training gripe surfaces right on cue. "Not enough strength to parry one-handed, guess that's another stone added to your training." Message received, Enkrid switches it up mid-fight. "Two swords," the officer growls in disbelief, "You pretentious," before he's cut off, literally. "Fuck" is all he manages, and Enkrid's eyes go ice cold. "That's it," Enkrid says, and something in his grin says this fight just ended. He calls on Odin's own trick, Heart of the Superhuman, and his whole body lights up with it. The finishing blow lands like a freight train. One clean, blistering strike, that's all it takes now. The officer's thrown clean off his feet. Enkrid doesn't even blink, already moving to finish it. Somewhere behind him, someone can't quite believe what they just watched. The last exchange is over before it really starts. Enkrid's blade does the rest of the talking. The officer's last sound is pure disbelief. Enkrid lands the finishing form, twin blades perfectly in sync now. And just like that, it's over. The Greyhound officer hits the ground and doesn't get back up. The man who once made Enkrid run is now the one lying in the dirt. Enkrid straightens up, blade dripping, the fight decided. A nearby soldier just stares, "No way, our commander can't lose." Back with the squad, Odin's already cackling with pride, "Told you Heart of the Superhuman would suit you." While Andrew just shrugs, "That's not bad." Odin practically tackles him in a hug, hollering that God himself must be smiling down on his progress, brother. The celebrations cut short, more enemies come charging, yelling for a piece of the armored bastards. One axe-wielding enemy in particular really wants his weapon to taste some blood. And Odin, still grinning from the last fight, looks more than happy to oblige. A pack of raiders comes swaggering up on Ragnar's crew, screaming for a fight. "Get out here," they yell. Their axes are apparently thirsty for a taste of blood tonight. Ragnar wades in bare-fisted, bandages already going red. He manhandles the axe-wielding loudmouth like the guy weighs nothing at all. One raider screams about showing everyone what his gang can do. Ragnar's fist finishes the sentence for him. "Fight until the end," another one screams. Ragnar takes that as a personal challenge. A helmet caves in mid-scream, blood spraying past the visor. Ragnar barely even slows down. He's left standing over another wrecked raider, breathing steady like this was a light warm-up. Watching from the ridge, two soldiers can't process it. He blocked that barehanded and he's completely fine. Freckled Pin just grins, chin in his hand. Honestly, this guy could probably finish the whole job solo. Elsewhere in the brawl, a grinning, tan-skinned brawler squares up on a raider who tried to jump him too. Rem meets a wild swing with his own blade, cool as ever. "Unlucky," he says, "you dodged." Ragnar's already got the next guy in a chokehold, snarling that he'll be done with him soon. He follows through on the threat, promising to cut the man clean in half, and very nearly does. Rem crouches over what's left of the guy, needling him. Soon, scared to keep going now. Ragnar cracks a dark joke about sending the next fatass to go meet his god. The tan brawler has to physically pull him back into the fight. While the raiders are busy dying loudly, someone else slips in from their blind side. The whole skirmish spills across the hillside now, blood and bodies scattered everywhere. A sharp-eyed scout with wild red-brown hair watches the chaos with pure contempt. "Idiots," she mutters. Nearby, an armored grown-up, Enkrid, the crew's actual leader these days, calls it. No need to kill every last one of them. Most of them can't even fight anymore anyway. He adds right as something glints in the tree line that says this isn't over yet. An arrow buries itself in the dirt, the opening shot of something a lot more dangerous. He's here, Enkrid asks sharply. His scout confirms it, the claw of the hawk. Ragna, still catching his breath, asks boss that's Enkrid now if he knows the difference between a sharpshooter and a hunter. He doesn't wait for an answer. Being a hunter's way more fun than being a sharpshooter, he says, especially axe hunting. That's the good stuff. Enkrid, unimpressed, asks what he's even getting at, then puts it together himself. They've got a gift, time to return the favor. Ragna just grins, the favor, he repeats like it's already decided. A body comes flying back the way it came and poor Pin nearly jumps out of his skin. Hey, he yelps. Pin isn't thrilled they're just allowed to do stuff like that. Boss shrugs it off, it's not like the guy's actually going to die out there. Still, somebody points out they should probably get moving, the enemy could send more people after them. Smoke and fire swallow the camp behind them as the crew runs. I think this is starting to become a habit, Enkrid mutters. Under a hood, the man they call the Claw of the Hawk turns toward the blaze, caught off guard for once. He clicks his tongue at the smoke. His targets have slipped clean out of sight. One of his archers, crouched on the cliffside, asks what they should do now, Claw of the Hawk. His face stays unreadable under the hood, cold, focused, already 3 moves ahead. After them, he orders flatly, not a request. His hunters scramble straight up the cliffs after their prey. Down below, Enkrid's already read the whole play. Rem's move was unexpected, he thinks, but not a bad tactic. Rem is going to draw the claw out himself. Pin scrambles up the cliffs with a yelp, while somebody's already thinking 3 steps ahead. This rough terrain might tip their hunter off to the plan. Ragna climbs steady behind him. Truth is, they picked this exact spot because it's nearly impossible to get a clean shot in here. Enkrid decides he's actually pretty comfortable up here. Hunt as you like, Rem, he says, permission granted. Rem pushes through the brush, axe in hand. This is bringing back old memories, he admits. Back when his tribe expected big things out of him, he says, he used to be a hell of a hunter. His whole tribe was counting on him once, he thinks, before he left for good with no way back. Still, he admits, a job like this is enough to dig up memories he thought were long buried. You've been my prey the whole time, hawk bastard, Rem murmurs, closing in unseen. One of the Claw's own archers grumbles that their targets keep escaping through this annoying terrain. Their leader isn't worried he never loses a target. His men start hyping him up, as expected of the Claw of. And that's exactly when Rem's blade opens him up from behind. Ambush, one of the hunters screams, realizing way too late what they walked into. Scatter, someone yells, but for most of them it's already over. Rem drags another hunter down mid-scream, showing zero mercy for men who'd been stalking his crew like animals. One archer can't even process it, that barbarian, I never even heard him, when did he? Rem's already moving on to the next target. Under his hood, the Claw of the Hawk grits his teeth. The hunter has very much become the hunted. Gah, the one hunting, he chokes out, finally getting it. Is always me, Rem roars back, finishing the sentence with his axe. Rem pins another one to the dirt, without even breaking stride. Ragna wanders into the aftermath, needling the barely conscious Claw of the Hawk. Cut the bullshit, hawk bastard, get back up. Truth is, this is Ragna's first real hunt in a while, and it's turned out to be way too boring, he finishes, raising his weapon with something close to actual disappointment. The last hunter grits out a pained growl, refusing to give Ragna the satisfaction of looking scared. It doesn't save him, Ragna ends it without any ceremony at all. Tusk, how disappointing, Ragna mutters over the body, not exactly the fight he was hoping for. Honestly, he'd wanted the guy to suffer a lot more than that. Still, it was enough to dust off hunting instincts he hadn't used in years. Then it actually hits him, something about how he just handled that felt weirdly familiar. He realizes it, he just acted exactly like Boss would have. Maybe it's rubbed off on him being at Enkrid's side for this long. Because Enkrid fully owns the fact that he's talentless and never once stops thinking about how to get better anyway. Ragna watches him walk on ahead, armor catching the last of the light. If I had that same mentality, Ragna thinks, the one where you just accept what you're bad at and grind on it anyway. I honestly don't know if that choice would even mean anything, he admits to himself. Maybe it really is nothing, then again. Let's try it out, he decides and just keeps walking. Just like Boss the way I've actually seen him do it, Ragna thinks, catching up. He shoulders his axes and follows him out, toward whatever's next. One last strike lights up the tall grass fields in gold. The hunt for the claw of the hawk is finally over. After weeks on the hunt, the lunatics platoon finally corners the claw of the hawk out in these endless grass fields. Enkrid drops out of the sky, blade first, ending the chase for good. He lands hard in the grass, cape snapping in the wind, target down. Grass and leaves are still raining down from the impact. One more clean strike through the air seals the kill. The hawk's mask cracks under the blow, there's no dodging this one. Blood arcs across the grass as the fight finally ends. Somewhere in the background, what's left of the enemy goes down for good. The grass field goes still, just wind and silence now. One last echo of steel and then, nothing. Enkrid catches his breath, eyes already drifting toward the real war still raging beyond these fields. From the ridge, they spot their own army tangled up with the enemy's main force and leading the charge at the front, just a bunch of squires. A squire duel. Some small part of him wants to go watch, but he can't quite muster the interest. Someone offers to go check out the show, Enkrid just shrugs it off, not interested. Ragna picks up the story from here. According to the plan, reinforcements were supposed to reach Crossguard any day now. Under cover of night, columns of spearmen and cavalry go pushing toward the front. Word comes screaming in enemy forces have reached Crossguard's doorstep. Panic breaks out in the Aspen war room. Someone's already demanding they yank knights off the main front to go defend the city. Abner tries to reason that the city's already got troops of its own and gets shouted down as a nobody for his trouble. He swallows it, nothing he says matters while the nobles are the ones actually calling the shots. One of the top brass overrules everyone anyway. Pulling a couple of knights back won't shift anything, he insists. This war's already won, apparently. So the order goes out anyway. Some of their best knights get pulled off the front and sent home. Out on the wall, a soldier scans the horizon, uneasy. Wait, where exactly did the enemy forces go? Out on that same field, Norilia's own cavalry is already moving. Hooves thunder across the grass, closing the distance fast. A commander leads the charge himself, colors flying. One of the enemy's own commanders gets yanked clean off his horse. The ambush is already working. Turns out the whole Crossguard scare was a con. Fake attack the city, wait for the Aspens to peel off reinforcements. And once their attention split, that's exactly when you hit them for real. Ragna's troops are already grinning about it. The second the Aspens knights get stretched thin, Norilia's own knights pounce without hesitation. With their formation broken wide open, there's nothing left to stop the charge. One plan, one huge win, and just like that, the tide of the whole war turns. That loss breaks the Aspens. They simply don't have enough left to keep fighting. So they come crawling for a truce, offering up the tall grass fields themselves as the price of peace. And Norilia takes the deal. Just like that, swords finally go quiet. Soldiers start heading home for the first time in what feels like forever. Spring rolls in right on cue, flowers and all, like the world timed it on purpose. The whole town turns out to cheer the troops home. The long, grinding war against the Aspens was finally, actually over, and Enkrid gets to walk home with the same ragtag crew who somehow lived to see it. Peace looks a little different for some. One soldier's out grinding through drills in the pouring rain, cursing at himself the whole time. He's got fights to study and rough edges to sharpen, so he finally works up the nerve to ask an old vet for help. "Teach me," he blurts out, introducing himself simply as Paul, just a low-ranked soldier looking to get better. The old veteran clocks him immediately, a fellow grinder, someone who never really stopped training. Diligent kid, reminds him of somebody, though he can't quite place who. "Why me?" the old man protests. He's never taught a soul in his life, doesn't think he's got anything useful to offer. Paul just asks again anyway, "Still, please." The old vet studies him a beat longer than he means to. That look in the kid's eyes, pure hunger to get better, and the old man cracks a small, reluctant smile. Cut to later. Paul's clearly leveled up since then. He's got a rookie of his own now, gasping and stumbling through the same drills. And Paul doesn't go easy on him either. Another hit lands and the poor kid eats dirt. He grits his teeth through it, refusing to quit. Your legs need more strength, Paul tells him flatly. Again, please, the rookie wheezes back, already climbing to his feet. Watching from a distance, the old mentor does a double take. Wait, is the boss actually training someone now? Should be a decent teacher, he figures, smugly learned from the best after all, meaning him. Then again, looks like the kid forgot some of the basics too. Old habit, he makes a mental note to go needle Paul about it later. Back in the drill, the rookie takes another hard fall. Paul pauses, something an old instructor once told him, bubbling back up. To actually get better, you first have to know exactly where you're standing right now. It clicks, the same lesson his own mentor learned, once surrounded by squad mates far better than him and finally sparring someone worse, seeing himself clearly for the first time. Where you currently stand. What still needs work? Paul realizes he's been chasing flashy technique for a while now, neglecting the fundamentals. Time to go back to basics, he decides. He resets to the plain textbook form and the old mentor, watching, does a double take. That's exactly what he taught him years ago. Back with the Lunatics platoon, Ragna admits even he's been feeling the itch to train harder lately. Come again? Rem asks, not sure he heard that right. Rem's too busy clocking Auden, muttering to himself off to the side, hey chubby, he's possessed or something. Ragna waves it off, takes more than that to get possessed, he's probably just praying. So what God say back? Somebody needles. Piss off, Auden reports flatly, hands still clasped. God told you to piss off? Rem cracks up, calling him a stupid barbarian for good measure. Auden swings on him for the jab. Someone tries to talk him down, brothers, please, no idiotic violence before breakfast. Enkrid just watches the chaos from a distance. There they go again, same as always. Barrel Woman appears at his side out of nowhere, asking if he's been keeping up his own training, scaring the hell out of him in the process. Rowdy bunch, he manages, playing it cool. She just gives him a look he can't quite read. All those eyes on camp lately, she tells him straight, they're not watching those idiots, they're watching him. Word spreading through the ranks, soldiers grumbling that resting feels like a waste now, wondering if they could get stronger too if they just trained harder. Maybe they could be like Enkrid, they say, the guy who went from squad leader of the losers to platoon leader of the actual lunatics. His whole relentless grind has quietly become the model every soldier in camp is trying to copy now. Word of his reputation climbs just as fast as the man himself climbs those stairs. One step at a time, towards something bigger. By now, everyone agrees the guy's a certified war hero. A crowd starts gathering, word spreading that something big's about to happen. Nobles and border guard troops alike get called together for one purpose: to formally recognize whoever contributed most to winning this war. So who exactly made the biggest difference out there? The ranking officer booms out to the crowd. Ragna mutters that the clueless nobles might not get it, but every soldier here already knows exactly who that is. A nervous laugh ripples through the crowd, all eyes starting to drift the same direction. The man who led us to victory, the officer announces, voice booming over the whole camp. Get up here, you Luna platoon leader Enkrid. He catches himself, correcting course fast. Enkrid steps forward through the crowd, every eye locked on him. He's climbed this same stage once before, back when he broke that curse spell. Except that time, every face in the crowd looked at him with nothing but scorn. This time, dead silence, the good kind, the kind that means everyone's actually paying attention. The officer leans in, telling him he's put a lot of thought into what comes next. A reward, he says, that he personally put real effort into choosing. The case creaks open, and Enkrid can't help but stare. Wait, is that actually a royal dagger? Sitting there gleaming in its velvet case, a blade fit for royalty, and it's all his. Somewhere in camp, someone slowly cracks open an ornate wooden case, and the crowd around Enkrid goes dead quiet. Enkrid can barely get the words out, staring into the box like he can't believe what he's looking at. Turns out it's the royal family's dagger itself. The crown is handing this to him, personally. Ragna steps up to explain what the blade actually means: a ceremonial dagger handed out only to those who have rendered great service to the royal family. It's basically a permanent hall pass, he adds, proof of honor that opens doors most soldiers never even see. And it comes with real perks. The holder gets to walk right in and be received as a guest of the royal household. Anytime he likes, no questions asked. Not bad for a knight who started this war as just another grunt. Before Enkrid can even process it, the whole camp starts chanting his name. This is honor. Someone booms overhead and the cheer of Enkrid rolls through camp like thunder. Fists pump the air as the chant just keeps building. In his head, an old lesson surfaces: a knight who chases strength alone is nothing more than a mercenary. The crowd around him is still roaring his name, oblivious to the memory replaying behind his eyes. Honor has to be built on top of skill. The old voice reminds him, not the other way around. His expression settles, quiet and steady, like the words finally clicked into place. His fist tightens, message received. He raises his fist to the cheering crowd, dagger box tucked under his arm, and for once just lets himself enjoy it. The applause keeps rolling as he punches the air right back at them. This, he thinks, is the moment his knighthood really begins. There's a steadiness in his eyes now that wasn't there before the war started. Not everyone's thrilled about the spotlight, though Auden gripes that he did plenty too, so why's only the platoon commander getting the royal treatment? Someone jokes it's like the gods themselves are answering the crowd's call as the Enkrid chants keep piling up. Off to the side, Barrel Woman lets out a bored yawn while someone else wonders out loud if they're finally heading home. A soldier practically tackles him with praise: "You're amazing, platoon commander," and Enkrid just has to weather it. Ragnar hands the case over himself, grinning that the reward actually suits his taste for once. But don't get comfortable, he warns with a smirk. He's got one more personal gift lined up. Ragnar lets out a long, satisfied breath, clearly enjoying dragging this out. Enkrid just blinks, bracing for whatever's coming. "We're having a banquet tonight," Ragnar bellows, and the whole camp erupts. Cheers explode through the ranks. Nothing fires up a war camp like free food and drink. "I've brought the finest wine, so let's drink until we drop," he roars, while Enkrid mutters about his commander's uncouth mouth. Hauling the dagger box on his back, Enkrid privately admits the man's got passion to spare. A banquet, huh? He can't help but crack a small smile at the thought. Night falls and the banquet kicks off. Proper cups clang and laughter roars across camp. Someone's already 3 sheets to the wind before the toasts even finish. Cheers indeed. When a soldier asks why he isn't drinking, Ragnar just shrugs. His palate's too refined, so someone else can do the honors. That someone gets a full barrel of wine forced straight into his face, courtesy of Ragnar. He sputters that it's mixed with that filthy barbarian brew, which only makes everyone laugh harder. The dunking continues regardless of his protests. Auden jumps in to wrestle him around for good measure. "Put him upside down in the barrel, big guy," Ragnar orders, while somewhere behind them a bystander groans about how sticky everything's got. Watching the chaos with his little panther cub tucked against him, Enkrid wonders out loud where Jackson wandered off to. Probably skipped town for the city. Someone shrugs it off. He was never really the party type anyway, and honestly they'd rather be sparring too. Pin sidles up with the same complaint, teasing Enkrid that he's probably already scheming his next training session instead of enjoying the feast. "Have fun, drink with me," someone calls after him as he heads off into the dark. He slips away from the noise, boots crunching toward the quieter edge of camp. Back at the party, the crowd keeps roaring, oblivious that their guest of honor has wandered off. Walking beside Pin, Enkrid gets ambushed by Fairy's mock heartbreak. "To think you'd have another woman beside you. My heart's been ripped apart, you terrible man." She milks the performance for everything it's worth, eyes closed like she's truly suffering. "Go to hell," Enkrid deadpans, completely unmoved. The crowd eats it up anyway, gasping that they never knew he could be so heartless. Someone dramatically points out the wounded look in poor Fairy's eyes, milking the bit even further. Enkrid just sighs. He genuinely didn't expect this much theater from her tonight. Off with his panther cub, Enkrid grumbles that while some people are busy actually trying to turn her back into a human, others are out here flirting all night. In his head, Esther's very human, very unimpressed voice cuts back, "Are you seriously out here flirting?" "Pathetic bastard," she adds for good measure. He grabs the cub by the scruff, earning himself an indignant growl. Someone teases that even the leopard's jealous now. The man's charm apparently crosses species lines, and half the drunks nearby collapse laughing. One soldier, thoroughly drunk, howls that first it was Jenny and now everyone's falling for the guy. Damn it all. Fed up, he swears he's had enough and is about to show everyone exactly what he's made of. Sweat beads down his face as he squares up, clearly regretting the challenge already. Enkrid just watches it unfold with a flat, resigned look. It doesn't take long before he's tapping out. Foo fuck, I give up, while the crowd howls that a man doesn't get to take back his word. Get out there, fight, fight, the crowd chants, already laying side bets on who's putting up kronas next. In the makeshift ring, Pin's already swinging, the crowd cheering her on by her fighting nickname, Do Your Best, Vengeance. Enkrid drifts back through the crowd with Fairy at his side, taking in just how many people turned out tonight. Fairy's brought company too. She asks what brings them all the way out here, while two familiar faces linger behind her. This is the one I wanted to introduce to Enkrid, she explains, a soldier usually stationed way out on the border. You probably haven't crossed paths with many of our battalion's big names, she adds, glancing his way. Then you've picked the wrong moment, she admits with a sigh. Tonight Enkrid's got eyes for nothing but sparring. Right on cue, another duel breaks out nearby with a scream and a chorus of jeers. Even after all that fighting, Enkrid mutters to himself that it's still not enough once he starts, he just wants to keep going. If he's going to spar again tonight, he'd rather it be against someone actually strong, and his eyes land squarely on Fairy. Fairy closes her eyes, wind catching her hair, weighing the challenge in silence. Ragna nearly chokes on his drink watching this unfold. Nearby, the border soldier goes quiet just watching. Pin leans over, baffled that anyone would actually refuse a duel with Enkrid. The soldier just clicks his tongue. Not everyone's crazy like you, Ragna mutters, then asks, dead serious, if Enkrid is really about to go through with this. Yes, Enkrid answers flatly. This is how he proves himself. Fairy's eyes narrow, unreadable, as the tension stretches out. Sword drawn, Enkrid squares up in front of the whole watching camp. His face is dead calm. The fun-loving drunk from an hour ago is nowhere to be seen. Somewhere nearby, another hand tightens around a sword hilt, working up the nerve for something. It's the border soldier, and in his head he's replaying everything Enkrid's story taught him about never giving up. He flashes back to his dying mother's bedside, remembering the dream she left him with to restore their family's name. But knowing exactly how far short of that goal he still falls has left him anxious, impatient, and honestly a little desperate. For someone like him, the commander who charges straight at his goals without flinching is exactly the example he needed. A role model, he thinks, watching Enkrid's silhouette from across the fire. And someone I deeply respect, he admits to himself, finally working up the courage to move. He steps forward and says it plainly. He wants to duel Commander Enkrid himself, insisting his own training means he won't fall behind. I'll show you that right here, he declares, gripping his blade tight. And now, Enkrid answers, already squaring up for one more fight. They say the spring breeze carries mana, the soldier murmurs, settling into his stance. The wind that announces a new beginning, Fairy echoes softly, watching the two face off. Tonight really is a perfect night for a fight, Enkrid says, almost smiling. The soldier lunges first, closing the distance without hesitation. I accept your challenge, Enkrid says quietly, sword already rising to meet him. His eyes lock onto his opponent, sharp and ready. Whatever doubts he had about tonight are long gone. Out on the field, Andrew squares up with his sword drawn, refusing to let this rivalry end quietly. I accept your challenge, Enkrid says, calm as ever, like this is just another Tuesday. Andrew grips his blade tight and vows to bring everything he's got to this fight. There's a fire in his eyes now, equal parts nerves and hunger for one last real fight with his squad leader. Don't you remember that day? Andrew shouts, blade cutting the air between them. Enkrid doesn't answer, he just moves, steel already meeting steel. Andrew needles him about some old, embarrassing memory mid-swing, and Enkrid can only yelp that it's a low blow to bring that up now. Just for a second, his thoughts drift to the past Andrew's needling dug up. The clash rocks Andrew back. He's not the cocky kid he used to be, but he's also not backing down. You're different now, Enkrid tells him, and he actually means it as a compliment. Of course, Andrew fires back, grinning through the exhaustion. He's grinning ear to ear now, throwing himself back into the fight with everything he's got left. From the sidelines, Auden hollers not to go easy on the kid. Someone in the crowd cracks that their persistent, hopeless squad leader just won't quit, never change, Andrew. By now, Andrew's old arrogance has burned away completely. What's left is just raw determination. Andrew throws himself into one more all-out swing. Enkrid meets it head-on, murmuring that Andrew really has changed. The exchange leaves Andrew doubled over, sucking wind on the ground. Enkrid keeps talking mid-fight, almost narrating the moment out loud. Our relationship, he starts. He doesn't finish the thought right away, just tightens his grip and keeps swinging. And our skills, he finally finishes, have both grown. Their blades meet one more time in a shower of sparks. The exchange is fast and brutal, both of them giving it everything they've got. Sparks fly as steel meets steel again and again. Enkrid finally finds his opening and drives Andrew back. One clean strike sends Andrew tumbling to the ground, fight over. Enkrid stands over him, chest heaving, completely spent. Even after everything he survived, that little spar took a real toll on him. He shakes it off and reaches a hand down to help Andrew back up. No hard feelings, just two soldiers who left it all on the field. Hey, I'm gonna get going, Enkrid tells him once they've both caught their breath. Andrew straightens up and declares that the time for House Gardner to rise again has finally come. If Enkrid ever comes to the capital, Andrew tells him there'll always be a room waiting for him at the Gardner Manor. Enkrid teases right back that with that royal dagger of his, Andrew could probably just waltz into the palace instead. Andrew goes red and flustered, clearly not expecting to get roasted right back. Someone else in the group perks up, surprised, and admits they're looking forward to it too. Enkrid just adjusts his collar, playing it cool. Andrew can't hide how thrilled he actually is underneath all that bluster. Someone shouts over, asking if Enkrid's really planning to tag along with Andrew, and he just fires back a firm yes. Andrew's suddenly bawling like a leaky faucet, and Enkrid can only wonder, half fond and half baffled, when this kid grew up so much. Auden scoops the crybabies up under each arm and offers a rag to wipe their tears, complete with a comedic honk of somebody blowing their nose. Chaos breaks out as someone yells at Rem to quit bullying poor Mac. Andrew jumps to his own defense, pointing out that actually, Mac's been messing with him too. The feast is only getting started, this one's going to run all night. No cutting it short tonight, Enkrid wants this send-off done right, with no regrets left behind. The whole squad piles in, roughhousing and laughing while Enkrid quietly toasts them. Enjoy it, Andrew Mac. The night rolls on under a big, bright moon and a camp full of lanterns. But dawn's coming fast, and with it, Andrew's actual goodbye. Enkrid sees him off, thinking that the next time they meet, Andrew will be a patriarch noble in his own right. Someone jokes that sending him off hungover and wrecked from the feast wasn't such a bad way to do it after all. Hangover or not, Enkrid's not skipping his morning training, not even today. It's a promise he made to himself, just part of what it takes to become a real knight. Ragna wanders up, half impressed Enkrid actually dragged himself out here this early. Then Enkrid catches sight of something behind Ragna that stops him cold. A finely dressed knight strides up and gestures back at whoever or whatever is trailing behind him. Marcus is all he says. Enkrid squints past him and realizes with a start that Marcus is a frog. Sure enough, tucked into a hood and cloak, a wide-eyed, scaly little frog-faced companion peeks out. The knight's whole demeanor shifts, he drops the pleasantries and simply says, please. Whatever he's asking for, it has him moving with real urgency. He takes off across the field at a dead sprint, cape snapping behind him. Every stride eats up the ground between him and whatever's waiting. Enkrid's eyes go wide, he sees it too now, and it's bad. A wave of red light tears across the field, and Enkrid's right in the middle of it. Something's coming straight for him, and there's no time to think. Steel meets steel in a blinding flash. Somehow, impossibly, he blocks it, and even the one attacking him sounds stunned. You blocked that. The masked knight squares up properly now, weapon leveled, daring him to prove that wasn't a fluke. Let's see what you can do. Then it unleashes everything at once, a storm of blades made of raw pink light. It tears into him before he can fully get his guard up. In his head, countless blades reach out at him all at once. This is all too familiar. His thighs get run through first, just like before. Then his arms torn away. It's the same nightmare playing out limb by limb. And then like always his head. He's lived this exact death more times than he can count. Every single blade in this vision is telling him the same thing: give up, go back, stay down. But Enkrid's answer is immediate and unshakable: stand back. He's not backing down from this thing, not this time. Something in him hardens. His eyes burn with a cold, deliberate focus. I choose death, he says, meaning he'd rather die trying than ever crawl back from this. He refuses to let his dreams stay just dreams, even if it costs him hundreds, thousands of deaths to get there. He throws himself straight into the storm of blades. Just one more step closer, and if he can't walk anymore, he'll crawl there instead. There's no version of this where he stops moving forward. The masked knight bears down on him one more time, energy blazing. But Enkrid doesn't flinch, not even a little. Their clash lands hard, sparks flying everywhere. A new figure closes in fast, cutting straight through the chaos. Then a single word cuts through everything: enough. The vision breaks and Enkrid finds himself back in the real world, with the knight and his frog-faced companion looking down at him. The knight looks genuinely shaken, admitting he's never seen anything like what Enkrid just did. Standing over him is a woman he's never met before: dark red hair, sharp green eyes, armor marked with a knight's crest. She tells him flatly that if he'd stood there any longer, that would have actually killed him. Enkrid can barely get a full breath in, still reeling from whatever that was. Between gasps, he manages to ask just one thing: who is she? She studies him for a long moment before answering. Ija, she tells him. She's a proto-knight of the Red Cape Order, and apparently she just put him through one hell of an entrance exam. Enkrid can't quite wrap his head around what just happened to him. Someone reaches out to help him back to his feet. Back at camp, tensions are already boiling over. Odin's squaring up at the newcomers while his squad mates lie shaken on the ground. Ragna isn't backing down either, snapping that being a proto-knight doesn't give her the right to just barge in like this. Ija stands her ground, her strange hooded companion at her side. Deep in a raid, Enkrid launches himself at 3 enemies twice his size. The fight looks less like training and more like payback. One of them, furious and bleeding, spits that he's only losing because Enkrid's some kind of proto-knight, like that's cheating. A stranger cloaked in blue watches close by, blade half-drawn, sizing up exactly who these brawlers even are. She can't quite believe it. How does a nothing squad turn out fighters like these? Her eyes land on the wild one up front, mowing through enemies like it's nothing. Then the quiet one, then the human boulder next to him. All 3, she realizes, are absurdly talented. She clocks one more, hair catching gold in the light, barely awake, but holding that blade like he's done this 1,000 times. It's not what you think, she says with a very unimpressed, very froggy grin. Enter Ragna, barking for everyone to stand down. So these are the famous lunatics. Honestly, the rumors check out. Odin isn't having it, grabbing a fistful of someone's collar and demanding to know what the hell they're even talking about. Somebody floats the question hanging over everyone: can this guy actually become a knight? The scuffle keeps rolling, Odin squaring up while Pin scrambles to catch up to the chaos. Odin freezes mid-argument, genuinely rattled by whatever he's just heard. Rem, sword still in hand, can only repeat the word back like it doesn't compute: knight. Turns out the cloaked stranger has a name, Ija, and she's only here because frog eyes like hers can read raw talent at a glance. Ragna's actually here scouting for this guy specifically. Impressive that he made it this far, he admits, but impossible. Ija cuts in flatly, not buying it for a second. It's Enkrid they're sizing up, out cold and pinned down, apparently his limits painfully obvious. Still, Ragna allows. It's impressive he made it this far at all. Ija turns the question back on her cloaked partner: so what do you make of him? Somewhere off in the field, a blonde soldier gets approached with an offer of his own. No way, he shoots back immediately, hands up, not interested. Ija clocks it instantly. These self-proclaimed lunatics really do only answer to their own leader. Turning down a spot in the Red Cape Knight Order, Ija tells Ragna, real name apparently Marcus, that she just did him a favor. Enkrid's flat on the ground, completely wiped out, and the cloaked scout decides she's sticking around a while longer to watch. Ragna, thrown off guard, has to ask twice she wants to stay. Better sort out lodgings then. Ija has her own business to raise too, another offer for that stubborn blonde soldier maybe. Tisk frogs, she mutters about her own partner, they just do whatever interests them. But him, her eyes narrow, and for once she's not talking about the blonde guy. Enkrid gets hauled back to Camp Piggyback dead weight while Ragna trails behind in silence. Turns out Ija hit him with her full aura earlier and he actually withstood it, stepping forward through the pressure. She's never once seen anyone shrug that off, let alone push through it. If he ever figures out what that power really is, he'd be a monster. But if it were that easy, she reminds herself, everyone would be a knight. Back at the village camp, the cloaked scout wanders in like she owns the place. One of the guards on watch heard all the commotion and honestly has no idea what's going on anymore. Meanwhile, life in camp rolls on, blissfully unaware of the bombshell that just got dropped. See, everyone knows Enkrid dreams of becoming a knight, he's never once hidden it. The whole battalion knows it, actually that's just who he is. Which is exactly what's eating at this one soldier right now. He stood tall through every doubter, no matter what anyone said about him. But hearing someone who actually reached that dream call it impossible for Enkrid, specifically. That's a different kind of gut punch entirely. Auden can't resist needling Rem about it either. Oh, the one who got rejected for being too ugly, he cackles. Rem, unimpressed, just wants to know why that nickname had to happen, then asks what's actually going on. Whatever Auden tells him next wipes the smirk clean off his face. He storms into the sick room and finds Enkrid out cold with that same cloaked frog woman standing right over him. "Excuse me," she says breezily, brushing past like finding an unconscious knight hopeful is just a Tuesday. Rem's sweating, genuinely baffled that everyone else is treating this like completely normal behavior. Then Auden lays it out plain and heavy. The dream their whole squad rallies around just got shattered. Someone else keeps watch at Enkrid's bedside, dreading how devastated he's going to be when he wakes up. One more soldier's face goes tight with worry, barely able to get the question out. Never become a knight, the words are barely out of Auden's mouth before, hey, Enkrid's very much awake. He bolts upright and just about roars it, not a chance in hell, not a single one. Chaos erupts instantly, half the room yelling at once, someone begging everyone to just stop. Enkrid, weirdly composed through all of it, just tilts his head. Really? Auden isn't buying the calm act for a second, while Rem seethes quietly about that bastard who said it. One of the squad, sharp as always, claims he totally gets it, then immediately looks confused himself. Wait, what? He blurts, clearly not following his own logic. Determination is contagious. Suddenly Enkrid's grabbing a squad mate by the collar, announcing he's off to train. Right now. Yes, apparently right now, and it goes about as gently as you'd expect. One squad mate later admits he flat out missed morning drills because Enkrid's training session knocked him out cold. Rem wakes up with a jaw-cracking yawn only to realize, wait, did Enkrid already leave without him? I'm going too, someone groans, dragging themselves upright to chase after him. The cloaked scout strolls past a hallway full of wrecked trainees, cackling that this is all just too fun. Rem can't wrap his head around it. How is Enkrid this calm about any of this? He's stubborn, Ragna answers simply, like that explains everything. And honestly, it kind of does. It's one thing to shrug off a rumor, it's another when an actual knight said the exact same words to his face. The guy's just built different. Put nicely, he's persistent, Ija offers, though the others figure Enkrid would be exactly this stubborn with or without a frog involved. There's just no talking him out of anything once he's decided, the whole camp's learning that the hard way. Rem grumbles that Enkrid's making him feel like an idiot for even worrying about him. Ragna clocks him heading out and just asks, going somewhere? I need to train too, Rem admits. Determined now, Rem takes off after him, muttering that he refuses to lose to Enkrid. The whole platoon ends up chasing him down, one by one. This is the power everyone keeps whispering about, the raw, unrefined strength of a proto-knight. In battle, it looks like an illusion of blades striking from every direction at once. And it's not just brute aggression behind it either, something sharper, more deliberate. That was, someone trails off awestruck right as the cloaked scout leans in with a question. Curious. Intimidation, Enkrid repeats slowly, so that's what they're calling that ability. The cloaked scout starts walking, clearly ready to actually explain something for once. She turns the real question on him instead: what actually separates knights from the rest of us? Those who have pushed past their own limits, she says, are the only ones who even get to dream of knighthood. But you'll never actually become one, she warns, until you understand this mysterious power for what it is. Only 1 in 10,000 can even learn it. It doesn't just work for whoever wants it. Rem tries to wave her off. If you actually show him that, he might just give up entirely. The scout hesitates for half a second, right as Enkrid turns and asks flat out what this power even is. Tell me, he says, no hesitation at all. She croaks out a laugh first, then gets to it. That intimidation Ija hit him with is only part of the picture. It's really just one piece of a much broader category of abilities. The kind of power actual knights use to become something superhuman. Enkrid's whole body goes still, hanging on every word. It has a name, she tells him. It's called will. And in that instant, something in Enkrid's grip tightens, like he's already decided he's getting his hands on it. Out in a sunlit training field, Rem lays it out plain for Enkrid. Every superhuman trick a knight ever pulls comes down to one single thing. Enkrid doesn't blink, hanging on every word. Rem gives the power a name: will. He clenches his fist, showing just how much focus that one word is actually hiding. Call it willpower if you want, Rem says, but this is humanity's single greatest feat. Actually wielding it, though, that's an entirely different story. Rem trails off, chewing on how to explain something that barely has words for it. You'll figure it out, Rem shrugs, dodging the obvious follow-up. Figure out what exactly, and does he even know himself? Will shows up differently in everybody, chimes in the hooded stranger tagging along beside them. She needles Rem right after. What's the point of theory if he's never actually broken his own limits? Rem admits that's basically it, and Enkrid just quietly nods along. So Enkrid asks the real question: how does he actually break through his own limits? Only he'll ever know the answer to that, the hooded woman tells him. You can't know your limits until you've slammed into them yourself, she adds, and for now, here's what's within reach. Enkrid takes it in, already turning it over into a plan. Blunt as ever, she tells him flat out that his plan won't work. Because, she reminds him, a frog's nose for talent is basically instinct. An instinct, she says, is built on experience. She's watched more humans pass through than she can count. No other frog reads talent better than she does, she brags without a hint of modesty. Her whole process comes down to 2 things, starting with whether someone has real talent at all. The second part, she says, matters just as much as the first. Whether they've got the will to keep going no matter what, and Enkrid's still out here swinging, making her point for her. Normally, she wouldn't even bother checking the second box if the first one comes up empty. But Enkrid keeps grinding, sword arm burning, refusing to quit. And that's exactly why she's watching him so closely. His will, she admits, is stronger than anyone else's she's seen. His conviction is on another level entirely, she thinks, watching his shadow cut across the grass. Blade meets blade again and again as the sparring grinds on. To Enkrid, she's still a total mystery wrapped in a hood. Even her footsteps barely make a sound, webbed feet gliding over the grass. Frogs, she muses to herself, mostly just chase their own urges, some pouring everything into raw strength instead. And some, she admits quietly, fall into something else entirely: love. What she truly wants, she doesn't quite let herself finish saying. Rewind a bit to how they actually met. A hooded stranger already knows his name and rank: Enkrid, platoon leader of the lunatics. Enkrid, mid-training and dripping sweat, just returns the courtesy. Fair's fair, he figures, and asks for her name in return. She pulls the hood back just enough to reveal sharp golden eyes and a face nobody here has ever seen. Luagarn, she says, simple as that. And she doesn't hide it one bit, he intrigues her. A being of mystery, he calls her right back, half question and half compliment. Night falls over the village where the squad's bunking down for the evening. Word spreads fast once she walks into the tavern with them. There's an actual frog running with the lunatics now. Chaos immediately breaks out at the table, because of course it does. One poor squad mate is already begging everyone to back off before he gets swarmed. Off to the side, Barrel Woman just clicks her tongue at the mess. How uncultured, she sniffs. Somebody fires right back at her, rich coming from you. Pin's already sprinting for the door, screaming for everyone else to run too. Luagarn just sighs at the whole spectacle, picking daintily at her food. Underneath the sighing though, she's quietly stunned every single one of them is absurdly talented. All 4 of these lunatics, she realizes mid-brawl, have already smashed straight past their own limits. If any of them ever actually tapped into their will, she thinks, they'd all be knights by now, will just needs a little luck to show up. Enkrid, totally unbothered, just notes that this squad's close enough that nobody's actually going to die tonight, probably. Then an axe goes flying across the room and even he has to double take. Someone screams that the swords are coming out now too, right as Enkrid casually asks Luagarn if she's found a place to stay. She doesn't miss a beat, preferably right next to him. The brawl behind them somehow gets even louder. Furniture, fists, and at least one more blade go flying. Now someone's screaming bloody murder over a chair of all things. He calls her an amphibian for good measure and she just shakes her head. Yeah, they're all completely insane. Enkrid apologizes on the guy's behalf and Luagarn, ever practical, admits she's easier on people who happen to be good-looking. She'll forgive a little rudeness, she says, then turns it around and asks if Enkrid's got any questions for her. He clearly does, judging by the look on his face. He asks for a duel straight up after a full day of training already, she points out, more than a little incredulous. He's not backing down, duel now, train again right after. She tells him he might be the craziest one in the whole squad. Then to everyone's surprise, she actually agrees. Privately, she's floored his mentality is off the charts already, and she can't stop wondering what he'd be like with his will fully realized. Meanwhile, Pin's over there insisting she's actually the practical one, and Enkrid isn't buying it for a second. Luagarn doesn't waste her time on anyone without real potential, full stop. But for Enkrid, just this once, she's willing to play along. She warns him she'll go easy on him, exactly the wrong thing to say to this guy. Because that's exactly what he wanted to hear, grinning like he's already won. Back in the present, night settles over the war-torn kingdom beyond the border. Far off in the Principality of Aspen, the losing side is doing the grim math on how badly this war went. Alone in a candlelit study, one shadow just keeps circling back to a single word: defeat. No one expects a clean sweep, he tells himself, but after everything he'd prepared, this still stings. He never actually thought Aspen would lose outright. His hand hovers over the desk, still trying to process it. It all traces back to one single moment, the death of Mitch Hurrier. At the center of every domino that fell after that sits one name Abner can't stop turning over in his head. Enkrid, platoon leader of the lunatics. And as far as Abner's concerned, this war is far from over. Once the armistice runs out, Aspen intends to move again, assuming Enkrid doesn't get in the way a second time. Then again, he decides, maybe just removing Enkrid altogether is the real solution. The Grey Hounds already tried sending an assassin after him once, and that didn't exactly go well. He'd found it strange, honestly, how much the Grey Hounds threw at just one junior officer. But he pinpoints exactly where to strike, the swamps of Montera. So he puts the request in himself, straight to the Crown's own Assassins Guild, the ones who have never once failed a job. Cut to a hooded figure slipping through the dark, already briefed on his target, a soldier called Enkrid. Blade drawn, he cuts through the night without a sound. He crouches low in the brush, eyes locked on a lit-up house at the edge of the village. Inside, completely oblivious, Enkrid's just settling in for the night with company. Outside, the assassin's already moving in for the kill. He locks onto his target only for someone else entirely to catch him first with a startled "Hey." Blood already on her face, she demands to know exactly who he is. Blade still dripping, he doesn't answer, and that's exactly where the chapter cuts out. Night falls over the outskirts of Aspen. Old stone walls standing quiet guard over a city that has no idea what is about to happen right under its nose. Just another sleepy building with one lantern glowing in a window. Nothing to see here, or so you would think. Wrong, a fist comes out of nowhere and connects hard. Whoever just got clocked is having a very bad night. Welcome to the secret hideout of the swamps of Montera Assassins Guild, where the boss is losing his mind. 5 hired killers gone, just like that. One of the hooded members admits it plainly. Someone out there keeps taking out their assassins, and even their mid-tier killer this time could not do a thing. Cut to the culprit himself, standing over yet another failed hitman in the dark. Whoever this is, he is cleaning house one assassin at a time. Back at guild headquarters, the old guildmaster is sweating bullets. This contract came straight from the crown, and failing it could sink the whole guild. So there is only one move left: send in the guild's absolute best, the Locks brothers. Here they are, decked out in full killer gear and looking every bit as deadly as advertised. The guildmaster does not mince words. Complete the mission, he snarls, no pressure or anything. Far from all that back-alley scheming, we drift into a peaceful mountain village at dawn. Someone on the hillside spots a familiar face and shouts, "Hero!" Turns out somebody around here has quite the reputation. Sure enough, our undercover hero strolls through the streets while the locals treat him like a celebrity, one of them handing him a gift on the spot. He tries to wave it off. "I can't take this," he says, but her son came home alive because of him, and she is not taking no for an answer. An older villager chimes in with his own thanks and practically begs him to take the gift too. Being a beloved hero has its perks. But even heroes have bad days. A dagger comes flying out of nowhere while he is mid-sip of a drink. A shopkeeper is just trying to sell him some jerky, completely oblivious to the hooded assassin lining up a shot from the rooftops. Another stall owner offers him fresh fruit, and another blade sails in right behind it. Somebody really wants him dead today. Down a dark alley, things get messy fast as more of the guild's killers close in. He catches a falling villager just as another blade-wielding attacker drops in from above, protecting bystanders while getting ambushed, all in a day's work. One assassin ends up pinned straight to a wall. That contract is closed permanently. Blades clash and sparks fly as he deflects yet another strike without breaking a sweat. Another dagger shatters against his guard. The guild is burning through hitmen fast. He grits his teeth through it all. Being the most wanted man in town is exhausting work. He keeps shielding the crowd even as the attacks just keep coming. Someone lets out a stunned gasp as another guild member goes down hard. He takes a hit of his own this time, blood dripping from his jaw with a pained groan. Looking up at a rooftop assassin, he says flatly, "So it's you, recognition and not the friendly kind. The one who keeps getting in our way." The assassin snarls, lunging straight for his face. Steel flashes in close, blood spraying from the exchange. He holds his ground and blocks the strike cold. The assassin goes down with a choked cry. Another one bites the dust. And just when you think the fight is winding down, a wild, curly-haired woman comes charging straight into the fray. That is Leona, and she does not look like she is here for a friendly chat. One of the guild's lookouts panics. The brothers were taken out instantly, he shouts, meaning the Locks brothers, the guild's supposed aces, just got wrecked off screen. Leona is already moving, kicking a thrown blade clean out of the air. She deflects another strike without even slowing down. The panicking lookout takes a hit for his trouble. She lines up a shot of her own, and it is not looking good for the guild. One more assassin drops, boot and all. As the dust settles, Leona rounds on someone with a very pointed question. "What are you doing over there?" she starts. "Jackson, that is the cover name our hero has been using in this town." Turns out Leona knows exactly who he really is. She casually explains she moved some drunks out of the street earlier so they would not get run over. Hero guarding and public safety, all in one day. She strolls off like nothing at all just happened. He catches a whiff of alcohol on her and wonders out loud if she would really go out of her way to help total strangers. "Got a problem?" she shoots back. "No, it's fine." He backs off fast. Smart man. They keep walking through the market like nothing violent ever happened here. Her real thoughts are sharper than she lets on. He needs to spend this time getting stronger, she thinks, watching him from a distance. "I can't let these idiots get in the way," she adds. She is done letting assassins interrupt his training arc. Bodies of unconscious attackers litter the ground behind her handiwork. That half-fairy and that rat came for him before too, she recalls. Who do they think they are, messing around in my territory, she fumes. Then, almost proud, anyway, they keep getting better and better. Night settles back over the market, lanterns glowing like nothing violent ever happened here. Up on a balcony, a couple of cloaked figures are watching the streets a little too closely. Inside, a striking blonde woman sits alone by a window, clearly the one actually pulling the strings here. She has the look of someone used to being obeyed without question. Leona reports in. The market streets, she says, I covered it up by pouring alcohol on them. Tidy work. She gives a respectful little bow to her boss. It seems like they are with the swamps of Montera, the blonde woman muses. What should we do? Her answer is ice cold, take them out our way. Leona moves to carry out the order without a second thought. The blonde woman's hair catches the wind as she watches everything unfold from a distance. Heed his command, someone announces, right before a squad drops in through a window. The order is simple, send a warning to the swamps of Montera, and that warning arrives as a pile of bodies. Back at guild headquarters, the old guildmaster goes pale as the message lands. One of his men's masks lies discarded on the floor, not a subtle hint. The message could not be clearer, we've had enough. All assassins who enter this city from here on out, the blonde woman continues, letting the threat hang in the air. Kill them, simple as that. Somewhere, someone mutters in disbelief, it's impossible to assassinate him, the guild's confidence is officially shattered. The guildmaster grovels before a new visitor, insisting, we are quite skilled within the context of Aspen. That visitor is Abner, Aspen's own master strategist, unimpressed. But they are the best in the continent, he points out, and even they could not get it done. Abner draws his own conclusion, so he can't just be taken out by assassins. That is not a compliment, that is a warning to himself. The guildmaster caves completely. All right, I rescind my request. Contract cancelled. Alone with his thoughts, Abner wonders if Enkrid really is something special. There it is, the real name behind the cover story. I suppose I'll see him again on the battlefield, Abner concludes, gazing out the window. Sounds less like a hope and more like a promise. The scene lingers on that quiet window a moment longer. The plotting is over for now. Time skips ahead. It has been 3 months since the return to the border guard. One soldier stretches out under a tree, groaning that he feels weak just sitting here. Another chimes in, watching someone train in the distance. He doesn't miss a single day. Sure enough, there is Enkrid out in the field, swinging away under the open sky like always. I wonder how much stronger he is now with all that training, one muses, only for the other to scoff, bullshit. Ragna, watching from nearby, is not so sure about that attitude. Weird, the skeptic mutters while Ragna insists, I taught him everything right. Someone addresses Ragna as Lord, clearly about to deliver some unwelcome news. There seems to be a curse on our brother platoon leader, the messenger reports, and Leona, listening in, raises an eyebrow at that one. A new face steps in, a sharp-eyed woman in teal, muttering to herself, was I mistaken? Apparently not, no, he is just as untalented as I first thought, she concludes bluntly. Ouch. Someone calls his real name across the field. Enkrid, he just keeps breathing hard, sweat dripping, saying nothing back. Whatever doubt just got thrown his way, his answer is a quiet, firm no. In his head, the truth comes out, I'm taking huge steps. That nobody else can see, he finishes. Talent or not, the man is still climbing, one invisible step at a time. Night falls over another quiet border town, but inside the barracks, one knight is not sleeping. Somewhere in the dark, low grumbling mutters echo through the bunks, somebody's clearly still awake. It's Enkrid, hunched over a letter by candlelight, crossing out line after line like nothing sounds right. Not this, not that. What letter is this even supposed to be? He's stuck and the drafts are piling up. His mumbling finally drags Luagarn out of her own bunk and she does not look amused. Noisy. She corners him, demanding to know just what he's mumbling about. Enkrid glances down at the stack of letters, those letters, and just for a second the joking stops. Morning comes fast. Somebody yanks the blanket clean off him and the tiny black cat curled up next to him. Training doesn't wait for beauty sleep. Time for morning training, no snooze button in this squad. He's straight into it, no complaints, no excuses, just drills. Round after round against the dummies, sweat and all. From the fence, the rest of the squad is clocking every single rep. He just keeps grinding through it, same as always. Rem mutters that the guy genuinely, seriously is not getting any better. Even he seems to know he's stuck in a slump. So why does he look so weirdly happy about it? The squad just turns to their commander for answers. Before anyone can figure it out, word comes down. The commander wants him now. Turns out it's a job. Ragna's handing him a mercenary request straight up. This time of year, apparently, it gets ugly out past the town walls. Every summer the wilds churn out monsters in packs. Enough of them together with a leader to rally around, and that pack becomes a full colony. Bad news for any town nearby. And a big one has just turned up, right on a frontier town's doorstep. Ragna's putting him in sole charge of the whole town's defense. No pressure. Word spreads fast, he's shipping out again. Feels just like that old job back at Crossguard, and going by the mountain of gear he's hauling, some habits never change. Back in the barracks, the squad pores over the request. Even idiot ghouls get dangerous once they mob up in big enough numbers. Enkrid's already thinking ahead, wishing he had more of those rare whistle daggers he looted off a half-elf a while back. No such luck though, something that rare doesn't turn up twice. He shrugs it off and keeps packing in silence. Then something on the paperwork stops him cold. This place. His expression tightens. There's clearly history with this town. Pin catches the look on his face and about chokes on her own reaction. Boss, she is practically vibrating with excitement now. Let me go with you, sparkles in her eyes and everything. He's already trying to peel her off. What's up with you? Get off me. Turns out Pin's holding onto a map she picked up on an old battlefield, and she is not letting this go. The story behind it is apparently legendary among treasure hunters. Some old dungeon supposedly stuffed with Dolph's treasures. She's got him by the collar now, insisting the traps in that dungeon don't even work anymore, so all they have to do is go find it. One problem, neither of them can actually read the map. Isn't this some ancient script or something? Luagarn, watching from above, casually mentions she already helped translate it. I'm a scholar, she says, like that settles it. Deciphering old scripts is easy, she shrugs, while the other two just stare, wondering since when a battle-hungry frog moonlights as an academic. It's not good to generalize, guys, then straight at Enkrid so you'll go right. The next call comes from Enkrid himself. They move out tomorrow morning, so everyone better get ready. First excuse rolls in immediately. Ragna, flat as ever, I'm not going. Then Auden mid-stretch, God isn't showing me the path this time, I'm sleeping in. Even Rem, his usual training partner, bails, muttering something about having things to take care of. Watching the whole excuse parade play out, one squadmate just about loses it. Pin can't help but point out how weird it is. These people usually can't get enough of hanging around him. Enkrid goes quiet, Pin less so. Hey, are we even okay with this little manpower? Then Luagarn steps up, gear and cat already in hand. I'll go with you. There's no reason for me to stay here without Enkrid, she says, dead serious. Morning comes and he heads out past a barracks full of squadmates who are very much still asleep. His face says he's already moved past all their excuses. Dawn breaks over the outpost as Luagarn watches the others gather outside. Let's go, somebody immediately asks if the Panther's tagging along too, answered by an unimpressed growl. Pin throws her fists up defensively, she really doesn't like me. Luagarn falls in step right beside him, already calling him boss. Something on his gear catches his eye. What's this? Whistle daggers fitted right onto his bracer. Is this what you were so busy with yesterday? I have my ways, she smiles, and I think you'll like them. Back at the barracks, Auden stretched out shirtless, thoroughly enjoying skipping the mission. Rem's just face down in his own bunk, dead to the world. But before Enkrid leaves, he stops at Auden's door. I know why you're doing this. There's a quiet beat between them, more understanding than words. I'll see you when I'm back, Enkrid says, already turning to go. It'll be more fun then, he adds, gear slung over his shoulder. Back inside, the squad's still turning him over in their heads. Just what is he thinking, really? Ragna mutters. There's really no sign of him getting any better. But comes the follow-up. There were stretches where he suddenly improved a ton. Something about him just refuses to add up. Still, Ragna can't help but wonder how he's going to surprise them all this time, and just how much stronger he'll come back. And with that, he's gone, gear in hand, heading for the frontier. Back home, Auden just shakes his head at the whole thing. What an odd man. And because apparently nobody in this squad can just relax, somebody throws down a challenge. Let's fight. Terms get worse fast, Rem's apparently betting about half their lives on the outcome. Rem just cracks his knuckles, don't blame me if you die. Somebody else can't resist jumping in too, I wish to join you. I'll play along, shrugs another, apparently just as bored as everyone else. It better be fun, just like you said, and just like that, the whole squad's piling into their own reckless little game. Meanwhile, out on the road, Enkrid walks on with Luagarn, Pin, and the little black cat right behind him. Whatever's waiting at that frontier town, he's not facing it alone. A monster colony nearby means one thing: every beast for miles gets restless, and this road is about to get loud. A pack of snarling beasts creeps out of the tall grass, hungry eyes locked on the squad. Yeah, they figured this trip would be rough. Enkrid decks one mid-charge just to prove the point. One clean strike later, that thing's done twitching. Hauling the squad's supply packs, a blue-skinned scout mutters under her breath, there's an awful lot of these things today. 6 beast packs and counting, she notes flatly, while Pin, mortified, insists she was sure this shortcut was the right call. Enkrid just shrugs it off, no harm done, let's keep moving. Good news, Pin knows a thorny side route the monsters won't touch. Bad news, something big just announced itself anyway. Enkrid barely blinks as it lunges, seriously again. The squad piles on and drags the thing down together, but man, these encounters just will not quit. Even the scout is frowning now. Even with a colony this close, this many monsters is not normal. Enkrid rules out one grim possibility out loud. This isn't Devil's Gate either, just saying the name puts a chill in the air. Devil's Gate, the legendary source of every monster out there, or so the stories go. A land no human has ever reached and lived to describe. Not exactly comforting bedtime reading. Enkrid's gut is screaming that something here is very wrong. Beat up and worn out, the squad finally spots their destination, a walled-off town huddled in the dark. A weary-looking man steps up to greet them, introducing himself as the town's leader. Enkrid gets straight to business. They're here about the mercenary request. If there's really a monster colony brewing nearby, he wants every detail. But a scarred, eye-patch-wearing local suddenly locks eyes on Enkrid, and it is not a friendly look. Whatever he's thinking, it's written all over that scowl. Pin catches the tension too, glancing warily between the two men. He introduces himself anyway, Deutsch Fullman, head of the town watch. Enkrid returns the introduction and tries to get down to business, but Deutsch clearly has other plans. Deutsch cuts him off, bragging that his men and that wall behind them can handle anything. A masterpiece apparently built by their own engineer. No regular monster is getting past it. Bottom line, as far as Deutsch is concerned, there's nothing here for outsiders. He'll mark the job as done and send them packing, simple as that. Enkrid doesn't budge, he'll decide when he leaves, thanks. Pin jumps in fast, playing peacemaker. Hey, they're just exhausted from the road, that's all. Surely they can rest up a bit before heading back, right? Deutsch relents barely and waves over a bandana-wearing local named Hugo to sort out rooms. Hugo flashes an easy grin and says he's got it handled. Luagarn pulls Pin aside. Something about Hugo is bugging her, even with her weird frog eyes she can't stand looking at him. Pin just wants to deck the guy. Luagarn's more fixated on his energy, something about it feels off. It reminds her of something else entirely, like one of them. Oblivious to the suspicion, Hugo cheerfully offers to show them to their rooms. Luagarn tries to talk herself down. It's probably nothing, just a coincidence. Still, Enkrid can't shake how openly hostile this whole town has been. Pin admits honestly she gets why they're on edge. After all, Enkrid did roll in with the authority to override the local watch. He gets it, Deutsch is scared of losing control of his own watch, but something tells him that's not the whole story. Luagarn backs him up. Going by the sheer number of monsters on the road, that colony is definitely still out there. Hunting it down without the town's help won't be easy. Doesn't matter, they'll manage. Enkrid's answer is simple, they'll do what they have to. Naturally, that means training, hauling makeshift weights around like it's nothing. Pin leans out a window, half impressed and half baffled. Seriously, where did he even dig up those rocks? Everyone else calls it a night. It's late and even Pin's ready to crash. Luagarn lingers though, watching him grind the same drill over and over even though it isn't paying off. And yet there he is, grinning like he's having the time of his life. How does he even manage that face? Simple as that in Enkrid's mind, training is just fun. It drags Luagarn into a memory she doesn't visit often, a man falling hurt somewhere in her past. And herself desperate, reaching for him through the rain. She remembers promising to stand by him for as long as he needed her. Her love, she called him. The memory snaps shut as fast as it came, back to the crack of Enkrid's training rope. Luagarn watches him from the doorway, quiet, unreadable. She used to share a mental bond with someone, the kind her kind can form with a human. That feeling never really left her. It would still be there if her lover hadn't died to them. She shakes it off and steps up to him with a simple question. Is training really fun, Enkrid? Of course, he says, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Luagarn studies him a moment longer than she probably means to. Something about that answer clearly sticks with her. Elsewhere, the town leader corners Deutsch up on the wall. They've beaten the beast horde back again and again, but there's still too many. Maybe it's time to actually accept the squad's help. Deutsch shuts that down flat. This is their town, he snaps. They built it, they'll defend it. Every person here fled corrupt nobles to start over in this place. They built it from literally nothing, working day and night for every plank and post. The leader's still worried outsiders will end up running the place. Deutsch just repeats, don't worry, they can hold the line themselves. His trusted men are already up on the walls, he says, watching everything. One of them even asks about the new guy, Hugo. Deutsch vouches for him without a flicker of doubt. Good at what he does, apparently, that's one way to put it. Deutsch does a quick check-in with the watch, anything to report. Nope, everything's supposedly all set. The second he's alone, that easy confidence curdles into something a lot colder. No more pretending, he mutters, time to begin what they planned. Night settles in over the hills outside the walls. And out there in the dark, dozens of eyes catch the light closing in. It doesn't take long for the first blade to swing. Claws hit the ground running. Steel meets fang in a spray of blood. The alarm goes up, it's the colony and it's here in force. Enkrid's already moving, sword out before anyone finishes shouting. Someone calls it out, a whole pack of gnolls just breached the line. One snarls right in his face, all teeth and fury. Another howls out a challenge of its own. Then Luagarn freezes mid-fight, that's not just a colony, that's them. Robed figures step out of the chaos and it clicks all at once, cultists. One of them just grins, wide and wrong, and says it all comes down to their god. And just like that, the trap snaps shut, they're stuck in Devil's Gate itself. Nice and quiet for now. This walled little town has no idea what's coming tonight. It's just another dull morning here, one farmhand grumbling about heading out to work, the other shrugging it off with a "yeah, man." None of them have a clue what's coming. Big yawn, bigger spear, business as usual for the town watch. Rough shift ahead, though not for the reason he thinks. Then the peace shatters, a body's already lying face down in the grass, blade still in hand. Whatever did this isn't finished. A long, ugly howl rips through the rain. Something big is out there and it's hungry. Yellow eyes flash in the dark, teeth bared and closing in fast. A kid freezes mid-step, breath-catching. By morning this peaceful town will reek of blood. Teeth sink into flesh, the first scream of the night and it won't be the last. More screaming, more running, these monsters aren't holding back. Someone's yelling for everyone to run, like that's ever worked against a monster pack. A villager goes down hard, dragged under a snarling pile of fur and claws. The town watch captain comes barreling in, bellowing for his men to hold the line. Protect the people, he roars, and for once nobody argues with the boss. Elsewhere, a squad mate kicks the door open yelling one word that says it all, gnolls. Enkrid's already moving, calling out for Luagarn. The monsters need stopping and their quiet evening together just got cut short. Luagarn isn't far behind, eyes blazing gold, already swearing on her heart she'll see this through. A monster crashes clean through a door, Enkrid barely braces in time. Wood splinters everywhere, this fight just moved indoors. Fangs snap inches from his face, not exactly a warm welcome. One of his squad mates cuts through the wreckage to back him up. Nobody fights this alone tonight. Pin, go check the wall, he barks. Somebody's got to keep this from getting worse. He's already calling in more backup, cries Esther, anyone who can still swing a blade. Esther prowls in on 4 paws, panther-shaped and ready to bite something. Stay by my side, he tells her, not exactly subtle about who he's worried for. Claws rake past, close enough to feel the wind off them. Someone's not walking away from this one without scars. A blade finds its mark, one monster down, a dozen more to go. It just keeps snarling, blood dripping from its jaws like this is fun for it. Another one falls, but the tide barely notices. Rain, blood, and a monster still refusing to go down easy. We need to clear a path, someone shouts. Standing and slugging it out isn't working anymore. Enkrid's mind flashes back. He's done this dance before back in his mercenary days. Back then the plan was simple: dodge everything, carve out an exit, survive. It wasn't pretty, it never is when you're outnumbered. Claws rake across his side, just another day surviving as a mercenary. He drops low, letting the beast sail clean over him. A spear catches it mid-lunge, barely. That snarl is burned into his memory for a reason. Steel meets fur again and again. It staggers back, wounded but nowhere near finished. Those teeth could take an arm clean off. It roars loud enough to shake the memory itself. Bigger, meaner, and a lot more of them than he'd like to remember. Back in the present, someone takes a hit hard enough to knock the wind clean out of them. Enkrid's blood runs cold. These aren't normal gnolls, they're mutated and bigger than anything he's fought. This isn't like the werewolf crisis before either. This time he can't even see where the horde ends. And here they come, wave after wave of them. One of their own goes down under the crush. Fear and screaming, that's all the night has left to offer right now. Cursing under his breath, one squad mate throws himself right back into the fray anyway. Damn it, less a battle cry, more a very honest review of the situation. Then, just for a second, dead silence and something starts glowing blue. This town was built on nothing but ordinary hope and hard work. Now it's burning and people are just trying to outrun the flames. Mercilessly torn apart by monsters who clearly don't care what they're stepping on. And standing right in the middle of it, Enkrid squares up against something twice his size. He doesn't back down, not even a step. Steel meets monster, and for once Steel wins the exchange. Then his eyes light up blue. Whatever this will really is, it's answering the call. He cuts loose, blade moving faster than the eye can follow. One monster drops for good, plenty more are lining up to try their luck. Nearby, Esther's stuck cursing her own curse, no spell big enough to wipe out this horde while she's stuck as a panther. Pin's screaming her way through the chaos right alongside her. Claws and Steel side by side, not a bad team when the world's on fire. Big eyes, Esther calls out, worried sick, cursing the magic that's kept her from actually helping. There's no other way, she decides. Keep fighting like this and they both just die tired. So she bolts, leaving the burning street behind her. I'll avenge you, Enkrid, she thinks, already fearing the worst. Meanwhile, a hooded figure mutters that everything's gone exactly to plan and slips toward the back exit. Too bad for him, Luagarn just showed up. She drops him hard before he gets anywhere near that back door. He goes down in a heap of robes and regret. But something bigger uncoils in the shadows behind him. Luagarn doesn't flinch, whiptail cracking, ready for round two. So it was you, she snarls, a cultist. Turns out the monster attack had help. The disguise comes off, and whatever's underneath is soaked in dark purple magic. Her golden eyes narrow, she's not backing down from this fight either. Steel and sorcery collide in the dark. Across town, Enkrid throws himself between a terrified kid and the carnage. He takes another hit for it, his whole body's starting to feel like one giant bruise. My entire body's a mess, he admits to himself, gasping for air. He can barely lift his sword arm anymore, and the night's far from over. Nearby, a child sobs over a body that isn't getting back up. Enkrid drops to one knee, catching his breath before the next wave hits. The kid's still shaking, hands clamped over his own mouth to stay quiet. Exhausted or not, there's no quit left in his eyes. A claw reaches for them both, he's not about to let it land. He cuts it down before it gets the chance. The fight rages on, but something a lot bigger is closing in. A monster twice the size of the rest comes barreling through the wreckage. Turns out the whole horde answers to this thing, the leader of the colony itself. One of the squad's toughest fighters goes down hard, bleeding badly. Enkrid drags himself over to help, running on absolute fumes. Come, the beast taunts because apparently it can talk. Great, just what tonight needed. Its eye burns like it already knows exactly how this ends. Enkrid grips his blade tighter, he's not planning on finding out. He lunges in, swinging everything he's got left. Every muscle screams, but he holds his stance. Another clean strike lands home. The ground itself gets torn up in the exchange. His focus doesn't waver for a second. The beast isn't going down without taking a few pieces of him first. Teeth gritted, he pushes straight through the pain. A brutal downward strike draws the first real blood. He takes a chunk out of that claw before it can land. Someone or something goes tumbling through the chaos. Blood sprays with every swing now. Nobody's walking away clean from this one. Enkrid's face is a mess of blood and grim determination. The beast staggers, but it's still standing, barely. It growls, actual words forming through the snarl, despicable little. It bears every last one of those teeth, absolutely furious. You poisoned your blades, it spits out. Turns out Enkrid's been playing dirty this whole time and it's working. The poison's doing exactly what it's supposed to, slowing this monster down for good. One last brutal clash, everything on the line. And with one final thrust, the leader of the colony finally falls. Somewhere over a burning skyline, a hand claws through empty air. He hits the ground hard below a village already up in flames, coughing blood before he can catch his breath. Rain mixes with the blood pooling under his hands. Whatever just happened out there, it left a mark. He can't move, poisoned down to the bone, and for the first time ever the loop hasn't reset him back to this morning. Whatever happens next is real. Rewind a bit, out on the field one of his own goes down hard, and it's already clear this fight isn't playing fair. Soaked and gritting his teeth, Enkrid decides there's only one way to end this: kill the leader and take the whole nest down with it. This isn't some slow, short-legged gnoll either. This one's fast and it fights dirty, poison right on the blade. One scratch is all it would take to end him. He can't afford a single nick. The two of them collide in a blur, claws and steel trading blows too fast to call. For a second, even Enkrid doesn't know how he's supposed to pull this off. Then something in him lights up anyway. Power gathers under him like a held breath. It builds and builds, and then it lets go all at once. Somewhere close by, someone else watches, wondering just how far one lone human can go against a whole wave of monsters. Cut to some other morning, a hand closes tight around a sword hilt, ready before the sun's even fully up. He told Cries to stay close, then lost track of him without warning. Standing over an empty bunk, Enkrid can only fear the worst. He sent Pin out past the walls too, and she never came back either. Whatever's wrong here isn't contained to just one place. Downstairs, someone else is sprawled out cold, and the dread just keeps piling up. Enkrid corners the one person who might actually know something. Do you know anything about the cultists? Luagarn blinks at him, fully suited up before breakfast. Even she thinks that's a bit much. Whatever cult he's asking about, her verdict is blunt: a rotten bunch of lunatics, full stop. Out of every cult crawling across the continent right now, she says the worst by far is the so-called Church of the Holy Devil's Gate. They treat the Devil's Gate as sacred ground and worship something called the Demon of Sixes. Before she can even ask why he's curious, something goes wrong. Enkrid's already moving before the thought even finishes. Screams cut through the street, monsters right here right now. Gnolls in the middle of town, that is not supposed to happen. He's got a bad feeling about this, and he's not about to wait around to confirm it. He doesn't know why cultists would target this particular town, but he's noticed Luagarn clearly has history with them. He's out into the storm before anyone can stop him. Right behind him, unmistakably, Luagarn's cloak whips through the rain too. Just as she suspected, cultists confirmed and already drawing blood. A terrified old-timer scrambles from a monster twice his size. This whole town is under siege. There's no time left to argue this over with Luagarn. Enkrid just goes. He meets the next attacker head-on, no hesitation. A massive claw comes down, and he's already rolling clear of it. Steel meets flesh, and one more threat drops where it stands. The air itself seems to ripple with every strike he lands. Something gaunt and pale claws its way closer through the chaos. A terrified old villager can only wonder what one guy with a sword is supposed to do against a wave of monsters like this. That answer comes fast. He puts another one down without missing a step. Enkrid decides there's only one option left: throw everything he's ever trained for into this fight. Blood flies as another beast closes in, fast and furious. Back near the wall, Pin and a wide-eyed watch girl scramble for their weapons the moment they hear what's coming. The town watch mobilizes, someone bellowing for everyone to protect they. Whatever it is, their scarred captain looks ready to die, making sure it stands. Spears and steel converge on the beast in a wall of desperate defense. It takes half the watch just to pin one monster down. Enkrid steps in with a technique all his own, Heart of the Beast. One clean strike, and that monster isn't getting back up. He barely breaks stride, sliding straight into the next trick, Sense of the Blade. A knife leaves his hand before the thought even finishes. Sword work, knife work, doesn't matter, whatever the moment needs, he's got it. Around him, the whole street has turned into a battlefield. Blades spin and flash through the rain in every direction. One more beast gets cut down before it can reach the crowd behind him. Someone screams through gritted teeth, refusing to fall back. The fight just keeps coming, wave after wave. Another strike lands clean across a monster's skull. The sound of steel on bone never really stops. A wolf-like beast lunges straight for his throat. He's faster and it costs the creature everything. Energy crackles off every swing now. The trick, he reminds himself, is to concentrate everything on a single point. And let it go all at once. The strike detonates through the pack like a shockwave. The dust hasn't even settled before he's moving again. More of them just keep pouring in, snarling and hungry. Ring Man watches from a doorway, too stunned to even run anymore. Nobody in this town has ever seen fighting like this up close. Enkrid keeps carving a path through the pack, one beast at a time. When a blade isn't fast enough, he just switches to hand-to-hand combat. A bare-fisted hit sends one monster flying apart on impact. The chaos around him barely lets up for a second. Another shape goes down in the dark. Zoom out, and it's an entire street of soldiers and monsters locked in a losing-looking brawl. One of the watch girls can only stare, stunned. Amazing, all those monsters. Their captain allows himself a rare moment of relief. With Enkrid on their side, maybe this town actually has a chance. The watch throws itself back into the fight with fresh nerve. Someone screams for backup as a comrade nearby gets overwhelmed. A snarling beast bears down and the order comes again, protect. The town, whatever it costs, every last person pitching in with whatever weapon they can grab. Our town, someone roars, and for a second it actually feels like they might hold the line. Enkrid keeps cutting the gap wider, giving them room to breathe. Another monster crumples, and he doesn't even slow down to watch it fall. One more clean finish, one more beast that won't be getting up. But for everyone he drops, it feels like two more take its place. The defenders keep swinging anyway, refusing to break. From a distance, this isn't really a fight anymore, it's a full-blown siege. Claws and steel tangle together in the mud and rain. A spear finds its mark, but two more monsters just take its place. Enkrid catches the next strike on his bracer and doesn't flinch. He answers with a strike of his own, hard enough to make it count. The blood keeps flying now, his and theirs both. Pull back far enough and it's obvious just how many of these things there really are, and just how alone he actually is out here. Something changes in the air, and even Enkrid feels it crawl up his spine. A voice that isn't his own cuts through everything, useless. Out of nowhere, a pale, hooded figure appears, holding up a lantern that glows like captured moonlight. This is your limit, it tells him, cold and absolute. Something red and furious answers back anyway, refusing to just accept that. Power roars around him, spinning out of control. Dust and smoke swallow everything for a moment. Through the haze, one word forces its way out. Whatever answer that mysterious figure was expecting, it clearly wasn't this. I won't give up, Enkrid finishes, and with that the chapter cuts to black. Here we go again, Enkrid's dead center of a monster horde, blade already swinging before the scene even settles. A voice claws up from memory, sneering that he's useless, the kind of insult that stings worse than any monster bite. A ghostly figure flickers into view, lantern swinging on its chain, the same eerie chain that haunts every one of his deaths. Another memory slams in. This is your limit, it warns, right as a blade the size of a nightmare comes down. Blood, red and blinding, one more flash of a death he's already lived through and is desperate not to repeat. He won't give up, not this time, not after everything it's already cost him. Back in the thick of it, Enkrid draws his blade and throws himself at the horde like he's got something to prove. One beast goes down hard, pinned to the dirt, but there are plenty more where that came from. This is it, the move he's been chasing this whole fight for, the heart of the superhuman. A hulking beast roars back, jaws wide, refusing to just let him land it clean. The strike connects, one more monster crashes down in a spray of blood. Another set of yellow eyes locks onto him, this horde just keeps coming. He grits through it, weapon raised high, refusing to slow down even for a second. Blade after blade, hit after hit, he's carving a path straight through them. And behind that first wave, an entire horde still barreling toward him. A bigger, uglier one shoulders its way to the front, roaring like it's daring him to try. He rams his spear straight down its throat before it can even finish that roar. Nearby, a fellow soldier isn't so lucky. Clawed hands catch him mid-stride, and it isn't pretty. He screams, blood spraying, and for a second the whole fight seems to hinge on that one sound. Enkrid's own leg is bleeding now too, but that doesn't stop him from leaping straight back into it. Off in the distance, more of the horde pours over the hill, reinforcements he really didn't need. He pushes forward anyway, reaching for whatever edge he can find. Out of breath, barely standing, but his eyes haven't dimmed one bit. Then it clicks, cunning bastard, he mutters, finally seeing the pattern. Because this one, the real leader of the horde, only ever shows up once he's already hurt. You waited for me to get injured, he snarls. Turns out even monsters can be sneaky little tacticians. No time to dwell on it, he swings back in, teeth gritted through the pain. It grazed me again, he grunts, death by 1,000 cuts basically. This time it's more than a graze, he's slammed flat onto the battlefield. Bloodied and furious, he spits out the obvious. This thing genuinely enjoys watching him suffer. And judging by that grin full of teeth, he's not wrong. The chaos swallows the whole field again, beasts, blood, and Enkrid right in the middle of it. Somewhere between one collapse and the next, the light shifts, another cycle grinding on. His eyes snap back open, still breathing, still fighting. The third attempt, the caption reads, yes, he's really doing this whole nightmare over again. Ragna throws himself into the fray alongside him, weapon swinging. The horde answers with a full-throated roar and surges forward as one. Something new dives in from above now too, because apparently ground monsters just weren't enough. He clocks it instantly, this thing moves as fast as a proto-knight, dodging alone won't cut it. And with his wounds slowing him down, he can't keep dodging its blade forever. Is there really no other way through this? Can he really not get past this wall with what he's already got? The obstacle looms in his mind like some armored wall he just can't cut through. A memory surfaces, someone once told him his dodging sense was only halfway there. This isn't about watching and dodging, Luagarn told him back then, and young Enkrid just blinked at her. Cut back to quieter days, Enkrid staring at the ceiling, turning her words over and over in his head. The rest of the squad's already asleep around him, but his mind's still wide awake. Coordination, he says out loud, like the word itself might unlock something. If what he's got right now genuinely isn't enough, then he's got no choice but to build something new. He decides right then to try something completely different. Reduce the thinking time you need to act, Luagarn tells him. Stop overthinking, just move. And just like that, we're thrown right back into the fangs of the fight. A hulking, gold-banded brute leaps for a soldier already down on the ground. Enkrid gets there just in time to catch the blow himself instead. His eyes go wide, no room left for hesitation now. Don't hesitate, her voice cuts through the noise in his head, sharp as ever. So he doesn't, he swings clean through and blood sprays across the grass. He steps past a comrade's dropped weapon, the sunset turning the whole field the color of old blood. Back on the offensive, he leaps in with the spear, faster than the last 100 tries. Focused, locked on, not blinking even as another set of fangs snaps toward him. You should be ready to react to anything, Luagarn's lesson echoes again, right on cue. This time he's ready, and the beast takes the hit square in the face. Then he's yanked clean off his feet by talons from above, so much for staying grounded. Precise judgment, quick movement, the raw strength to back it all up. Real coordination, he realizes, only happens when all three finally click together. And with that click, another one of the horde's brutes hits the dirt for good. He's moving faster now, more sure of every step, throwing himself straight back into the fray. Even the horde's toughest still comes at him snarling and glowing with rage. He grits through it one more time, refusing to let this attempt end like all the others. Look at the field now, bodies everywhere, proof of just how brutal this fight has gotten. Yet another brute steps up, because apparently this horde has an endless supply of them. His arms soaked in blood, but his grip on the weapon hasn't loosened one bit. He clashes head-on with the pale, hulking leader itself midair, blade to blade. Every muscle in him screams to stop, he doesn't. 101 tries, that's how many times he's lived through this exact nightmare. And on this one, he twists through the air with a precision none of the other 100 ever had. He's paying for every bit of it, blood streaking down, barely able to keep his eyes open. Just a little longer, the memory of her voice urges, hang on just a little longer. Until you fully understand, it continues, refusing to let him quit halfway. Blood-soaked and half-blind, he holds that stare anyway, refusing to look away. The dodging sense, the lesson finally finishes, and right there mid-breath, the chapter cuts out. The clash never stops, blow after blow crashing down while he fights for his life all over again. A snarling beast lunges in for the kill, and he barely twists out of the way in time. No breather, the next strike is already coming. He's sprinting flat out, blade drawn, throwing everything he's got into every swing. Keep going, he tells himself, just keep going. A hit gets through and drops him to one knee, blood soaking through his hair. Keep going, one more step, one more swing, one more breath. A little longer, he growls, not until he wins, but until he fully understands whatever this glowing-eyed thing is throwing at him. Whatever this brutal little ritual is building toward, it finally has a name, the dodging sense. Cut to the real deal, a Knoll raider comes tearing across the field, blade first. Soldiers scramble as the alarm goes up, monsters, and every hand is needed to shield the townsfolk. An officer throws himself into the chaos, screaming for his men to protect the civilians before the Knolls reach them. Another soldier howls the order to kill them all, then freezes, stunned by whatever he just spotted in the smoke. From the tree line, Pin does a double take. Is that seriously their platoon leader charging in solo? Esther, still stuck in her panther body, mutters that he's completely lost it, not against a horde this size. Even his own squad can't figure out his angle. What is he actually trying to pull off here? Enkrid just grins through the exhaustion. He's done this dance before, more times than anyone would believe. Rule 1: waste nothing. Every movement has to count or he'll burn out before this fight even gets going. He slips a strike by a hair's width and answers with steel of his own. Rule 2: read the attack before it happens and always stay one step ahead. He's already moving before the Knoll even commits to its swing. One clean counter and another Knoll drops out of the fight for good. That's one more down, and there's a whole lot more still coming. He carves through the chaos like he's rehearsed every second of it. Dodge, predict, conserve energy, and somehow keep thinking through all of it while blades fly at his head. A brutal hit connects, and it is not the good kind. A blade punches clean through his arm. This fight has officially stopped going his way. His own sword ends up jammed in the dirt, blood pooling right beside it. The field is a mess of blood and torn earth, and he's nowhere near done yet. Something big just crashed into the fight from above. And there it is, the Knoll Pack's leader finally stepping onto the field. He clocks the pattern instantly. The leader only shows up once, he's already bleeding and half-beaten. Spitting blood, he charges the leader anyway, of course he does. Blade meets claw in a shower of sparks as the real fight finally begins. Coughing through the poison in his blood, he admits there's a trick he only learned from dying to this exact stuff over and over. The leader doesn't let up for a second. Poison and blood both take their toll, but he's still standing. The beast circles back around for another pass. Fighting through it beats writhing on the ground waiting to die, he figures, so he runs it back, again. Snap out of it, this whole brutal fight has actually been playing out somewhere else entirely. Turns out today was never a real invasion. It's a training day built from scratch to sharpen his ability to dodge. His evaluator raises an eyebrow at him, fully suited up and armed this early in the morning. Somewhere in the dim room, a thrown weapon is already lining up its shot. A scaled informant leans in and asks if he's ever heard of the cultists. According to her, they're the worst cult on the continent. Atrocities for a god trapped behind the devil's gate, humans sacrificed for their summoning rituals. He's heard the mercenary rumors to something called a salamander, a monster that burns from every inch of its body. And there it is, wreathed head to tail in fire. She confirms it flat out. The cultists summoned that thing, and it's not just some campfire story. She watched them do it herself with her own two eyes. Somewhere past those ridgelines, the cult's next move is already in motion. A lone howl cuts through the rain, the monsters are stirring. And the timeline's set, the monsters attack at daybreak. Back in the loop, he's cataloging every single attack pattern this beast has. He's actually smiling now. This is starting to feel less like a beating and more like homework. The bandaged brute comes at him again, club swinging. I know now, he says, and he means every single attack this thing has. He meets it head-on, no hesitation left in him at all. 170 times, 180, 190. He's lost count of how many times he's died just to get this fight right. This time his blade finds its mark first. The beast doesn't go down easy, but neither does he. One last strike and the beast finally goes still. He's already sprinting toward the next threat before this one even hits the ground. Dodge, block, or counter at this point, picking the right one is pure instinct, no thinking required. A clawed arm slams into his guard, and he barely holds the line. He plants his feet and pushes right back into the fight. That arm has seen plenty of his blade by now. Every death, every failed attempt, it's all just stored experience now, fuel for the next move. He takes the graze and keeps moving anyway. Momentum carries him straight back into the fray. Something else joins in, spear first. The sun dips below the ridge. One more version of this day survived. He's bruised, bloodied, and nowhere close to giving up. Dusk rolls in over the battlefield, quiet for exactly one moment. And then the sun sets again, same ridge, same fire in the sky. He gears back up and goes again, no complaints. Another dawn breaks like nothing ever happened. And it happens again. Honestly, he's lost count of how many sunsets this has been. A whole horde comes pouring down the burning cliffside, and this time it's the real thing. He drops straight into the middle of it without a second thought. Somewhere past all of it, the sky turns a deep, uneasy red. A blood-red moon rises, and Enkrid isn't the only one watching it. Someone else raises a blade under that same red light. A face he'll come to know well, sharp-eyed, red-haired, dead serious about this fight, cries. He moves like he was born with that rapier already in his hand. One clean step, one clean strike, no wasted motion anywhere. Blood scatters into the dark. Somewhere below, something goes up in flames. And just like that it clicks, this is the key to all of it. Not just avoiding hits, tuning his senses until dodging becomes pure reflex, automatic, no thought required. He puts the theory to the test immediately. Soaked in sweat and grinning like an idiot because it's actually working. The dodging sense. His eyes go sharp, focused, completely locked in. Exhausted, soaked, and utterly unbothered by it. Is mine, he finishes. After all this, it finally belongs to him. There's a new kind of calm behind those eyes now. Somewhere in the dark, a voice murmurs that he must already know as well. Just like that, he's yanked back to reality. He's up and out of bed, in the same cramped bunkroom he fell asleep in. Of course I know that, he mutters to himself, already moving. He's got a plan now. This is the 200th time he's lived through today and the first time he's made it through without dying. Across the room, Pin is still dead asleep, completely unaware. Enkrid's already suited up, and Pin bolts awake in a panic at the sight of him. Pin yelps, half falling out of bed, demanding to know what's going on. Everyone get up, Enkrid orders. Pin, Esther, you two are moving out with me, get ready. Esther growls awake in her panther body, while Enkrid turns to cries with a different job entirely. He finds his scaled informant and cuts straight to it. There isn't much time left. The Knoll hordes hit at sunrise, she confirms, exactly like his 200 loops already showed him. Which means every second before sunrise now counts double. He's calm about it, he's already lived this exact fight 200 times over. This time he's not just surviving the horde, he's out to surpass the wall standing in his way, whatever it takes. Time's running out, and everyone in the room can feel it. The Knoll hordes will hit at sunrise, Enkrid warns, jaw tight. They need to finish prepping before then, no room left for delay. He gears up, eyes hard, ready for a fight he's already lost more times than he can count. This time he vows he's going to surpass the wall, no more losing to that masked freak. I remember now, someone murmurs in the dark, calling up an old memory. There were cultists who slipped away from a job I ran as a mercenary, Enkrid recalls. Some people in this very town look just like them. Luagarn finishes for him, then quietly, "Are you sure about that memory?" Her gut feeling was right, Luagarn realizes, teeth clenched. "I'll go see him myself," Enkrid says, already grabbing his gear. Luagarn never made it back last time. He sent her off before the monsters even arrived, so maybe today plays out differently. Even if it doesn't, it won't change his plan. "Cries, bring me Deutsch Fullman," Enkrid orders, flat and cold. "Will those guys even listen to you, boss?" Cries asks. "Bring them in however you have to," Enkrid says. "Take the mayor hostage if it comes to that." Cries blanches, but Enkrid's already moving. "Pin, Esther, let's go." Someone calls out into an empty doorway as Pin and Esther the Panther slip past, gearing up fast. "We need to take the walls," Enkrid tells them, all business. They move fast, cutting straight for the wall through the dark. Down below, the thing they're racing to stop is already stirring. The monsters are coming for the town. "There's no way a wall like that falls easy," Enkrid mutters, suspicious. "Climbed it with those stubby little legs." "Yeah, sure they did." There's only one real answer. Someone opened the gates from the inside. He remembers, last time around, Pin never made it back from this wall. Because everyone guarding it was a cultist, he realizes grimly. The watchtower stands quiet in the dark, hiding exactly that secret. "Hey look," a guard mutters, "he's the one who came in yesterday. Command of this wall falls to me and my platoon, starting now," Enkrid announces flatly. He strides past them like it's already settled. "You're to follow my orders," he tells the confused garrison. "What's he even saying?" someone mutters. An older guard frowns. "Does Deutsch even know about this?" "Disobey and it's an execution," Enkrid warns, drawing his weapon, cold as the dawn air. Hands twitch toward hidden weapons. Not everyone here is playing along quietly. A bow snaps up, aimed and ready. Steel flashes. It wouldn't if everyone here really answered to the cult. "That bastard," someone shouts as a guard scrambles, proof that at least one of them is a real watchman, not a plant. The alarm bell rang when the monsters hit. A cultist would never have let that happen. Him, Enkrid decides, marking his target. He cuts the traitor down without a second thought. "Kill him," the exposed cultist screams as Enkrid closes in. An arrow's already knocked, someone backing the play. The real watchman panics. "Wait, don't shoot, I'm still here." Blades flash through the chaos. Enkrid drops another disguised guard mid-swing. Claws burst through the wall behind them. The gnolls aren't waiting politely. Esther the Panther roars and leaps straight into the fray. The guard flinches, caught completely off guard. She sinks her claws in, one less cultist to worry about. Pin wrestles down a guard who turns out to be one of the fakes too. Another goes down grunting, pinned to the ground. The sun's coming up, and with it the real fight. Someone keeps their eyes locked on the wall's edge, waiting for what's coming. Dust rises on the horizon. The horde is close now. "The gnolls are coming," Enkrid confirms grimly. "Is that gate secure?" "It's locked," comes the shaky answer. "Go check it again," the old watchman barks, not convinced. "Oh no," someone chokes out, dread creeping in. The watchman stares at the gate, horrified. "Wow, what is this?" Blades cut down the first gnoll to reach the wall. Another falls just as fast. "Shit," someone swears, spotting the damage. "The colony's approaching," the old watchman shouts, holding up a broken plank. "We need to replace it now," he yells. It's already too late for half measures. A cultist grabs a defender by the collar, purple energy crackling around his fist. "Don't you dare mess with what we've done for our god." He unleashes it, grinning like a lunatic. Dark magic tears through the fight. "Push those bastards over," Enkrid roars, snapping into action. Someone gets shoved hard into the chaos, gritting through the pain. Purple light and cold steel collide in one last desperate clash. The cultist goes down, but the horde's shadow is already spilling over the horizon. A gnoll bursts straight through the broken gate. Wood splinters under another vicious strike. The old watchman throws his whole body against the gate, trying to hold the line. More gnolls are already closing in behind him. The gate finally gives and the horde pours through. Another gnoll roars, snapping at anything within reach. "What's going on here?" someone shouts, catching up to the chaos. The platoon scrambles into formation while Cries drags a captured cultist back by the collar. Enkrid watches it all, unreadable. In time, Cries mutters, "The cultist whines, 'I did just as you told me,' to absolutely no sympathy." A grim, eye-patched man storms in. The reinforcements have finally arrived. The gnolls are at the gates and Enkrid tells him flatly, "This is an emergency. I'm taking command as requested," Enkrid states like it's already decided. The eye-patched commander bristles. "You bastard, you think." Behind them, the old watchman is still straining to hold what's left of the gate together. "Can't you tell what's more important right now?" Enkrid snaps back, done arguing. "Get your men to shoot their bows now," he orders, done waiting for permission. "Damn it," the commander curses, falling in line anyway. "You'd better explain everything later." "Shoot them all," the archers let loose in a wave. Arrows tear through the front line of gnolls. But even a locked gate won't end this. As long as the colony itself still stands out there, today's fight is far from over. "Hey, is this a side entrance?" someone asks. "Yeah, hey, what about it?" comes the confused reply. "Could you open that door just a crack?" Enkrid asks, already 3 steps ahead of everyone. They're pushing through. The commander bellows, "Hold the door." Now then louder, "Esther. Help me," a soldier cries, buried under the press of bodies. The panther explodes through the gap, straight into the fight. An opening, someone shouts as Esther tears one loose from the pack. "The puma's making them stop," the commander calls, half in disbelief. The battle at the gate turns into an all-out brawl, bodies everywhere. "There," Enkrid says quietly, he's finally spotted exactly what he's been looking for. The old watchman keeps swinging, refusing to go down. Something flashes bright. This is no ordinary steel. The colony only scatters if its leader dies, Enkrid reasons, so he's going straight through the pack to reach it. He charges alone into the horde as the sun climbs higher. And there it is, the colony leader itself, eyes burning yellow, daring him closer. Enkrid dives straight into the thick of it without a shred of hesitation. Steel flashes through gnoll after gnoll. His blade trails blue light, the same power that's kept him alive through every version of this fight. "That lunatic, he ran right into them," the commander shouts, stunned. "Cover him," the old watchman stammers. "Cover him." Arrows rain down around Enkrid as he presses forward alone, sword blazing in the dark. The town wall erupts under a hail of arrows, defenders screaming for everyone to keep firing. "Fire, fire. Don't stop shooting," they scream, but the arrows are running dry and the horde just keeps coming. One grizzled defender grits his teeth through the panic. He's fresh out of answers too. Then a lookout's blood runs cold somehow. Enkrid is outside the wall all alone. They've got no real defenses left and the wall's falling apart piece by piece. It's only a matter of time until they finally break through, and everyone can feel that moment coming. One defender forces herself to get a grip, insisting, hoping that their leader has some kind of plan. Out of arrows, then start chucking rocks. She yells anything they can get their hands on. Someone remembers there's a quarry right behind the town, and one squadmate decides he has to do something about it. He starts pulling in every spare hand he can find, bellowing for more muscle. Villagers scramble through the rain to answer the call, hauling whatever they can carry toward the wall. Down at the base of the wall, the fight's already spilling through the gaps. One knight has a much simpler plan taking shape: draw every single one of those monsters' eyes onto himself. Blades and claws trade blows in the chaos below, blood flying with every clash. One gnoll goes down hard, but there's always another shrieking in to take its place. Alone, cloak snapping in the wind, he says it plainly, "Let them all come for me instead." He tears into the pack, blade flashing, giving the horde exactly the target it wants. One monster lunges straight for him and pays for it instantly. Back at the wall, the rock brigade gets its signal, throw. A hailstorm of quarry stone crashes down onto the knolls below. Boulder after boulder slams into the horde, crushing anything caught underneath. Even the townsfolk are in on it now, hurling everything they've got over the wall. A gnoll takes a rock straight to the skull mid-leap. Small victories. Out in the field, Enkrid reads every twitch of the fight. The smallest opening is all he needs. He gives Esther, his cursed panther partner, one simple order: take care of the rest. She doesn't need telling twice. Esther's already airborne, claws out. Enkrid meets the next blade with a clean, practiced parry. Esther slams into one of the quill-backed brutes, fangs first. She squares up against a second one before the first has even hit the ground. A blow finally gets through. Enkrid goes down hard, grunting through the pain. He barely rolls clear as a club comes down right where he'd been standing. Esther finishes hers off in one vicious spray of blood, no hesitation. Back on the wall, Pin gets snatched by something massive mid-scream and screams Esther's name instead. The moment she's clear, she's scanning the battlefield in a panic. Where did their boss even go? Out past her sightline, Enkrid's already gone to ground, using the wreckage as cover. He drags himself through thorn and mud, staying low and staying quiet. He's smeared himself in gnoll blood on purpose. The pack can't smell a threat that already reeks like one of their own. Every step is calculated. Stay hidden, save his strength, and don't take a single unnecessary hit. Normally a fight like this ends with him half dead, dodging poisoned steel just to land the killing blow. Not tonight. He hauls himself up and over the wreckage, closing the distance. A memory surfaces when he can't outrun a body in the dirt, a child crawling free, and his own scream from a night he's already lived through once. Whatever happened next in that memory, it still haunts the edges of his mind. He shakes it off and keeps moving, blade drawn, eyes locked on his target. There's only one thought driving him forward. Now he refuses to watch that happen again. He will not see that again, not this time, not on his watch. The memory of that old fight still lingers as he closes in on the ridge. He breaks into a dead sprint down the slope, closing in on the leader. A blade flashes in the dark, and the hunt suddenly turns very much mutual. There's only one reason he crossed all this ground tonight, and it's about to be settled. Kill the leader, that's the whole plan, and there it finally stands, snarling right at him. This time he gets to fight it while he's still in one piece. The beast bares its teeth, clearly not used to being the one cornered. Steel meets claw on the ridge, and neither side backs down an inch. The gnoll leader reels. It did not see that one coming. It roars back into the fight, furious and far from finished. Enkrid answers with another vicious cut. Blood sprays across the rock. The tide is turning fast. Just as he expected, he tells himself, catching his breath for half a second. This thing only ever shows its face once he's already bleeding out. It likes an audience. Killing him wounded in front of the whole pack was always the point. Not this time. Enkrid's already cutting in before it can gloat. He closes the gap in a single leap, blade leading. The strike lands clean and the leader staggers. He carves in again before it can recover. Another gash opens up. The leader's legs are giving out. This one, he decides, has to fall to him alone. No help, no shortcuts. His face doesn't so much as flinch. Claw and blade lock together for one last exchange. And that, Enkrid tells it flatly, is exactly why you're going to die. He drives the killing blow home with everything he's got left. The gnoll leader crumples, blood pooling beneath it. Enkrid stands over it, breathing hard, grim but unbroken. It's over for the leader anyway. The rest of the horde is still very much alive down there. Up on the wall, Pin watches the distant fight, heart in her throat. Her jaw drops. Did he really just do that? Enkrid's already moving on to the next one, no time to celebrate. Word spreads down the line in disbelief. He actually killed the colony's leader. No matter how fast that leader was or what poison it carried, none of it mattered against him at full strength. Everything left standing after that, he figures, is just another gnoll. And there are plenty more of those still swinging at him. One more comes in, snarling, teeth bared. He's already sidestepping the swipe before it lands. Back at the wall, Pin watches the horde start to unravel completely. They're going feral. Without their leader, the pack's lost all discipline. Someone screams for Enkrid to run before he's swarmed. He's still cutting them down, but the numbers are starting to add up. Another gnoll drops, but three more fill the gap. He keeps carving a path, refusing to slow down. Every swing buys him another few feet of ground. He vaults clear of a swipe that would have taken his head off. Ahead of him, the rest of the horde is still boiling toward the town. He puts himself between them and the wall, blade already moving. One more goes down, snarling, blood in its teeth. He doesn't stop to check how many are left. He sprints for the gate with the whole horde snapping at his heels. Someone screams for the gates to open. The heavy doors start grinding open, not a second too soon. Defenders pour out to meet him, promising to clear him a path through. The town watch charges out screaming, weapons raised, ready to buy him the ground he needs. Just get to us, they shout, and Enkrid runs like hell to make it happen. Night falls on a quiet town, and then the hill just erupts. A gnoll horde comes pouring over the wall like a flood. Open the gates, someone screams over the chaos. If they don't get everyone inside fast, there won't be a town left to save. The heavy gates grind open just enough to let people through. Every second they stay shut is a second closer to disaster. We'll clear a path, the defenders on the wall vow, weapons up, buying the trapped villagers a way out. A squad bursts out through the gate to meet the horde head-on, their leader roaring for the townsfolk to run toward them. Get to us, the cry cuts through the screaming and the steel. It's the only lifeline this town's got right now. And leading the charge back into the meat grinder, Enkrid, blade drawn, eyes locked, dead ahead on the horde. Every heartbeat feels like a war drum. Now this whole town is running on nothing but adrenaline. Steel meets fur and fang as the defenders throw themselves into the horde, no room left for hesitation. Enkrid's jaw sets hard. He's seen a horde this size before, and it never ends well if you flinch. One clean strike drops a beast mid-leap, but there are 100 more snapping at its heels. More of them keep pouring over the ridge. This isn't a raid anymore, it's practically an invasion. Enkrid's already airborne again, blade coming down before the last bodies even hit the ground. He's covering ground fast, cutting a straight line through the chaos toward wherever he's needed most. A beast rears up snarling right behind him, and Enkrid doesn't even flinch. The gate itself takes a beating as monsters slam against it, defenders fighting tooth and nail to hold the line. The town's watch captain, eyepatch and all, bellows the order now, and his men surge forward. Blades flash in the low light, cutting down anything that gets too close. Enkrid launches himself straight into the thick of the horde, no second thoughts. A beast lunges at him midair, jaws wide. He meets it head-on instead of backing off. Steel flashes again and again. The whole fight's a blur of blood and motion at this point. Another beast goes down hard, but the horde just keeps coming. Meanwhile, two of the defenders scramble over the barricade, hauling each other up and out of the crush. Somebody plants a boot down hard, finishing off what's left of a beast underfoot. Men of the watch, the captain roars, rallying every last soldier still standing. Then the call flips: fast retreat. There's no shame in falling back when the numbers are this lopsided. Get back inside the gates. Soldiers pour through the opening as the horde snaps at their heels. Not everyone makes it easily. Some are still sprinting flat out across open ground. And the horde behind them just keeps swelling, snarling faces packed shoulder to shoulder. Riders cut across the field to intercept, buying the runners every second they can. One of the squad's biggest bruisers wades in, swinging, putting his whole body behind every hit. Piss off, he snarls at the horde, shielding a couple of terrified townsfolk behind him. But shouting alone won't stop a beast this size from charging right back in. Drive them, the order starts, defenders digging in for one more push. Away, and it actually works. The horde starts breaking, turning tail across the field. Up on the wall, the defenders finally get a second to breathe, chests heaving. Down below, one of the wounded fights just to stay upright, gasping through the pain. A wiry redhead hauls himself back over the barricade, practically giddy that he's still breathing. The battlefield stretches out quiet now, smoke drifting over broken ground as far as the eye can see. One by one, the stragglers pull themselves back over to safety. The gnoll colony has been defeated. The word finally goes up, and it hits like sunrise after the longest night. We're alive. Townsfolk collapse into each other's arms. Relief looks a lot like crying, it turns out. The watch captain catches Enkrid before he can hit the ground, half carrying him back through the gate. It all happened in a flash, the captain thinks, but he knows exactly how close this town came to being erased. And he knows exactly who's responsible for it not going that way. The exhausted kid slung over his shoulder. Enkrid was only ever supposed to be passing through, and yet look how much he just gave this place. Some temporary assignment. That's got nothing to do with him, Enkrid mutters weakly, too worn out to accept the credit. You wanted answers, the captain says quietly, before catching himself. I'll call a doctor first. Enkrid just blinks, confused, as the captain waves off the questions. Take care of yourself first. The words trail off as he walks away, leaving Enkrid sitting there working out what just happened. The sun sinks low over the wreckage, one long, brutal day finally bleeding out into evening. Later, in a quieter room, the captain can barely say it out loud, "There were cultists among my own men." "Everything makes sense now," the redhead cuts in. "A colony that size just isn't natural. Ordinary colonies top out at a few hundred gnolls," he explains. "This one was pushing 1,000 and all of them armed. That only adds up if cultists are pulling strings. What would they even have against our town?" someone demands. "Don't expect logic, cultists just want an excuse to crack the hellgates open wider." Maybe, the theory goes, they wanted a whole kingdom of gnolls and this town was just supposed to be the opening sacrifice. Building it by devastating everything they could reach, starting right here. "A kingdom of gnolls?" The room goes pale. One nervous voice pipes up, "Boo, but we got rid of them so we're safe now, right?" Enkrid doesn't sugarcoat it, "We can't know that yet." Privately, Enkrid's mind is somewhere else entirely. Killing the gnoll leader broke his loop, finally let him escape that same repeating day. But the cultists Luagarn's been chasing are a whole different problem. "Now that I think about it," the captain mutters, "we haven't seen that Hugo fellow in a while." A face flickers up in memory, one of their own, hiding in plain sight this whole time. "If we don't capture him, your town's still in danger," Enkrid warns flatly. "Good news, sort of, a certain frog is already on his trail. Let's trust Luagarn and wait," Enkrid says, though patience is easier said than done. Out past the fields, the chase is already on Luagarn, closing in fast on her target. Cornered at last, Hugo spits it out like a curse, "You damned frog," before purple energy erupts around him. "Give up already?" Luagarn presses in, refusing to let him slip away again. Her clawed hand closes around him for 1 second. It looks like the chase is finally over. It isn't. Hugo's eyes flare violet, and whatever he's about to do, Luagarn clearly recognizes it. Again, she's seen this trick before, and it never ends well for her. "Authorities of the cultist," she thinks bitterly, the whole reason these lunatics keep recruiting. Join the cult and you get real power, no strings obvious enough to see, just enough to ruin your life for it. The air itself twists and tears as Hugo's stolen power kicks in. Flame rips through the field and Hugo bolts straight through the middle of it. He's running now, using the chaos as cover to put distance between them. This isn't some new convert, Luagarn realizes. With this many authorities stacked up, he's been playing this game for years, using it to slip away every single time. Not this time though, not if she has anything to say about it. She lunges back into the chase. He catches her with a slash that draws a scream she can't hold back. She shakes it off fast, twisting mid-dodge. "You must be running out of power to keep using your authorities." She locks onto his wrist before he can pull another trick, close enough now that he can't just vanish. He grits his teeth, refusing to give an inch, even cornered like this. Then the horizon starts moving, and it's not just the wind. Knowles, Luagarn's grip falters. He's called in backup, and a lot of it. She's suddenly fighting to hold her ground against a tide, instead of just one man. A fresh wave of gnolls comes boiling in, eyes glowing the same sickly purple as their masters. Damn it, Luagarn has to let him go rather than get swarmed. Hugo slips free into the chaos again. And just like that, he's gone, vanishing into the smoke with that same infuriating trick. Behind him, his borrowed army keeps pouring across the field, leaderless but still dangerous. Luagarn turns back for home instead, empty-handed but alive to fight another day. Back at camp, Enkrid's dealing with a very different kind of chaos. 2 of his men, hog-tied for mouthing off one time too many. "You're back, Luagarn," Enkrid says, straightening up. "What of the cultist?" "I lost him," she admits, and the disappointment is written all over her face. One of the tied-up idiots pipes up from the ground. "You lost a single cultist, but you're a frog." "You're a frog, don't repeat each other," Luagarn snaps back, deadpan. Somebody mutters that Enkrid's men are getting a little too insubordinate lately. "A frog in name only, huh?" she mutters right back at her heckler, clearly still stung by the joke. Enkrid lays it out plain. Hugo used his cult authorities to become the gnoll leader himself, then slipped away when it fell. And cultists like him don't just quit. "He'll come back for this town, count on it. We have to fight more gnolls," the redhead groans. "It's actually not a bad thing," Enkrid says, tightening the rope on his squad's ankles a little more. A scattered colony is still dangerous loose in the wild, he reasons, so they take out the cultist and the leftover gnolls in one move. How exactly are you going to take out 1,000 gnolls, the redhead asks, with a cultist running the show, no less. Even better, Enkrid says, we can't know what monsters are thinking. But we can absolutely guess what a human would do. That's the crack in Hugo's armor. Let's get planning, Enkrid says, and the whole ragtag crew falls in behind him. The watch captain's waiting for them at the gate, ready to hear the plan. By then we'll have finished our preparations, Enkrid thinks, watching the scattered horde regroup on the far hills. Every scar on him is a reminder of exactly what's still out there waiting. And somewhere in the dark, a stranger with eyes like burning violet watches it all unfold, and this definitely isn't the last we've seen of him. Under a blood-red moon, something is already circling this town, long before anyone inside knows it. A young clerk can't shake the dread in her gut as the moon turns blood-red over her town. Another gnoll pack, she whispers, like they haven't already lost enough to the last one. Then someone spots hooded figures moving with the pack and loses it, cultists. If demons are marching alongside monsters now, this is way past a normal raid. The townsfolk know the math, they barely survived the last gnoll pack, there's no way they walk away from a second one. Reinforcements have been requested from the nearest lord's territory, but riders figure a week to arrive. A week they don't have. One grim-faced defender isn't waiting on anyone else's timetable. We have to try, he mutters, bracing for the fight ahead. A sharp-eyed, red-haired officer rallies the defenders with a confident smirk. Their plan will work, she says, so long as everyone plays their part. A grizzled, eye-patch-wearing officer isn't convinced by confidence alone. You have a plan, he presses her. Under the blood moon, a lone fighter comes flying in to answer the call. It's Enkrid, dropping straight into the middle of the coming storm. The eye-patch officer reminds him what's at stake. This town is the home Enkrid himself helped build up. He doesn't get to just walk away from this one. Enkrid's answer is written all over his face before he even says it. He's not letting a pack of gnolls tear this place down. Dawn breaks quietly over the hills. It's the calm before the real fighting starts. Steel meets flesh as the defense finally kicks into gear. The opening clash is fast and brutal, dust and impact everywhere. Enkrid and his old mentor Luagarn race through the village together, weapons ready, heading straight for the wall. A gnoll slashes through the dark with claws crackling in unnatural purple energy. This pack isn't fighting like normal beasts. On the wall, the red-haired officer and her eye-patch counterpart both freeze at what they're seeing. Ladders, someone shouts in disbelief. The gnolls built ladders, beasts don't just do that on their own. Sure enough, gnolls swarm up makeshift ladders against the wall, eyes glowing an unnatural purple. Enkrid and Luagarn take it in with matching disbelief. Something taught these gnolls the concept of ladders in a single day. That Hugo, someone mutters bitterly, is more fit to be a teacher than a cultist before getting snapped back to the moment. This is not the time to chat. Enkrid's blunt about it. If those things get onto the walls, it's over. He turns to Luagarn, ready to move. Luagarn's more than ready. She likes having a clear target. Begin our plan, she says, and lashes out with a blistering strike as the fight for the wall begins in earnest. From a distance, a hooded figure watches the chaos unfold with quiet contempt. Idiots, he mutters. This is Hugo, the cultist pulling the strings. A gnoll taunts as it lunges. You've come outside your walls to die. Enkrid meets it head-on without flinching. The beast roars, axe swinging, already bloodied from the exchange. Enkrid drops out of the air onto another gnoll, sword first, no hesitation. Mid-fight, the plan flashes back into focus. Cutting down the gnoll leader alone won't be enough. Survivors would just scatter around the town and become tomorrow's problem. The plan goes like this, Enkrid recalls from the briefing. Hunting down every scattered pocket of gnolls one by one would be a losing, endless chore. The colony only truly falls apart once its leader is dead, the red-haired officer had explained. So step 1, start culling their numbers fast. Enkrid drops in with a diving strike, no wasted motion. A wall of gnoll spears bristles up to meet him. One gnoll shrieks in pain as his blade finds its mark. He doesn't slow down, cutting through the next one in the same breath. The horde keeps surging forward regardless, spears and claws everywhere. One of the knoll's ladders comes apart in a spray of blood under his blade, another foothold denied. Still they keep coming, wave after wave clawing toward the wall. Enkrid dives straight into the thick of the spear line, twin blades ready. Another strike, another knoll down, he's not stopping for anything. In one decisive clash, Enkrid goes toe-to-toe with the knoll leader itself. Someone on the wall does a double take, stunned by what they just heard. Word's already spreading. Yesterday, while out hunting the cultist, this soldier heard that Enkrid went out alone and killed the knoll leader himself. Even Luagarn, who's known him longest, admits she honestly didn't believe it when she first heard. She watches him cut through another attacker and can't help but think back. Just days ago, his progress looked completely stalled. She'd seen no sign of him improving at all. And yet here he is, blade flashing through the horde without mercy. Yet he's stronger, she realizes, watching him move like a completely different fighter. Whatever changed in him, it's showing up right when the town needs it most. The slaughter on the wall continues, Enkrid cutting a path no one else can match. Knolls drop in droves, the momentum of the whole battle swinging with every strike. He's strong enough to change the tide of an entire battle by himself, and everyone watching knows it. Luagarn can only stare, murmuring about just how much strength that really is. He's almost as strong as a proto-knight, she breathes, a rank most soldiers spend a lifetime chasing. Up on the wall, the rest of the defenders fight for every inch, arrows and spears flying through the chaos. The knoll horde keeps pressing with spears of its own, refusing to break. Arrows rain down on both sides as the fight grinds on. Every hand on that wall is fighting for the town's life right now. Enkrid keeps carving through the horde, barely slowing down. A knoll leaps in with a spinning strike, desperate to break his rhythm. It doesn't work, he closes the gap to protect Luagarn's flank and cuts it down before it lands. Enkrid, the mystery that you are, Luagarn murmurs, watching him work. It makes me feel like a little girl again, she admits quietly, genuinely awed by what she's watching him become. The gnolls keep pushing in close, undeterred by their mounting losses. One snarls right in his face, purple eyes blazing before Enkrid puts it down. Watching from afar, Hugo can't hide his alarm anymore. Just who is that lunatic? Someone near him blurts out. He's cut down over 100 on his own. Hugo grits his teeth. At this rate, he's the one who's going to lose. Fall back, he orders, and the gnolls start pulling away. The moment the retreat starts, Enkrid finally lets himself breathe hard, dropping his guard for the first time all fight. The defenders panic when they see him stagger. Boss, someone shouts, he overdid it taking on all those gnolls. Luagarn and the others rush to get him off his feet. Hurry, get a doctor, they call out, hauling him back toward the town. Unseen, the hooded cultist lingers at the edge of the battlefield, watching everything in silence. Back with the town's leadership, the mood shifts from relief to planning. The eye-patch officer crosses his arms, already thinking 2 steps ahead. What should we do about the cultist? He asks. Even with Enkrid clearing out gnolls, he warns, Hugo isn't the type to show himself easily. He's cautious and he's smart. The red-haired officer isn't fazed. Men like that, once they've committed to something, don't scare off easily. The only way to deal with Hugo is to force his hand. He can't be talked out of this fight, only baited into it. Nursing his own wounded pride, Hugo watches the aftermath and seethes. That platoon leader is too strong, he admits to himself. With Enkrid standing in the way, taking this town is impossible. But even a monster like that can only fight so fiercely for so long, he reasons, watching Luagarn half-carry an exhausted Enkrid away. A cruel grin spreads across his face. Now he decides it's time to wear them down. Day 1, he sends the gnolls in again. Day 3, day 4, the attacks keep coming one after another. I repeated it each day, Hugo reflects, attacking then pulling back before it costs me too much. By now, he's certain Enkrid has to be dead tired from fending off wave after wave of the gnoll horde. Somewhere in the chaos, another figure goes down hard. Sure enough, Hugo finds Enkrid gasping for breath, barely holding his blade steady against the latest attacker. Enkrid grits his teeth, sword shaking slightly in an exhausted grip. He forces himself to keep moving anyway, boots pounding across the battlefield. This is exactly the opening Hugo has been waiting days for. Such a tired man, Hugo muses, closing in himself for the first time. His eye burns with dark power as he readies to finish it personally. Can be ended, he snarls, with my powers. A surge of purple energy tears open right above Enkrid's head. The blast catches him and he's sent spinning, blood in the air. Except the moment Hugo commits, the tables flip, and it's the cultist who ends up bloodied and staggering. Acting really is difficult, Enkrid mutters dryly, not remotely as spent as he looked a second ago. There's nothing exhausted about the look on his face now, just cold, total focus. The weak Enkrid everyone saw was never real. The whole thing was rigged to look overwhelming at first, just enough to sell the lie. Back at the briefing, the officers had laid it out plainly. Hugo needed to believe Enkrid couldn't be stopped by gnolls alone, so they'd hand him a deliberately tired Enkrid as bait. As cautious as Hugo is, they figured he'd use the gnoll horde to grind Enkrid down first rather than risk himself. And in the process, the town would get to whittle down most of the gnoll horde anyway. A win either way. Then, once the cultist finally felt safe enough to reveal himself and strike, he'd be walking straight into their trap. Hugo just took the bait, hook and all. Bloodied but standing, Enkrid grips his wound as the dust finally starts to settle over the battlefield. Somewhere on a battered stretch of front line, a voice cracks, first sign this fight is about to go sideways. A dark-skinned, wild-eyed cultist realizes he's been played, and he is not taking it well. Cut to our knight Enkrid, knuckles split and bloodied, jaw tight. Whatever just happened, he's already paying for it. Luagarn, Enkrid's frog-blooded mentor, levels a cold stare at the cultist. His fault, not hers. Behind the wooden palisade, the town's defenders brace their bows. This stretch of wall is already under siege. Out on the scorched field, the cultist staggers through the wreckage he caused, grunting as an unseen blow catches him. Don't think you can escape, someone warns, and from the cultist's panicked curse, he knows he's cornered. Turns out he's got a grand plan: carve this town into his own personal holy land. Ambitious, deeply doomed. He limps forward across the ruined ground, already channeling something dark in his fist. To fulfill my purpose for the Devil's Gate, he howls, purple energy clawing up his arm. Doesn't sound like a fun vacation spot. He snarls that this isn't over, famous last words of every villain who is, in fact, about to be over. He means it literally. He's about to burn his own life as fuel for the spell. Dark energy floods outward, twisting into something with teeth. The backlash sends a body crashing through the air in a spray of blood, the price of forces this ugly. Luagarn grabs Enkrid's arm. Be careful, Enkrid, she warns. She's seen magic like this before and it never ends well. She calls it for what it is, a summon. Something's about to crawl out of that purple haze. The cultist orders his new pet to tear Enkrid apart, sneering the nickname dog of Hurin like it's supposed to sting. He watches his creation take shape with the twisted pride of a man who should really reconsider his hobbies. A hulking black shape claws its way out of the dark, wreathed in purple mist. It rears back and roars, all glowing red eyes and glowing orange fangs. Subtle this is not. The thing lunges and the fight is on. Its claw slams down hard enough to shake the ground. Enkrid answers back with a sharp counter of his own. He gets a firm grip on his weapon and braces for the next exchange. The demon shrieks as the blow lands, but it's still very much standing. Luagarn's eyes narrow. Something about this thing isn't adding up. Visible yet with a body that passes through everything, she says this cultist doesn't fight with monsters. He fights with evil spirits. She hefts her own weapon, one built exactly for problems like this. A crack of blue energy lashes out. Physical strikes don't work on evil spirits. She reminds everyone, good thing her whip isn't exactly physical. Enkrid clocks it immediately. That whip is no ordinary weapon. The spirit beast howls as the enchanted whip finally connects for real. I've chased cultists for a long time, Luagarn says flatly, standing over the smoking wreck of the summon. One more strike and the creature's grip on this world starts slipping. Enkrid presses the advantage while Luagarn keeps the spirit pinned. The thing howls, its form starting to fray at the edges. But the cultist isn't done, not by a long shot. He turns his back on the losing fight below, already reaching for something worse. Go wild, frog, he sneers at Luagarn, letting the demon drop. The dog of Hurin was only ever meant to distract. He had a whole plan B. The real threat lies with this summon, he snarls, throwing his hood back and digging into a second, nastier spell. Purple energy rips open around his fist as something new starts to take shape. It strikes and disappears, he warns an attack you can't even see coming. And it always splits the heart open, he finishes, gripping his new toy, the arm of the warrior. Charming name for a murder weapon. Summoning it costs him hard, he staggers, already paying blood for this new trick. Damn it, I overdid it, he gasps. Turns out his body can't handle 2 summons at once. Maybe read the fine print next time. Bleeding and half-wrecked, he still refuses to quit. He lunges anyway, throwing everything he's got left into one last strike. Enkrid barrels forward, unaware the invisible spirit is already lining up right over his head. Then he feels it, his whole body locks up. Dodge and Kai, Luagarn screams, throwing herself in with her whip. It's too late now, the cultist crows. The spirit passes through everything to hit its target. As long as I kill you, he grins through the blood, none of this matters. Enkrid whips his blade up on pure instinct. The invisible strike comes in fast, a blur even the eye can barely catch. And then Esther, the cursed little panther, locks in, blue eye blazing, throwing everything she's got into the moment. A surge of raw blue power rips outward from her. Enkrid's grip tightens as that power channels straight into his blade. For once, the cultist doesn't look so confident. The counterstrike comes down clean and fast. It connects hard, and for the first time, the invisible spirit's advantage is gone. Blade and blue light tear straight through whatever the cultist just threw at him. Enkrid stares down at his own sword like he's never seen it before. A light, he mutters, watching his blade shimmer with borrowed power. Esther, perched smugly nearby, admits the truth. You always do stupid things, so I figured you'd be in danger fighting that cultist. So I slipped some of my mana into your sword last night, she admits. This is my gift to you, she says, and somehow even a cursed panther can sound smug about it. Enkrid's jaw drops, so that's why his sword's been glowing. Luagarn's just as thrown, demanding to know exactly what he's holding. Enkrid tightens his grip, done asking questions, there's still a cultist to finish. Dunno, Enkrid shrugs, not the moment for a full debrief, and charges the bloodied cultist anyway. The cultist doesn't get much say in what happens next. Enkrid's blade lands clean, mana and all. The cultist goes down hard, all his stolen power finally running out. Damn it, he wheezes, sprawled in the dirt. He clutches at his chest, gasping. The fight clearly cost him more than it ever gave back. Breaking his own spell is tearing at his heart literally, this time. His eyes go bloodshot, breath ragged. Whatever price the magic demanded, he's paying it in full. One last blow sends him tumbling. Enkrid watches him drop, blade still raised, refusing to let his guard down yet. Luagarn pauses mid-strike, something's changed. The summoned spirit just vanished, she reports, we don't need to keep fighting. Enkrid checks the body and delivers the verdict flat out, the cultist has stopped breathing. Just like that, the man chasing his holy land becomes a cautionary tale instead. Nearby, one of his brainwashed beasts snaps out of it mid-roar, suddenly very confused about where it is. The rest of the horde scatters, the spell that controlled them broken along with their master. They're running, Luagarn confirms, no longer brainwashed. Turns out half this army never wanted to be here in the first place. The town's watch captain bellows the order to finish the job. Nobody's letting this lot regroup. His men charge down the slope to mop up what's left. As the dust settles, the watch captain seeks Enkrid out by name. He starts with the obvious, thanks. Thank you for protecting this town, he says, and forgive my rudeness. When we first met, I carried out the request exactly as it was written. And so have you, Enkrid replies simply, already turning to business, mopping up the last of the gnolls with Luagarn. No victory lap, just back to work. Someone watching from the wall trails off, still processing what they just saw him do. Back at the wall, a young recruit lets out a shaky breath. We really survived. He panics about the gnolls still out there, but the captain waves it off. Without their master's magic, they're no threat anymore. The two of them head back in, the worst of it finally behind them. Ever the planner, the watch captain is already thinking bigger. This rickety wooden wall was only ever a stopgap. The town needs a real one if it's going to grow into a proper city. His young recruit nods along. Behind them, the battlefield is still smoldering, proof of exactly why that wall matters. The captain has an idea for what to call the new wall before it's even built. His mind flashes back to the blade that turned the whole fight around. He grins wide, already sold on his own idea. "I can think of no better name," he declares, and his recruit just laughs. "You think so?" "Yes," the captain answers, sure the townsfolk will back him on this one. The recruit raises his spear and cheers. The new wall, they decide, will be named after the hero who protected them. The captain plants his spear in the ground, looking out over the wall like he can already see it standing. One last look back at the blade that did most of the talking today. The sun catches the steel as the moment settles into memory. And there it is, Enkrid's wall. Not a bad legacy for a guy who started the day getting called somebody's dog. The memory of the battle flashes past, the chaos, the fall, the scramble to survive, all of it earning that name. Mugs slam together in a huge cheers. The whole squad's earned this drink. One more round. The grateful town is pouring drinks like the party's never going to end. Someone's already yelling that nobody's allowed to leave, yet not with cheese this good on the table. "Let us throw a feast for the heroes of our town," they declared, though at this point it's really just an excuse for everyone to eat their fill. Wave after wave of townsfolk keep showing up with more food than the table can hold. Every dish comes with a proud claim that it's the best in town, even a rare apple drink somebody was clearly saving for a special occasion. Pin Big Eyes himself is deep in his cups, raising a toast to the border guard and joking they could make a fortune selling this stuff. Enkrid pours a drink for Esther, still stuck in her panther body, admitting he's grateful but a little worried they're eating this town out of house and home. Esther just shrugs it off. Who cares? This is their way of saying thanks. The reptilian scout leans in, telling him to actually enjoy himself for once. For a moment they just sit there together, watching the party from a distance. One father proudly announces he's decided to marry off his daughter to Enkrid. His buddy agrees he'd make a fine son-in-law. Somebody please remind them the girl is 5. Meanwhile, a little boy is losing his mind, screaming that he's going to train under the hero, while his dad hauls him back by the collar. "Calm down, you're still too young," the dad says, looking for backup. Right, Deutsch. Deutsch, mug in hand, just says training under the hero sounds good to him and gets an instant betrayed. "Boss, you aren't siding with me." Somebody, mouthful of chicken, floats the idea of an official Enkrid day. The whole table loses it laughing. Enkrid just looks down, quiet for a second. "Yeah, hey," is all he manages. "It's nice," he says, 4 days now since it happened and it's still sinking in. His mind drifts back to the fight facing the cultist while playing weaker than he really was, every clash a calculated risk. He pushed straight past his old limits out there, broke through in a way he hadn't before. But it also taught him something uncomfortable. His power still isn't absolute, not without something called will. He's been leaning on his heart of the superhuman to cover the gap, but even that has its limits. So Scales asks the real question: how does anyone actually awaken this will in the first place? She smirks at him. "Aren't you the least bit curious?" "You're not that far off," she tells him and starts explaining what a proto-knight actually is. They're fighters capable of calling on will, but only for a move or two at a time. Like intimidation, the technique a proto-knight named Ija was famous for, a burst of raw pressure blasting outward. Or channeling will straight into your legs for a burst of speed that closes distance in a blink. All of it sounded like narrow, specific tricks proto-knights who can only tap will in short, deliberate bursts. Used on occasion, she says, real knights are a different story entirely. A true knight can call on will whenever they want. That's where their superhuman power actually comes from. Some awaken will and still never make that final leap. Most don't, she adds flatly. Then the real question lands: does he still think he can become one? A knight, that's the word hanging in the air between them. A dream, he says quietly. It's been his for a very long time. A flash of memory, people running, chaos in the dark part of whatever set that dream in motion. Scales watches him closely, something shifting behind her eyes. "I will become," he says, and for once there's no joking in his voice at all. "A knight," said like a promise, not a wish. He says it so casually, but she can feel exactly how much he means it. There's a fire in him, burning quietly under all that deadpan calm. It's the kind of passion that pulls everyone around him along with it. She mentions, almost offhand, that once they leave this town she'll be going her own way. There's a covenant her kind has to honor above their own wants, she explains, which means she can't stick around forever. You don't need to be so polite with me, she tells him. He just blinks. Why the sudden change? She looks away for a beat, clearly working up to something. I don't much like being treated so formally by someone I like, she admits, and if he does become a knight, I will fall for you, she says, plain as that, like she's reading off a weather report. Turns out for her kind, that kind of love has nothing to do with mating, it's just a way of showing deep fondness. Doesn't even matter if he's already got someone else, that's just not how it works for her people. They just make it known and move on with it. Being loved by one of her kind, she says, is rare and kind of special for a human. She holds his gaze, waiting to see how he'll take it. His answer, a completely unbothered go ahead, not exactly the response she was fishing for. She sighs to herself. She's actually starting to like how dense he is. Somebody's got a type. The feast rolls on into the night under a blood-red moon, nobody in a hurry to stop. Days pass in a blur of clear skies and full stomachs. Elsewhere, a column of riders approaches the town. Is this the place? They're men of Viscount Ventra, sent after a message about a massive gnoll colony nearby. Their banner cuts through the wind as they close in on the town. Back in town, life's already returning to normal, blades sheathed, work resuming. A bard's already spinning the tale bigger than life. Bang and wham, he took down 500 on his own. Kids are already play-acting it out, chanting Enkrid, Enkrid, from the top of a scaffold. Townsfolk are still finishing up burying the gnoll dead when the knights ask, wait, weren't you attacked by a colony? One of Viscount Ventra's men isn't sure what to make of it. Looks more like they're harvesting monster carcasses than recovering from a raid. A villager sprints up to confirm, are you Viscount Ventra's men? Oh my, we've dragged you out here for nothing, the villager says, a little embarrassed. The colony's already been handled, he explains. The knight can't help but ask how. It was a colony bigger than anyone had ever seen, whipped up by a cultist. They genuinely thought the whole town was finished. But then a hero showed up. Took down 500 gnolls solo, killed the cultist, and saved the entire town, or so the story goes. The knight's eyes light up. Is this the legendary Enkrid they're singing about? A free knight? The mercenary king, maybe? The villager just blinks. No, he was just a platoon leader with the border guard. Way to kill the mystery. Ha, I'd like to meet this platoon leader myself, the knight says. Too bad he's already gone. Said clearing the colony was his mission, and once it was done, he left. Typical, one knight mutters, if the place is safe, might as well head back. The villager watches them ride off, still a little dazed by the whole thing. On the road, one rider can't let it go. Boss, do you actually believe what they told us? 500 alone, it doesn't sit right with him. Has to be exaggerated, the boss figures. Only the townsfolk themselves could actually prove any of Enkrid's deeds. People's memories get shaky fast, especially when they were panicking through the whole thing and the bodies are already buried, so there's no way to check. 50 gnolls tops probably, he guesses confidently. You'd almost feel bad for how wrong he is. A different commander isn't buying any of it either, just some bastard trying to pad his own reputation. If they ever cross paths with him, he says, they'll be teaching him some manners. Cut to somewhere else entirely. A small band of travelers picks its way along a rocky mountain trail. A hand presses against ancient stone. Finally, after all this, it's time. A fiery-haired treasure hunter named Luagarn thrusts an old map skyward. All their trekking is finally about to pay off. His companion wonders aloud what the actual treasure even is, and whether Luagarn's about to ditch them right here. His hooded guide's ears practically perk up at the mention of it. No point delaying, Luagarn grins. I already decided I'm doing this. Besides, I want to see what you dig up, his guide adds, especially since I'm the one who actually read the map. His guide double-checks the plan. The treasure's supposed to be a full day's walk from town, right? Even old traps can still bite, and this newbie treasure hunter energy isn't reassuring anyone. Aren't you new at this too? Luagarn fires back. Whatever, just trust me and follow along. Luagarn shrugs, already grinning about what's next. I'll show you all some proper technique, he declares, and the hunt for whatever's buried out here officially begins. Our story opens on a dusty road where a hooded, teal-skinned guide lays out the job. The treasure vault is a full day's walk from town. She warns 100-year-old trap could still be live, then can't resist a jab at newbie treasure hunters only to get called out for being pretty new herself. The redhead waves off all the worrying. Just trust her, she says. She's about to show her ranger partner some real technique. She practically shouts the word techniques like it's a battle cry. Cue the montage. 100 years since some rich guy named Dolph buried his fortune down here, and treasure hunters have been dreaming about it ever since. Every single one of them wanted the exact same thing, an easy score. She finishes the thought like a prayer rich, without lifting a finger, and her partner just deadpans that she's quite materialistic. Before they've even reached the dungeon, she's digging up buried traps by hand and scoring an instant bingo. One down, she barely catches her breath before she's off to the next spot. Her ranger partner's confused. Isn't the entrance right there? Why is she wandering off? She's got a whole philosophy for this, a technique from the thinking treasure hunter, apparently. The plan's simple enough: tunnel straight into the treasure room and skip the front door entirely. She's even got a name for it: backdooring. Super efficient, she insists. It skips every single trap in the place. Her partner's not impressed. He calls it exactly what it is: a cheap trick. Exhausted, she keeps insisting it's the easier way. He's not buying it. If anything, she's just making more work for herself. Overhead, the sun's already dipping, not exactly the news anyone wanted. Their guide calls it better to just hole up underground for the night. Right on cue, the old wall gives way. Gold spills out of the rubble, and somebody loses their mind on the spot. Cooler heads prevail. Let the ranger go in first, just in case. Down he goes, first into the dark. The corridor swallows him whole, barely lit and dead silent. Deeper still, past stonework that's clearly seen better centuries. He pushes on alone through the ruins' cold blue gloom. And there it is, a chamber with an old chest and an even older sword. She calls down, asking about traps. He gives the all clear for now. He explains his limits plainly. A ranger can spot most traps unless someone went and enchanted one to slip right past him. She scoffs it off. Surely no dead rich guy went that far just to protect his stuff. Famous last words. In cat form, Esther suddenly goes rigid. Something's just caught her attention. Undeterred, she starts prying the chest open with her bare hands. Her partner points out she's already sitting on a pile of krona, hoarding like a miser. She snaps back. She needs more, and she means it. Turns out there's a real dream behind the greed. Her hair salon isn't just going to be the best in the capital. She wants branches across the whole continent. He just flatly asks if she's really that desperate. Absolutely, she says. Salons are the best way there is to actually make money. Back at the chest, Esther catches a smell that's all wrong. Pin lunges for the chest, blade drawn, Esther right on his heels. He spots it the same instant she does that chest. It's enchanted, exactly the kind of trap he swore he couldn't detect. Esther launches herself at the girl. Get away from there, big eyes. A split second before it's too late. Pin barely has time to react. The trap fires anyway. A blade rockets out of the chest, straight for them. It connects in a burst of raw magic. The blast sends Esther flying and everyone else scrambling. She takes the hit that was meant for someone else. Falling, glowing, still fighting to land on her feet. Whatever magic was packed into that trap, she's eating all of it. It slams her down hard. The last of the spell fizzles out around her. Pin catches her before she hits the ground. She rounds on him immediately. He swore this place was clean. He throws his hands up. It's magic. How exactly was he supposed to sniff that out? He checks on Esther before anything else. An old trap, lace just faint enough to slip past everyone. Esther says the trap itself isn't hard to break. The problem is she doesn't have the strength left to do it right now. 2 days, she figures, before she's back to full strength. Small mercy, the chest finally pops open. Bigger problem, it's completely empty. Cue the anguish scream. Pin can't believe she's still fixated on the money until someone points out there's actually a note tucked inside. She fishes it out, curious despite herself. The note isn't friendly. Only those who actually find the treasure get to leave. It even calls out their shortcut by name. Sorry, but but that little trick was the only trap in the whole dungeon. Esther's almost amused they had a name for it back then too, and delighted to point out the whole stunt was for nothing. So it's on to the only real lead left in the room. The one thing actually left to find, some ancient sword stuck fast in a stone pedestal. The edge is long gone, but whoever forged this blade clearly knew what they were doing. Good steel or not, a dull blade's no use to broke treasure hunters. She's less impressed, looks like junk to her. Fine, she sighs, it's the only prize left, so she'll take it. She wraps both hands around the hilt and pulls. Light floods out the instant the blade moves. And just like that, she's yanked somewhere else, entirely confused, alone, and very much not in the dungeon anymore. Wherever this is, it's cold, wet, and definitely not underground. She's understandably losing it. Somewhere in this vision, a total stranger catches a glimpse of her. She's still white-knuckling that sword through all of it. Then just as suddenly, the vision folds back in on itself. The stranger who spotted her just watches her vanish, completely baffled. Back in the real world, Pin has no idea what she's talking about to him. She just grabbed a sword and stood there. She's shaken, sword still in hand, trying to process what just happened. Whatever's inside that blade, it's clearly not done with them yet. Both of them are equally freaked out, comparing notes on what just happened. Their guide decides she'll just try grabbing it herself. Webbed fingers wrap around the grip. Turns out frog skin doesn't grip cold metal too well, and she slides right off. She gives it another go, completely unbothered. Pin realizes why her people build their own weapons with finger holes instead of handles. Something this old sword clearly wasn't built with. No pommel, no grip, no real chance for her to hold onto it properly. Then it clicks, that vision of a man swinging the blade, and she names exactly what they're dealing with. A demon's sword, haunted by an evil spirit. Someone asks the obvious question, can't they just yank it free and skip the whole spirit problem? Answer: no, that spirit will crack your skull open first. Pin just stares down at the thing now hanging off his own belt. Spirits can't be beaten with muscle, it takes divine power or real magic, and none of them have much of either. Pin grips the hilt anyway. Something in him just decides to try it himself. And the sword pulls him straight into that same white nowhere. He's thrown straight into a fight of his own, slashing at whatever's waiting for him in the void. His mind flashes back to another fight, another blade that lit up when he needed it most and went dark again after power he can't trust, in a fight he doesn't know how to win. And then the thing waiting for him steps into view, a masked, armored killer nobody in this story ever wants to see again. It comes at him without a shred of warning. Steel meets steel. He's barely keeping up with it. Vision or not, this fight feels completely real. Something shifts, like the fight itself is bending in his favor. He snaps back to himself, stunned at what he's actually managing to pull off. Why is this working? That question hangs in the air as the chapter cuts to black. Enkrid finds himself in a strange, shadow-swept corridor, blade locked with a fully armored, masked stranger, no idea how he even got here. He twists clear just in time, boots skidding, sword already whipping back around. This isn't some evil spirit he can just hack apart. He realizes whatever this thing is, maybe it can actually be beaten. He plants his feet, sword raised, and squares up for round two. Something flashes red in the dark claws, a single glaring eye, pure menace crammed into one panel. Enkrid looks down at himself, splattered red and breathing hard. This fight already has teeth. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks as the masked stranger comes at him full force. His face locks into pure focus, one wrong move here and it's over. Their blades grind together in a blinding burst of blue light. The impact sends him flying, tumbling end over end. Blade drags on blade with an ugly screech as he claws his footing back. He plants a boot off the wall and launches straight back into it. A spinning slash carves through the space between them. The exchange keeps escalating, neither one giving an inch. Sweat beading, it hits him. This thing has been reading his every move. He finally lands a clean hit, blood spraying across the dark. Then gasp, he snaps back like he's been yanked straight out of deep water. Still shaking, he grips the sword hilt white-knuckled, trying to process what just happened. His squad mates crowd in, alarmed. "Boss, what's wrong?" Luagarn just watches him closely, saying nothing yet. He rubs his neck like it's actually sore. "I just died to that thing," he mutters, beheaded apparently. Then the real question hits him: why didn't he regress back to today like always, and how much time has actually passed? Barely any time passed out here, maybe 5 seconds, even though inside that blade he swears he fought for over 30. The flow of time in there is completely different, he realizes. Luagarn lays it out plain: that sword drags you into an entirely separate space the moment you grip it. His squad panics. If he really died in there, what exactly is standing in front of them right now? "You're the spirit," he demands of Luagarn. She just goes quiet. "You look fine," she says, which probably means whatever happens in there doesn't touch your actual body. "Did you notice anything strange?" "He crossed blades with something in there," he tells her, and it read every single one of his moves. Whatever it was, it fought like a true master of the righteous sword. "Swordplay," Luagarn murmurs, putting the pieces together. "This is no ordinary demon sword," Enkrid says, staring the thing down. Luagarn lifts the blade, studying it. "This sword," she says slowly, "is a tutor. Long ago, a genius mage sealed a person's soul inside it to teach. But the mage never understood people. The trapped soul fractured, its mind splitting apart inside the steel. Now all it can do is drill its skills into whoever picks it up. A lesson that never, ever ends. No matter how many times the sword's holder dies inside his own head, the lesson just resets and starts again. Only fully learning everything the tutor knows and surpassing it can break the cycle. That," Luagarn says, "is the real treasure their missing informant Dolph was talking about." Pin's jaw drops. "A sword technique. You'd better walk away from this one," Luagarn warns. "No human mind can take dying over and over. You'll come out the other side an absolute lunatic," she says, but Enkrid's already made up his mind. Dolph, guilt written all over his face, blurts out that this whole mess is on him. "No, I'll take responsibility for this," he insists, reaching for the cursed blade himself. A boot stomps down and shuts that idea right out. Enkrid steps in and simply takes the sword. "I'll just do it," he says. Luagarn lunges to stop him before he can grip it. "Stop, I know your determination," she tells him. "But do you seriously think this is some kind of joke?" Enkrid just grins. "I don't want to lose my future lover so easily, Luagarn. I can do this," he adds, all business again. Luagarn studies him a long moment before finally letting the sword go. And just like that, he's back in that same ghostly corridor, blade drawn. His eyes go sharp with focus. The masked tutor comes charging straight at him. Steel meets steel again, round 2 underway. The tutor presses the attack hard, forcing him back. Enkrid actually taunts it. "That's quite the greeting. Were you waiting for me too?" It answers with a brutal strike that nearly takes his head clean off. Parrying on instinct, he talks himself through it. "My usual tricks. His sixth sense, his trick of locking onto one point, none of it works in here. Just raw swordsmanship, nothing to lean on." Their blades clash again with a deafening crash. He ducks under a sweeping cut by a hair. The exchange keeps building, faster and faster. This time the tutor's blade finds him and blood sprays. But Enkrid's already thinking 3 steps ahead. Die here, and he just wakes up back in reality. No lost days, no repeating today. Which means this is a lesson he can throw himself at again and again, completely free of charge. The fight rages on, blood and steel everywhere. Another hit lands. He's bleeding freely now and doesn't seem to care. Bloodied and grinning, he calls it exactly what it is: efficient. Nothing's easier than a death that doesn't count. The clash sends them both spinning through the void. A flash of blue light and he's yanked straight back out again. Back in reality, standing over the sword and its little treasure chest, Luagarn mutters exactly one word: fool. She tells the squad that even trained clerics of patience and suffering fail this trial 9 times out of 10. One worried squadmate wonders aloud if he's taking all the pain on himself just to spare the rest of them the trauma. Luagarn's hand tightens on the hilt, her mind somewhere else entirely, on swordplay that once cost her dearly. Enkrid, meanwhile, is practically buzzing. "That was amazing," he says, arms crossed like he just aced an exam. He walks through the tutor's footwork out loud, correcting his own form as he goes. "No, that's not quite it." Then he heads straight back to the pedestal. "I'm going to see it again." One squadmate just stares. "Yeah, no, I take it back. I didn't think this platoon could get any crazier, and we're literally called the lunatics." Pin and Dolph just shrug it off. "He's going to be a while. Should we go eat?" Even Luagarn admits she doesn't fully get it. Doesn't it hurt? I can't even imagine how many times. Imagine how many times you'd have to die to actually beat this thing, Enkrid says with a shrug. It's not real death anyway. Does pain even matter? He asks, flashing a grin that's a little too eager. Luagarn watches him, unsettled. It really doesn't seem to bother him. If anything, she adds, he almost looks like he's enjoying the pain. Undeterred, Enkrid heads in for one more round. No matter how much it hurts, I'll learn everything I can from it. That's just what slow learners have to do, he says, picking the sword back up. Luagarn sighs, you really are a complete lunatic, then all business footwork fix it. She steps in to correct his stance directly. Your right foot needs to be further forward for that move. You're actually a pretty good teacher, he admits. Studying the sword is literally my job, she shoots back, I'm a scholar. And passing on what I know is part of the burden too, she adds. Teaching happens to be a specialty of mine. She can't teach him anything brand new, some kind of personal covenant blocks that, but she can always help sharpen what he already knows. That means, he starts, if you're going to keep doing this no matter what I say, she cuts in, I might as well help you. She flashes him a small, confident smile. I'll help you overcome the tutor, she promises, and for a second, Enkrid actually looks moved. Something isn't right, someone murmurs, staring up at a bruised evening sky. Past a lonely grass mound, a hidden archway glows, beckoning the party down into the ruins below. But the corridor hides a vicious trap, and one of the party is already down, sprawled cold on the stone. His other companion is out cold too, while strange magic circles start curling to life in the dark. Shifted into beast form, Esther focuses hard, pulling mana faster than she thought she could. Just a little more, she tells herself, and she'll have enough to shut this trap down for good. Then her focus snags, wait, something is not right at all. Rewind, because this whole mess traces back to Enkrid's training days. Drenched in sweat, jaw set, he grits out 2 words once more. Back in the present, Esther can't help but wonder what's gotten him so pumped, and whether breaking this trap now would mess with whatever he's chasing. For now, all she can do is hold still and keep working the mana quietly under her claws. In the memory, Luagarn holds back, arms crossed. For now she'll just watch. He's mostly been swinging that heavy sword some blonde mentor taught him. But all 5 sword styles, she explains, actually branch off from a single root form. Which means, Enkrid reasons, the smart move is to learn every branch of it. The heavy sword is about committing your full weight to every swing, Luagarn says. The righteous sword demands something trickier, reading your opponent. Figure out what they're really attempting. And trap them in their own momentum. That's the whole secret of the righteous sword, predict, then respond. You can beat him, Luagarn says quietly, as Enkrid squares up for another round. Steel meets steel in a blur, and the sparring match explodes into motion. Enkrid presses in, blade flashing, refusing to give up an inch of ground. The armored tutor answers with a bone-rattling counter. Sparks fly as blade meets gauntlet, neither side backing down. Enkrid twists just in time to catch the next strike. He drops low, hunting for any opening he can find. Their blades lock overhead in a shower of sparks. The duel keeps escalating, faster with every single exchange. An upward diagonal slash, Enkrid clocks, reading the attack a split second before it lands. If he creates distance here, he thinks, the tutor will have him trapped. So instead, he changes plans mid-step. He should dig in and block this one, he decides. And commits, blade crackling with mana as he braces for the impact. The tutor's blade crashes straight into his. Neither one of them lets up for even a second. Enkrid grits his teeth, forced back a step under the pressure. Good attempt, the tutor says flatly, which from him is basically a glowing compliment. Enkrid resets his grip and comes right back at him. Another exchange, another shower of sparks. His eyes stay locked on the tutor's every twitch. Closing the distance was the right call, he thinks, but instead of blocking the next swing, he goes low for the ankles. He dives clean under the guard. The tutor rocks backward, thrown off balance for once. Enkrid presses the advantage without a second thought. Good, he thinks he's off balance, so I should have the upper. Except the tutor recovers instantly, like it was never even close. For one flashing second, Enkrid actually lands a real hit, cracking the tutor's helm. A full body slash, Luagarn murmurs, watching the aftermath with real surprise. Enkrid barely gets a breath in before they are at it again. He adapts to changes fast, she admits. It's basically a textbook righteous sword. The two of them tear right back into it. Something catches Enkrid completely off guard. He barely gets his blade up in time to answer it. It isn't enough, the tutor's strike lands hard and Enkrid goes down. An excellent example, someone notes dryly, of exactly what just went wrong. And an excellent teacher, Luagarn adds, who narrates his own beatdowns in real time. Enkrid, flat on his back, has the nerve to grin and call it fun. He can't get over it. How is learning this fast even possible? It was a good call. Listening to cries about this dungeon, Enkrid thinks, back on the treasure run that started all this. Whatever's guarding this place swings back at him hard. Hours earlier, golden evening light spills over the ruined dig site where this whole adventure began. His two dungeon diving buddies, one treasure-obsessed, one perpetually half asleep, catch their breath on the stone floor. Enkrid and Luagarn close in on the real prize, a sword resting on an old pedestal. Both buddies sit bolt upright behind them, sensing that whatever happens next is going to be good. "He's completely insane," one buddy mutters, teasing the other for only perking up when there's loot on the line. "What am I even supposed to do with something I can't sell?" he grumbles. "I don't get why the guy's so obsessed with getting stronger." "I kind of get it though," the other one admits. "Those who can keep moving forward will," he thinks, watching Enkrid walk off with the sword. Watching him, it finally clicks. Some people just refuse to be boxed in by anyone else's limits. A will that just doesn't falter no matter how much it hurts. Luagarn finishes the thought herself. But is that the whole story? Because however you slice it, the kid has improved a ridiculous amount. The training picks back up, sharper and faster than before. Enkrid rips through another combo, mana trailing off his blade. He can recreate every technique she shows him, Luagarn realizes, note for note. He resets into stance without missing a single beat. Blade meets blade again, harder this time. "I already measured Enkrid's limits myself," she thinks, staring hard at him. This learning curve just isn't possible for him. Something's going on here, she wonders. Back in the present, fingers close carefully around a small tool in the dark. When he used his dodging instincts against those gnolls earlier, Enkrid recalls. It let him use the skill even better than before. Gifted people, the ones who pick up skills fast and effortlessly. He tightens his grip, working the thought through in his head. "I'm only just getting started," he tells himself, gripping his sword tight. Determined to prove he's got that same kind of talent, no matter what it costs him. "I'll be honest," Luagarn tells him, "your sheer stubbornness is beyond human. Honestly, it's a little frightening." An evil spirit must have possessed him, one buddy jokes over his snoring friend. Should they swing by a temple on the way home? "No need," Luagarn cuts in. "That's enough training for today, Enkrid. One more round though, go beat that tutor," she tells him. Enkrid charges back in without a shred of hesitation. His focus sharpens down to a razor's edge. The armored tutor advances, aura humming around its blade. Then Enkrid pauses. "Something about this feels different." "Attack like you always do," the tutor says. "I've never seen anyone quite like you," it adds. "You can talk," Enkrid blurts out, completely stunned. "Of course," it says, "I was human before I became a tutor. Your drive to get stronger," it tells him, "is what woke my mind back up." And with that, the two of them crash back into the fight, for real this time. Steel screams against steel, faster than ever. "Enough talking," one of them says, "let's fight." Enkrid grins, blade raised, hungry for every second of it. We open mid-battle. A fully armored figure squares up against our hero, voice ice cold. "I acknowledge your passion to become stronger." He raises his blade high, something almost alive creeping into his voice. "Your passion reawakened my consciousness," he warns. No time for speeches. Blades crash together in a shower of sparks as the real fight kicks off. Metal screams on metal, neither side backs down an inch. The clash sends a shockwave of raw energy tearing through the air between them. "Enough talking," Enkrid finally growls, done listening to riddles. "Let's fight," he adds as if he wasn't already swinging. His eyes go sharp, jaw clenched. This is a man who's done this exact dance more times than he can count. Turns out this isn't their first dance. "I've gotten to know the tutor's ways after fighting him hundreds of times," Enkrid thinks, reading every twitch of muscle. The masked tutor lunges and lets out a startled "you," when Enkrid's already moving to counter. A stab towards my chest. No, that arm angle. Enkrid catches the feint a split second before it lands. He's going for my head, Enkrid realizes, snapping his guard up just in time. Blade meets blade again, faster this time, pure muscle memory built from 100 losses. Enkrid's face is a mask of total focus, sword already whipping around for the next exchange. The strike connects hard enough to rock them both back. I know all your tricks now, Enkrid says, and for the first time he actually sounds like he means it. Fists white-knuckled on the hilt, he braces for whatever comes next. Enkrid tightens his grip, feeling the weight of every rematch in his hands. Impressive, the tutor mutters, genuine surprise slipping through that cold helmet. Enkrid comes down with everything he's got, forcing the tutor onto the back foot. The impact cracks through the air like a whip. Your sword has become much more elaborate since you started, the tutor admits, high praise from someone who's killed him this many times. Their blades lock and erupt in a burst of raw blue energy. Still they push, neither one willing to give ground. The way you read the fight and the way you handle your sword, they can't get much better, the tutor says, almost proud of him. Sparks fly as the fight reaches a fever pitch. However, the tutor says, and Enkrid can practically hear the smirk under that helmet. You still have gaps, he adds, and Enkrid's stomach drops a little. The tutor closes the distance in a blink. Steel flashes past, close enough to feel the wind of it. And those gaps, the tutor says, grabbing hold of Enkrid mid-swing. The hit lands hard, driving the air right out of him. Are my trap, the tutor finishes, cold and satisfied. He presses the advantage, driving Enkrid down with strike after strike. The blow crunches home, this round still belongs to the tutor. You little, the tutor snarls, swinging in hard, done being polite. The strike crashes down, but Enkrid's already reading the follow-up. Turns out the tutor was hiding a dagger for exactly this moment, and Enkrid just caught his wrist. They grapple for control, muscles straining. You've served me well, Enkrid says, twisting the stolen blade right back at its owner. Then his sword flares to life. Mana, someone slipped into it while he wasn't looking, right when he needs it most. The empowered blade bites deep. Steel rings against steel one more time. They meet in midair for what has to be the finishing exchange. He forces the dagger aside and drives his own blade home. The finishing blow detonates in a burst of blue light, and just like that, the tutor goes down. Enkrid staggers back, gasping for air. However many times it took, he finally won. I overcame the tutor, he thinks, like he still can't quite believe it. How much stronger am I now? He wonders, because surviving isn't the same as knowing. To know that for certain, he thinks, drifting in the empty space around him. I need to. A memory surfaces uninvited. A scarred, grinning face from his past, snarling, returns soon. And fight them, Enkrid finishes. The real enemies are still out there waiting. Thank you, he says quietly to the tutor's fallen form, and for a second all the bravado drops away. The tutor's voice softens into something almost human. It was my dream to piece together the lost sword technique of my family. I studied it until I died, he says, and Enkrid just blinks. How long will you take? He blurts, badly missing the point. Hey, you're taking too long, the tutor grumbles at someone off to the side. Turns out he's not the only spirit watching. Wait a minute, no, just 30 seconds, he pleads while an impatient voice fires back, keep it short. I recovered my mind during the fight against you, and I completed the sword technique. The tutor explains, losing to Enkrid over and over actually fixed something broken in him. My long-awaited dream has come true, he says, and for once that cold armor sounds like it's smiling. And that sword technique has been transferred to you in its entirety, the tutor tells him, a dead man's legacy, handed over whole. It is the end. It was so scary seeing you come back again and again, smiling through it, he admits, voice already fading. I hope to never see you, he trails off before he can finish, leaving Enkrid with a very confused. Never, the tutor's spirit finally scatters into blue light and is gone. It hits Enkrid all at once. You were the one killing me this whole time. Every death, every restart was this fight. The vision fades into cold stone, water dripping somewhere deep in the dungeon. The barrier is dissipating, Pin calls out and the rest of the party scrambles up. Did you do it, Enkrid? Ragna asks, eyeing the now empty treasure chest. The human in this tutor is gone, Enkrid says, looking down at the blade in his hand. This is now. He turns the sword over in his grip, feeling for whatever's left of it. He raises it up, testing the balance. Just a regular sword, he decides whatever magic it had went with its old owner. We can finally leave, Pin whoops, while Barrel Woman mutters that it's the middle of the night and maybe they should just camp. That tutor really did waste my time, Enkrid says flatly, playing it cool like he wasn't just emotionally wrecked 5 minutes ago. Esther, still stuck in panther form, tilts her head. Did something happen with the tutor? How did he, she wonders, sensing something's off that nobody's saying out loud. One by one, the whole party crashes. The barriers collapse, knocks everyone flat asleep, except her. Esther studies Enkrid's sleeping face, still turning the question over. Her blue eyes narrow in the dark. She creeps closer and gives him a careful sniff, checking for herself. Green light swirls around them both, and she slips right into his dream to find out. Enkrid finds himself back in a familiar field of flowers. This flower bed is familiar, he murmurs. Esther appears beside him, human again, and gets straight to it. You purified the tutor through brute force without any spells to help you. No magician could achieve that feat, she adds, and it's clear she means it as a real compliment. She watches him carefully, waiting for it to sink in. Was it that big of a deal, he asks, and she almost laughs. You don't even know what you've done. Still, he starts, not quite sure how to take the praise. I preserved my powers thanks to you, Esther says quietly. His win in that dungeon did more for her than he realizes. The dream starts to dissolve at the edges. For a moment they just sit with it, close, neither one rushing to break the quiet. Morning finds Esther blinking awake, back in panther form like nothing ever happened. Enkrid stirs too, rubbing his head like he's still catching up on the night's events. Dawn breaks over the dungeon walls outside. Enkrid's already up and shaking Pin awake. What is it, boss? Pin groans, very much not a morning person. Enkrid grips a pair of practice swords like he's not even tired. Morning training, he announces, and you can already hear the collective groan. Pin just stares back at him, completely speechless. He's the same as ever, someone mutters, watching the sunrise like it might save them. Under open sky, Enkrid gives the word and the squad heads out, ready for whatever this dungeon delve throws at them. Deep in the tunnels, Enkrid cuts off a whining teammate mid-complaint. Quit moaning and keep moving, while their frog-faced companion Luagarn trails along, unbothered as ever. Turns out the treasure chest is smashed to bits, and their red-headed squadmate is taking it hard, mourning his get-rich-quick dreams like they just kicked his puppy. Enkrid asks when exactly the box got wrecked. Blame the shockwave when the magic trap went off, comes the answer, still a little rattled. Something shifts in the wreckage, and every ear in the room perks up. Somebody dives elbow deep into the rubble like their life depends on it. And there it is, a glittering pile of ancient gold coins buried in the wreckage. Not a bad payday for a busted chest. The gold gets scooped into a sack before anyone can change their mind. Look at this haul, their red-headed squadmate crows, deciding on the spot that whoever rigged this trap wasn't such a rotten guy after all. Enkrid shrugs it off, says he's never cared much for riches. Great, comes the reply, then hand it all over to me, take it. It's only fair to split the loot evenly among the squad, he insists, very generous of him all of a sudden. Except he's quick to point out, the captain quietly kept an extra item for himself. That old blade, the tutor, would fetch a fortune if he sold it. You're not actually going to sell it, are you? They ask, half joking. Not selling it, Enkrid says flatly, which of course earns him a jab about being a sword-obsessed lunatic, especially with the rest of his gear wrecked from that Knoll horde fight. He turns the old sword over in his hands. A little polish and it'll be good as new, he figures. Business done, Luagarn pulls her hood up and announces she'll be taking her leave. She heads off across the open cliffs, cloak trailing in the wind. And true to form, she hops away on those webbed frog feet like it's the most normal thing in the world. Enkrid watches her go, something clearly stuck in his head. Before she's out of earshot, Luagarn drops a question that lingers, if his goal really is to become a knight. Does it actually have to be in service of this particular country? Not exactly small talk to leave a guy with. She doesn't wait around for an answer, just keeps walking and leaves the question hanging in the air. Down below, his squad is already yelling up at him, "Why aren't you coming, Captain?" Enkrid thinks back to when he first dreamed of becoming a knight as a kid. Back then, he didn't even understand what a country was. Fine, fine, I'm coming, he calls back and gets moving. Is there another path, he wonders, Luagarn's question still rattling around in his skull. The sun climbs overhead as his mind drifts somewhere else entirely. A memory surfaces unbidden, a blade, a familiar voice, and two words: let's spar. The instructor from his past repeats the invitation, calm as anything. Oh, and put about half your life on the line while you're at it, he adds like it's a minor detail. The memory turns brutal fast, blades crossing hard enough to draw blood. Every scar on his arms tells a story from sessions like that one. Another strike lands, another lesson carved in the hard way. Whatever training built him wasn't gentle, not even close. That same merciless instructor shows up in more than just his memories. Other recruits get put through the ringer too. One gets sent sprawling by a spear strike. Aren't they total monsters, mutters a young soldier named Paul, too scared to even set foot in the training grounds. What's the point of even trying, he wonders. Watching guys like that spar, Paul figures he wouldn't stand a chance in 100 years. The blade cuts the air clean, a preview of what real skill actually looks like. Bastards with no determination, the instructor snarls at anyone who flinches. But something clicks for Paul watching it all. That was an incredible fight, he realizes, and there's more to learn from it than there is to fear. Somewhere along the way, fear turns into fun, and Paul comes out the other side reborn as a genuinely motivated soldier. He throws himself into training with a whole new fire after that. The brutal sparring sessions just keep coming, feathers flying with every hit. Fists like that don't leave much room for mercy. Whether it's a training dummy or an actual monster, this guy swings just as hard either way. Whatever's on the receiving end doesn't stand much of a chance. By sunset, the fighting has left more than one silhouette flat on the ground. Back at command, Ragna is drawing up plans for a training ground built exclusively for, in his own words, the lunatics. I've heard the rumors going around the unit, he tells Ferry, not looking thrilled about any of it. Word is regular soldiers are losing all motivation just watching those two spar. Separate them entirely, Ragna orders. Yes, sir, Ferry answers. Oh, and by the way, he adds, the rumors also say you've been jumping into their fights yourself. Is that true? Ferry doesn't exactly deny it, already mid-swing with her blade drawn. Steel meets steel with a shockwave that ripples through the whole clearing. She moves through the fight like she was born for it, elegant even mid-brawl. Aren't company commanders supposed to be busy? Someone razzes her mid-spar. Is it really okay for you to be out here playing around with us? Based on what she's seen so far, Ferry says coolly, when her fiancé goes quiet for a while, he always follows it up with something surprising. Turns out one of these training-obsessed lunatics is her fiancé. Bold choice. And just being on the receiving end of one of his surprises, she adds dryly. Isn't exactly the duty of a lover, is it? Hard to argue with that one. Elsewhere, Auden figures it's about time their captain finally made it back. The mission that just wrapped up wasn't exactly a walk in the park either. By nightfall, Enkrid and his 3 companions are back, formally reporting for duty. Reporting for duty, he says, standing sharp at attention. Ragna's already got word that Luagarn made it back to her post and that the request was completed without incident. But there's a catch, Ragna says, the reports on what actually happened out there don't agree. One version from the pioneer village calls them heroes who took down the cultists and wiped out 1,000 gnolls. The other, from Viscount Vantra's own commander, warns Enkrid not to go inflating his merit over what was really just 50 gnolls. So which one's the truth? Ragna asks, watching him closely. Tell me yourself, Enkrid answers, turning the question right back at him. Privately, Enkrid figures Ragna's probably already made up his mind anyway. What power do the words of some platoon commander even carry? Ragna doesn't waste time deliberating. As of this moment, he announces, the independent platoon is being promoted to a full company. Continue fulfilling your duties, company commander, he adds, like it's the most natural thing in the world. Enkrid can barely get the words out. His platoon, it's a company now. My company doesn't even have 10 people in it, he protests. This makes no sense unless, Ragna starts to explain. He happens to be the one in charge of this whole city, so it tracks. Enkrid is still completely lost. I want you, Ragna says, leaning in with a look in his eye. To love this city, not exactly the pep talk Enkrid was expecting. Word travels fast. Their red-headed squad mate comes bounding over, thrilled that a training ground is apparently getting built just for their platoon. We're a company now, someone announces while Ragna practically wrestles Enkrid into a headlock, teasing him about the wild mission he just flew through. Wait, what do you even mean, a company? You didn't come back with any broken bones, did you? Hello, our brother company commander here is small and fragile, so go easy, someone jokes. Enkrid isn't in on the joke. What's so funny, he asks flatly. Funny? Nothing at all, Ragna says, badly failing to hide a grin. Watching them all needle each other, Enkrid has a quiet thought, even if he went back to the hometown where he was born. He doesn't think he'd feel anything like this. This ragtag squad has become something like home. For a moment, the wind's the only thing that has anything left to say. No rest for the newly promoted. Auden and Rem drag him off before he's even unpacked. Right now, sounds good, Enkrid says. You must be feeling confident. Someone grins. That's exactly what a familiar bandaged-fisted brawler has been waiting to hear. Power crackles up his arm as he squares up, itching for a real fight. Let's see how much more fun you've become, he grins, cracking his knuckles. Enkrid squares his stance, sword hand steady, clearly not backing down from this one. Night falls over camp. Somewhere out here, a blade's about to answer a question that's been eating at one night for a while now. Enkrid's been running the numbers in his head for a while. At some point, without even noticing, Rem became his measuring stick for how strong he really is. Weaker than him now, stronger, dead even, the question won't stop circling in his head. Only one way to actually find out: quit guessing and swing a blade at somebody. Where does he actually stand right now? Time to get a real answer. The whole squad's gathered round to watch because nothing says relaxing evening like your captain volunteering for a beatdown. Tonight's opponent, Ragna, the squad's resident wrecking ball, already grinning like Christmas came early. Ragna settles his grip, muscles coiling. He is not here to take it easy on anybody. The two of them collide in a burst of sparks the second the spar starts. No warm-up, straight to full speed. Steel screams on steel as the first real exchange rings out across camp. Oh, Ragna lets out, almost delighted, as sparks skate off his blade. That grin says it all. He's having way too much fun for something billed as friendly practice. Coming on strong right from the start, Ragna needles him, clearly enjoying himself. If you don't take this seriously, Enkrid warns back, power crackling red around his fist. You're the one who's going to get pushed back, no more talking after that. Such confidence, Ragna chuckles, right before he throws everything he's got at him. The exchange turns brutal fast, both men trading full-force blows. Ragna roars into another swing, putting his whole body behind it. Enkrid catches it on his guard, the impact jarring all the way up his arm. He's not just blocking though, he's already reading where the next opening will be. Blade meets blade again and again, faster than either of them should be able to keep up. Enkrid's eyes stay locked on him the whole time, refusing to blink first. Weapons blur past each other, close enough to draw blood on a single bad guess. Neither one is willing to give up an inch of ground. The whole camp can hear the two of them going at it by now. For a second, everyone just watches, stunned at the pace they're keeping up. From the sidelines, Auden can't help but be impressed. That's some serious strength, even using the barbarian's technique. His stamina's come a long way too. One of the others squints, trying to place what she's seeing. He definitely hadn't nailed that dodge before. Since when's he this sharp? Is that the righteous sword technique? Rem, arms crossed, isn't as easily wowed. Still half-baked, he mutters, though even he admits Enkrid's blending it with the heavy sword style now, smooth as anything. Enkrid brings his blade down in one clean, fully committed strike. The swing cuts the air like a whip crack. Ragna barely gets his guard up in time, sparks exploding between them. His grip tightens around the haft. He's not backing down from this. My rhythm isn't breaking, Ragna tells himself, teeth clenched, refusing to lose his footing. But somewhere along the way, this stopped being a normal spar. Ragna's whole body is committed to every swing now, rain or no rain. Something in him is lighting up, pure excitement, pure bloodlust. he can feel himself edging toward the line. The kind of line where he'd have to bet half his own life just to keep going. Still, he doesn't pull back. If anything, he leans further in. Damn it, he grits out, if I can't stop myself here, this isn't staying a spar. A brutal hit lands and sends Enkrid staggering back. Blood sprays, this fight just got very real very fast. Still more, Ragna growls, already winding up the next strike. Enkrid answers in kind, his blade opening a cut across Ragna's face. Blood flies from the graze. This is getting dangerously close to a real fight now. Not till I can really put my life on the line, Ragna snarls, chasing something way past just winning a spar. He swings with everything he's got left, grinning like a man who's forgotten how to be scared. Enkrid's jaw sets, he's not flinching from this either. He ducks under the next swing by a hair, breath already ragged. Somebody on the sidelines gasps, he couldn't get his guard up in time. Ragna's already committed to the swing, too late to pull this back now. The blow grazes home, drawing another line of blood. Both men are running on fumes now, chests heaving. Ragna sucks in a ragged breath, refusing to call it quits. That's when Odin finally steps between them, trying to kill him the second you laid eyes on him, he asks flatly. Ragna just clicks his tongue, annoyed at getting pulled off his high. Why are you even stepping in? I'd have stopped clean on my own, Ragna grumbles, then admits grudgingly that he gets why Odin couldn't just watch. I'm surprised is all Odin says, still processing what he just watched. Rem's more blunt about it. He'd noticed Enkrid climbing steadily for a while now. Meanwhile, Enkrid's doubled over, sucking wind, completely spent. But before we knew it, he'd caught right up to us, Rem admits. Then, almost gently, looks like you pushed it too hard, go rest. Barely catching his breath, Enkrid's already scanning the camp. Who's next? Odin doesn't even hesitate. Me, he says, already shirtless and ready to go again. Hurry up and decide, he tells the rest of the squad, apparently done waiting his turn. Off to the side, Ragna's still stuck on it. Seriously, when did he get this far? The day they first met, he never would have believed any of this was coming. His mind drifts back to how this whole squad even came together in the first place. Back then, this wasn't exactly a squad anybody wanted to join. Some poor soldier gets flattened out of nowhere, completely blindsided. Bystanders scatter, don't get involved, that's the reject squad. The guy squeaks out, why attack me, I was just standing there. Ragna's answer, because I was bored. Yeah, that's the kind of reputation this squad had before Enkrid ever showed up. Ragna decks the squad's actual commander next, cold as anything. Who are you? The poor guy demands, sprawled flat on the ground. Me, I'm your new squad leader, Ragna answers like it's obvious. In his defense, every leader they'd been handed up to that point had been a certified idiot. The old commander isn't going down without a speech. I am your commander, show me some respect. And gets cut off mid-sentence by another fist to the face. Just like that, Squad 444 gets itself a new leader, whether command likes it or not. And a very different squad marches off to war under him. Not that it was smooth sailing, guys keep ending up carried off to the medical tent on his watch, and he barely bats an eye. May he go to heaven, he shrugs. Over there, he's in critical condition, someone shouts. Ragna just keeps wrapping his own bandages, unbothered. When word comes that a new commander's been assigned to whip them into shape, Ragna scoffs. Did every one of these guys get their brains cooked? Who does he think he is, barking orders at us? Pin, ever the optimist, points out that managing a squad of capable rejects like them would actually be pretty impressive. He probably just wants to make a name for himself, Pin adds, flipping a coin like he couldn't care less either way. Ragna just snorts, these weak bastards sure dream big. As far as Ragna's concerned, this new guy Enkrid is going to be exactly the same another idiot barking orders who doesn't know his place yet. Except Enkrid doesn't exactly wait around to be tested. Ragna's mid-beatdown on another squadmate when an outside officer rounds on Enkrid instead. You're the leader, get your man under control. Enkrid's answer isn't a lecture, it's 3 words, do as he says. And he drops Ragna himself, right there in front of everyone without breaking a sweat. Ragna hits the dirt completely stunned. Smoke chokes the sky over some nameless frontier village, and whatever's about to happen here, it isn't good. A blade slams home and a young fighter grits through the impact. He's taking a beating, but he is not folding. He's sucking wind hard, sweat pouring, jaw locked. Whatever keeps coming at him, it just will not stop. He shoves through the enemy line, screaming at someone behind him to get the hell out of here. Buying them those seconds is going to cost him. He drops to one knee in a field of the fallen, plants his sword and snarls at whoever's still hanging around to get out of his way. Not exactly bedside manner, but it works. Cut to later, the fight's over and the man watching the aftermath is Ragna, his old commander, turning something over in his head. From what I've seen, he starts thinking. He remembers a much younger Enkrid hacking away at a tree for the 1000th time and figuring the kid was wasting his time on something hopeless. Flat out talentless, Ragna thought back then, watching him swing that sword like it owed him money. Enkrid kept swinging anyway, day after day, tree after tree, getting nowhere fast. He gasped for air after every set, pushing way past sensible. Someone finally asked him straight out, "Why push yourself this hard?" He didn't have a good answer, he just faceplanted in the grass, gasping. Ragna stood over him, arms crossed, quietly wondering the same thing. "What if you die doing this?" Ragna asked him. Enkrid's answer, flat on his back, "Then I guess that's the end of it. I'm just doing what I can," he added, still staring up at the sky. Ragna didn't say anything back, he just watched him. Talentless, maybe, Ragna thought, but he wasn't someone you could bring yourself to hate. There was just something about the kid that wouldn't let you write him off. So he crouched down next to him and asked straight up, "Would you do it?" See, Ragna had originally offered to teach this whole fighting style, the heart of the beast, to the squad's actual commanding officer first. "If I said I'd teach you a way to get stronger," he told Enkrid. For the longest time, nothing stuck. Enkrid trained and fought and just did not improve, not for lack of trying. Right when Ragna was quietly giving up on him inside, something clicked, one clean strike and an enemy's helmet splits clean in half. Suddenly he's airborne, cutting through the enemy line like he was born for it. And now Ragna thinks, watching it happen, he just keeps growing, endlessly. Back in the present, that same kid, now a grown man, lies out cold in a dim little room, patched up after that brutal fight. Then his eyes snap open. Ragna, still parked at his bedside, blinks. "You awake?" Enkrid sits up groggy and immediately clocks Ragna staring at him funny. What is this guy's deal, he wonders. Ragna dead serious, "Did you cause an accident? Then did you kill someone, cripple someone?" Enkrid, understandably lost, just fires back, "What are you even on about? You just murdered me with that stare alone." Ragna needles him. "Long as you didn't cause an actual incident, we're fine." Ragna decides to share some history of his own. First weapon he ever picked up as a kid was a spear, his father taught him. "Come to think of it," he adds, getting patched up himself, "you were pretty decent with a spear too." Enkrid, never one to undersell himself, "I'm good with pretty much any weapon, figured out how to use most of them just by swinging them a few times." Ragna, unimpressed, hauls him in by the arm. "You just bragging right now? Sheesh, just listen quietly." So he does. Ragna was about 15 when the Western War broke out and he made a real name for himself in it. The Western War, Enkrid repeats, actually listening now. "It was a war where a bunch of Western tribes rose up at once, each one certain they deserved to rule. History ended up calling it the War for the Throne. The West lost in the end, swallowed up whole by the Empire. Rem, yes, that Rem, made his name in that same war, barely 15 and already wrestling monsters barehanded. Ragna, meanwhile, was just trying to survive as a nobody in a mercenary company at that age. A talent gap like that, he says, means time never passes fair between people. Even so, he trails off, looking over at Enkrid. "There's actually something I wanted to ask you," Ragna says. "Do you still plan on becoming a knight?" He waits for the answer, dead serious. Enkrid doesn't hesitate. "Yeah. I've never planned on giving up," Enkrid adds. The two of them just sit with that for a second. Ragnar reaches over and ruffles his hair, about as close to a compliment as the old man gets. A little later, a thought creeps back into Ragnar's head. He wonders if Enkrid's just going to laugh this next part off. He's about to quote the old line, "Beating your superior doesn't make you a knight," half expecting Enkrid to just ask if he's lost his mind. Instead, Enkrid just says, "Sure. I'll become a knight," flat certain, no hesitation at all. Ragnar's caught off guard by how easy that answer came. This guy, he thinks, shaking his head with something close to a smile. Enkrid throws his cloak back on, already moving on. We're still sparring later, right? Ragna, dry as ever, stating the obvious. He wraps his hands, quietly hoping this particular kind of fun never has to end. The West's got its own version of knights too, Ragna tells him, though reality never quite lives up to the legend. They're named after some old story about the warrior who will pioneer the continent. People just call them warriors. I was the best of all the hero candidates, Ragna says, walking through the memory. Until I left the West, that is. He wonders quietly if he should ever go back for what he left behind. His face drifts somewhere far away for a second. Meanwhile, in a very different hallway, one lit gold and cold as marble. A robed figure walks it with unhurried purpose. Long blonde hair, violet eyes, the kind of calm that spells trouble. Meet this chapter's new problem. He's mid-scolding some underling for sprinting through his sacred hallway. Bubutzer, it's urgent, the aide stammers back. The news, they failed to take the frontier village. He's furious it all comes down to some random platoon commander. Commander, someone wonders aloud if this guy might actually belong to a real knight order. Absolutely not, he snaps back. This kingdom's in no position to run its own knight order, and that's exactly why they picked that village as a target in the first place. Between outside threats from Aspen, monster hordes pouring out of the demonic realm, and infighting between royalists and nobles, the handful of knights this kingdom's got left are stretched thin, just keeping the lights on. This kingdom, in his words, is basically chaos wearing a crown, and they've sunk a small fortune into growing that monster horde besides. Bringing this place under the cult's teaching was supposed to be an easy win, a solid foothold. He goes quiet for a beat. Too big a win for some nobody platoon commander, he decides. Has to just be a string of coincidences. We've got too much ahead of us to waste time dwelling on what's already happened, he says, moving on. But when someone asks what they should actually do about it, he cuts them off. They can't just ignore someone who's defied the will of God. One line ice cold, send that out. Yo, you don't mean, the aide chokes out. The manticore. Somewhere in the dark, a monstrous eye opens, fixed on one target, that nameless platoon commander. May he go to God's side, the priest says, which is a very polite way of signing someone's death warrant. Chained and snarling, straining against its leash, a hooded handler drags the thing forward into the dark. And there it is, horns, claws, a tail like a scorpion's stinger, the manticore fully unleashed, coming for Enkrid next. Border guards, castle, and every big name in the territory has just filed into the war room. Something is clearly wrong. At the head of the table sits their battalion commander, and he does not look happy. One officer grumbles that today isn't even a scheduled meeting day, so why call everyone in? Because Mardai, the kingdom to the east, has just declared war on border guard, straight up. The room erupts, declared war, nobody saw this coming. And the timing could not be worse, they just finished bleeding out a war with Aspen, now this. Mardai's borders have always been messy, fought over for generations by Naulilia and the mercenary king of the east. These days it belongs to Naulilia on paper, but with that much history, plenty of the fighters there have Eastern blood in them too. Right now, Mardai is being run by some warlord everyone just calls the general. He's been carving out influence by turning Mardai into a city of mercenaries, and Border Guard, a busy trade hub, is exactly the kind of prize he wants next. One officer lays it out plain. Mardai wants Border Guard as a stepping stone to grow even bigger. Their commander grits out the obvious problem: their soldiers are still worn down from the Aspen War, so what exactly are they supposed to do? Someone panics outright. Facing Mardai's bigger army is a lost cause, they need to beg the neighbors for backup right now. Even if they do ask nicely. Another officer scoffs like hell anyone actually helps. Every neighboring territory wants a slice of Border Guard too, war or no war. One councilman pipes up, relying on neighbors who might stab them in the back any moment isn't exactly safe. Wouldn't caution be wiser, Commander? He's got a better idea, apparently. There's a decent partner available, he says with a slippery little smile. That smile alone should be setting off alarm bells. He wants to ally with the Black Blade bandits. The whole table loses it, those bandits. Scum like that, their own people are already getting robbed and killed by those bandits. How is anyone supposed to trust them? He tries to argue it's the smart long-term play for border guard and gets cut off cold with a single word. Enough. That's their commander's goblet slamming down on the table, and just like that, the room goes dead silent. Nobody in that room dares breathe. Ragna, green eyes blazing, lays down the law. They will not be asking outsiders for help, period. They are going to fight Mardai and win on their own strength, full stop. The scarred councilman just about swallows his tongue. He clearly wasn't expecting to get shut down that hard. The meeting breaks up and the whispering starts before anyone's even out the door. One officer mutters that he's getting way too worked up over this. Another gossips, "Did you catch his face at the end? Honestly thought he was going to take a swing. Nah, he wouldn't dare challenge that warmonger." Elsewhere, the elf officer everyone quietly calls Fairy gets teased about her own nickname. Who even started that, she wants to know. So clever, someone tells her, "I'll take that as a compliment," she fires right back. But Ragna isn't laughing. Alone now, he mutters Van Cento's name like a curse, and somewhere in the shadows behind him, someone is listening. That someone reasons that, tempting as it is, killing a noble is still a crime. Can't just go around exposing his tail like that. So Ragna's takeaway is simple, he'll just have to wait for the right opportunity. Cut to a nearby town at sunset, ordinary life going on, for now. Then a market stall gets kicked clean over. Meet Marcus, a noble with main character energy and zero chill. The vendors are furious, "Why wreck our goods? What a freak, honestly." Word around town is Marcus likes to play noble, but he should really just go back to roaming the battlefield. Lately, he's picked up some very unsavory friends. A hooded figure trails him now. Must be those lunatics, someone mutters. Especially their leader, Enkrid, that unlucky bastard Marcus spits, practically seething. Word is Enkrid made company commander for wiping out 1,000 monsters at some frontier village, and Marcus is dead certain that's a wildly exaggerated brag. Someone just plows straight into Marcus on the street. Which son of a Marcus starts and turns to find a lean, dark-haired young man already looking back at him. "Sorry about that," the stranger says. "I didn't see you there," he adds, and just like that walks off. Marcus glares daggers at his back. "Lowly commoner," he mutters. His hooded companion can't figure out why Marcus is suddenly so protective of nobodies like that. "Wait, was that Enkrid?" Marcus asks, and you can practically hear the gears turning. Cut to Enkrid himself, oblivious, just picking up groceries at a market stall, completely unaware Marcus just clocked his face and only made a deal with the Black Blades because he saw no other choice. Then the hooded figure asks, "Wouldn't killing that soldier?" Marcus doesn't even let him finish. No time to hesitate over one soldier, he snaps. "Send a message to the Black Blades," he orders, smiling like this is the best idea he's ever had. Under a full moon, the order goes out. Send the Black Blades 9 elite killers and the mercenary they've hired this time too. A hooded squad slips through the woods toward border guard. "There it is," one of them murmurs. They move quiet, professional blades ready. Two of the black-cloaked elites grumble amongst themselves. Honestly, any one of them could kill a single soldier easy, so why hire outside muscle too? Because the noble footing the bill wants a guarantee, comes the answer. He wants this soldier dead, no excuses, which is why they've also brought in that beastman mercenary. Smells terrible apparently, but she can fight. And there she is, a small, wiry beastwoman with silver fur and glowing gold eyes. A name for herself in the mercenary world that clearly wasn't earned by accident. Somewhere out in the dark, something huge picks up a scent, the scent of a beast. Steel flashes. A massive beast lunges out of the trees, snarling. "What exactly do you think you're doing?" The little beastwoman mercenary bolts upright between the rocks. "Beastman, something's coming," she warns. "Something very strong," she adds, already drawing her blades. The Black Blade elites freeze. They clearly weren't briefed on this. Steel meets steel in the dark. The beastwoman goes on the offensive against one of the hooded elites, fast and vicious. Claws dig into the dirt mid-strike. This fight isn't slowing down anytime soon. Then a chain rattles and out of the dark steps someone new, dragging along a massive, snarling, horned beast on a leash. A manticore, one of the assassins gasps. To tame something that dangerous, this guy has to be some kind of cultist. Who are you? The purple-eyed stranger demands, voice flat as death. We're the Black Blade Bandits, comes the wary reply. What business do you have here? None of yours, the stranger says, tightening his grip on the chain. I've come to punish the one who defied the will of God, he says. A platoon commander of border guard, his name is Enkrid. I have to kill him, the cultist says, and he actually smiles when he says it. Enkrid, the Black Blade elite, echoes, stunned. That is their target too. Mid-swing, the Beastwoman mercenary puts it together too. Guess we're not so unrelated after all. We were sent to kill Enkrid too, the elite admits, weapon lowering slightly. Seems like we want the same thing, the cultist muses, so what do you say? If they team up, wouldn't the results be a lot more definitive, he asks, and nobody in that clearing likes how confident he sounds. An uneasy alliance forms in the moonlight. Somewhere across the kingdom, Enkrid has absolutely no idea just how many people now want him dead. Elsewhere under that same full moon, the town settles in for the night. Someone hauls a heavy, mysterious bundle home through the dark streets, and whatever's coming next, it isn't going to wait long. Enkrid's out grinding through the night again, boots pounding dirt, breath ragged like he's trying to outrun his own limits. He pushes on past a sleeping village, still huffing, still not done for the night. A voice cuts through the dark, you've been buried in training lately, huh? He looks up, surprised it's Auden, shirtless and grinning. Looks like you're done for today, the big guy teases. Auden drops the teasing and gets an idea. How about it, brother company commander? Wanna go on a night patrol together, take a breather for once. They shake on it under the moonlight, even workaholics need a night off. A guard on the wall does a double take at the sight of their newly promoted captain wandering by. Enkrid waves it off, just a random patrol, nothing to see here. Auden grins, it's been a while since the two of them just walked and talked like this. He needles Enkrid. Getting promoted came with an exemption from regular duty, and somehow he's still drowning himself in conditioning, training, sparring. You seem to enjoy being off duty more than anyone, Auden laughs. Enkrid starts to explain, I can't afford to waste any time, he finishes, not missing a beat. Auden shakes his head. Diligence is admirable, sure, but it's also a little worrying, brother company commander. For a moment it's just two friends strolling the wall in the moonlight, simple, quiet, normal. Auden clears his throat like he's about to drop some wisdom. The scriptures say this, he announces. A well-built day is more important than an overexerted one. Enkrid actually listens for once. Enkrid's mind drifts, every step lately has felt like real progress. Maybe he got a little too impatient chasing a clue to the wall. I'll keep your words in mind, he tells Auden. Good, Auden nods, satisfied. Still, something nags at him. Isn't that odd though? You're always telling me to push past my limits when I train. Auden's about to answer, actually, you could do a little more, when the night around them quietly starts to change. Out past the walls, shapes move through the trees, hooded figures armed and moving with purpose. Behind them, something huge strains at a chain, fangs bared, eyes burning yellow in the dark. One of the hooded figures asks, "Lo, and the breach?" Another answers, "In the meantime, link up with the spy we planted at the gate." Their leader gives the order, "Go now, Manticore." Without warning, a guard on the wall gets blindsided hard. Moments earlier, two men were just walking their patrol route, no idea what's about to hit them. The Manticore clears the wall in one vicious leap, claws first. The guards are sent flying, torn straight off the ramparts. It roars, jaws splitting wide to show off a mouth full of knives. It glares down at the scrambling soldiers below like they're barely worth the effort. One guard goes down hard, claws opening him up in a spray of red. Another takes a hit point blank, the shock of it written all over his face. As the beast looms over the wounded, someone finally screams for backup, request reinforcements. Enkrid's already in it, blade flashing blue as he cuts into the fight. A guard's shield barely holds against the next blow. Someone sprinting hard down the corridor, help is already on the way. The guards scramble to get clear as the beast bears down again. Auden wraps his knuckles tight, no sword needed for this one. He winds up and drives a bare-fisted haymaker straight into the Manticore's jaw. The punch lands with absolutely everything he's got behind it. The beast actually yelps, reeling from the hit. It staggers back, thoroughly humbled by a man with no weapon at all. Auden locks it in a headlock, completely deadpan. It is polite to speak quietly at night. He keeps it pinned while the downed guards nearby try to shake off the shock. Elsewhere, one of the intruders bolts past a stunned guard. This is insane. Another gapes at the chaos. What is that, a bear? One of them scrambles along the wall, realizing their whole plan just fell apart. To think the manticore got blocked. He pounds on a door, desperate. We need to get inside before we're caught. Open up. Two guards at the door freeze as a masked figure's single eye glows purple in the dark behind them. A blade ignites with crackling dark energy, ready to strike. The masked assassin cuts a guard down right at the threshold. The man goes down with a cry, and Enkrid catches sight of it, dead serious now. Auden, still wrestling the beaten manticore into submission, waves him on. Go ahead, brother company commander. Enkrid's already moving, sword drawn, sprinting toward the trouble. He finds the masked killer holding a downed soldier at sword point, the man gasping, "You, why are you?" The assassin, silver hair, dark visor, a grin that says he's enjoying this, just shrugs. Don't think too badly of this. Your death will become the foundation for the Black Blades, he announces like it's an honor. Enkrid's blade answers for him before he can finish the job. Back at the wall, Auden's beating has finally drawn real blood from the manticore. Steel meets steel as Enkrid locks blades with the assassin, still checking on the wounded man behind him. Your wound. He's already read it though, having died more times than he can count. He can size up a wound's severity at a glance. With this much. The soldier, meanwhile, is milking it for all it's worth. I got stabbed in the stomach. How am I supposed to walk? Enkrid, dry as ever, judging by your yelling, you seem fine. You're not dying, he adds flatly. Elsewhere, the traitor at the gate curses under his breath he can't get the thing open. Panic sets in. I have to run to save myself, he snarls to himself. He doesn't get far. Enkrid's already closing the distance. One clean strike is all it takes. The spy goes down hard, sent sprawling with a scream. Enkrid doesn't even break stride, telling the wounded soldier, if you can't move, then make sure he doesn't go anywhere. He goes still for a second, sensing it about 10 presences waiting just outside. So that's what the spy was trying to do, let them in. If they're bold enough to force something like this, he figures, they'll find another way in even with the gate shut. The gate finally grinds open. Something outside meets a blade the instant it does. Enkrid steps through and finds himself surrounded, roughly 10 of them, weapons out, waiting. Better to face them alone out here, he decides, than let this spill any deeper into the base. He squares up in the open gateway as one of the enemy mutters in disbelief at the sight of him. Their leader smirks to think the target would come out on his own 2 feet. Enkrid just asks, cool as anything, if he knows him. Do you know me? He repeats while quietly clocking that every single one of these fighters is genuinely skilled. One especially catches his eye, a beastman warrior standing among them. He sizes her up in an instant. She looks strong. She bares her teeth, bandaged hands flexing, ready for a fight. She breathes in sharply, catching something on the air. I can smell it. A beastman's nose instantly gauges how strong an opponent really is, and this man's scent has her on edge. Their leader barks the order anyway, kill him. The whole squad surges in at once. Enkrid meets the charge head-on, blade already moving. One goes down hard, blood spraying across the dark. Another falls to the same flash of blue steel. He stands over the fallen, weapon still raised, not even winded. The beastman recoils, eyes wide with something close to fear. He's extremely dangerous. Streaks of energy cut across the night sky. Something big just slammed into the fortress wall. Soldiers spot it and lose their minds. Wait, is that a manticore? The order rings out, everyone to the walls right now. More of the beast's spikes rain down like javelins. Guards scramble to battle positions, adrenaline and terror on every face. High-tier monster, prepare to die. Not exactly a pep talk, but it's what they've got. Claws rake down the wall and the panic turns to full chaos. Soldiers charge in with spears, but the beast barely notices them. It just roars, shrugging off the attack like nothing. Up close, that face is nightmare fuel. One soldier can only whimper that he's prepared to die. A guard begs the unit's resident meathead not to go it alone. He ignores the warning completely and just walks toward it shirtless, bandaged, like he's got a personal beef with this thing. Turns out he's about to preach at it something about how having different beliefs isn't the same as walking the wrong path. The manticore crouches low, eyes blazing, clearly not in the mood for a sermon. He throws the first punch anyway. Blood sprays, this sermon has teeth. Turn to God and wash away your sins, he says mid-haymaker. Another kick lands clean. Seek forgiveness for your filth-stained soul, he's really committing to the bit. The manticore claws back but he barely flinches. It's on the ground now, clearly regretting every life choice that led here. Again and seek it again, he roars, hammering it down for one more round of tough love. The beating doesn't let up. Neither does he. The rest of the squad just stares, jaws on the floor, watching one guy solo a manticore with his bare hands. The manticore's finally pinned dead, mid-slam, courtesy of 2 fists and a lot of scripture. He calls down from the wall for the body to be recovered. Bring the ladders. Somewhere in the woods, a stranger watches it all unfold, thinking something doesn't add up. High-tier monsters are smart. Too smart to charge a fortified wall and not flee when cornered. This wasn't a manticore acting like a manticore. While the crowd celebrates, that stranger tracks a hooded figure bolting through the trees, cursing under his breath. He catches up in a blink. There you are, cultist servant. The cultist's caught, and this hunter is in absolutely no rush. The hooded man keeps trying to run anyway, out of breath and out of luck. From a distance, someone mutters in disbelief that there's apparently a certified lunatic out there taking down manticores barehanded. The hunter cuts the cultist off with a brutal flurry of strikes. A wave of white energy crashes down like judgment itself. More of the same, relentless. The strikes keep coming, no mercy in sight. The cultist throws up his hands, screaming, but it does nothing. He's still trying to run, drenched and desperate. Another slash finds its mark. The hunter finally explains himself. There was a time he hunted monsters, demonic beasts, and cultists back when he was an inquisitor. Though I may no longer have that qualification, he adds, which, given what he's about to do, feels like a technicality. He winds up for the finishing blow. May God watch over you, he says, right before he ends it, somehow more unsettling than comforting. His face barely changes. This is just another job to him. The cultist's final scream says everything his executioner won't. One clean slash and it's over. Blood drips from the blade into the rain. The last strike lands. The impact levels the ground around him. All that's left is a crater, some blood, and one very dead cultist. Back at the fort, someone razzes their manticore-punching maniac for not calling backup when things got fun. That's not fair, big guy, comes the reply, like beating a monster to death solo was somehow rude to skip out on. He jogs down to the group and gets asked the obvious question, what's he even doing all the way out here? Someone mentions their captain's been gone, and even his little shadow cat's been whining about it in her sleep. Their unlucky friend yelps as the cat takes another chunk out of his hand. Apparently, she only bites him, then asks where the captain went. Toward the gates comes the answer, as 2 of the unit's officers stroll off together. In the distance, the aftermath of the fight lies scattered across the battlefield. Their manticore slayer, catching his breath, hauls in a prisoner one very confused, out-of-breath cultist. Somewhere else, someone remarks their captain is basically night level now because he's about to need every bit of it. Elsewhere, a very different fight is underway, and the beast on the losing end already knows he can't win. He chokes back the reality of it. Still, there's a strange calm on his face, like he's already made peace with it. He figures he's lived half expecting to die anyway, so why not now? At least he thinks if this is his last fight, his opponent is genuinely skilled. And he adds, sizing up the man across from him, not bad to look at either. It's a good place to die, he decides, standing his ground. His opponent overhears the muttering and asks flatly what exactly he's going on about. The beast answers with claws instead of words. He's knocked down hard, bleeding into the grass. Hey, his opponent says, almost casually. Let's go at it for real. The beast growls back and starts to transform. Something massive and feral lunges out of the dark. His opponent studies him mid-fight, thinking through the difference between beastmen and true beast-type monsters like lycanthropes. When a beast gains human traits, he reasons, it edges closer to being a monster. But when a human gains beast traits instead, that's a beastman carrying a wild nature within. Their fangs grow a little longer. Their fur grows longer too. The blows keep landing on both sides. For a beastman to transform this drastically, he admits, "This is a first for me." The beastman finishes the transformation fully feral now, blade in hand, leaping in for the kill. "That may be," the beastman growls back through gritted teeth. "Even I've never seen another beastman go this far," he admits to himself. He can barely believe his own transformation. The fight presses on, blade against claw. Neither one is backing down. Even having made peace with dying, the beastman refuses to just hand his life over. Steel meets claw in a shower of sparks. The clash draws blood on both sides. The impact cracks straight through stone. A clean slash opens up the beastman's arm. His opponent's expression doesn't waver for a second. The beastman reaches out anyway, bloodied and refusing to quit. "I will fight and die as a warrior," he vows. And with that he goes all in, fully transformed and roaring, and the chapter cuts right at the clash. A massive gray-furred beast catches Enkrid's blade with its bare claws, blood already running down its arm. This fight just went from routine to brutal. He plants his sword and squares up, jaw tight, eyes locked on an opponent that clearly isn't holding back. Claws crackling with energy, the beast lunges in, forcing Enkrid onto the defensive. Mid-strike it snarls out a vow, "I will fight and die as a warrior," not exactly a battle cry you hear every day, and Enkrid's about to learn it's not just talk. The full beast comes into view, hulking, gray-furred, fangs bared, eyes burning gold. Blades and claws collide in a furious opening exchange. Enkrid grips tight and twists away from a swipe that would have taken his arm off. The beast throws its whole body into the next strike. Something about the way it moves makes Enkrid's eyes narrow. This isn't just mindless savagery. A vicious slash connects, and blood sprays from its shoulder. He parries the follow-up with barely a second to spare. Wounded, it roars in pain and fury, but doesn't back down an inch. Blade meets claw at point-blank range, neither side giving ground. Another brutal exchange sends sparks and blood flying. It doubles over from a glancing hit, then keeps fighting anyway. Bandaged, clawed hands grip the blade tighter, refusing to let go. It leaps back in, fangs bared, hungry for another exchange. Watching her move, something clicks for Enkrid. She's blending real combat technique with pure animal instinct. This isn't some mindless monster. She's fighting recklessly, he notes, almost too recklessly. He presses the attack, sword flashing through the rain. It hits him then. She's fighting like someone who's already made peace with dying. Blood streaks her face, but her eyes stay locked on him, unflinching. She roars in defiance, refusing to yield an inch. He can't shake it. There's something strange about that obsession burning in her eyes. Another clash sends water and blood scattering into the storm. He grits through the exchange, slowly gaining the upper hand. She leaps through the downpour, blade raised for another strike. That desperate look in her eyes, what's that about? She roars again, teeth bared, refusing to stop. Their blades lock hard enough to throw sparks. Somebody screams no. The fight only gets more intense from there, weapons grinding together. Then it clicks for Enkrid. She's fighting in the name of Krimhalt, the one god of the beastmen, keeper of reincarnation and rebirth. Every beastman, he realizes, dreams of reaching Krimhalt's sanctuary after death. She presses forward through the rain, undeterred. The fight rages on, energy crackling between them. She comes down at him hard from above. Enkrid makes his decision. If that's what she wants, she'll die like a warrior. She snarls, slashing in close and fast. Her claw comes down with everything she's got left. Sparks fly as their weapons meet again. She leaps at him in full fury as he drops low, ready to end it. His blade finds its mark in a burst of sparks. For a moment, it feels like Krimhalt's own sword delivering the final blow. The impact sends her reeling backward. She roars in agony, blood on her fangs. One more brutal exchange, fast and merciless. Her weapon goes flying as blood mists the air. A final decisive blow lands. Bloodied and broken, she whispers, "Will I be able to reach your side, Krimhalt?" Her thoughts spill out, abandoned by her own kind. She'd been wandering alone, with no one left to protect her. A flashback surfaces. A lone, beast-marked girl standing in a hostile town while villagers and guards glare like she doesn't belong. Running from it didn't fix anything either. Her voice cracks in memory, "It's so unfair. Clawed hands clench. None of this was her fault. She never chose to be born looking like this. The memory presses in harder. Her bloodied face twists in anguish mid-fight, old pain and fresh pain tangled together. She screams that she hasn't even gotten the chance to have children of her own yet, even as Enkrid dodges another wild swing. Why, she screams, why did it have to be only her? Her eyes blaze gold with raw grief and rage. She throws everything she has left into one final, desperate spinning attack. The clash finally winds down, both of them running on fumes. Enkrid catches his breath, sword still raised, as she collapses nearby. Blood on her lips, she mutters it again, why only her? She wonders aloud why she ever had to live a life like this. Her breathing turns ragged as the tears finally come, unguarded. Enkrid studies her in silence, saying nothing at all. Then he asks her plainly, do you want to live? She stares back through the tears, stunned that he'd even ask. A squad mate behind him can't quite believe it either. You'll spare her. Back at camp, Big Eyes can't resist needling Enkrid about picking a fight with the wildcat, while the others debate whether she's a monster or an actual beastman. No demonic energy means she's the real thing. Shirtless and still scuffed up from training, the boulder gets right in her face, demanding to know what faction she serves and doesn't appreciate the silence. Did you grow up eating curses instead of meat? He sneers, you look like a freak, charming as ever. Bloodied and furious, she snarls right back at him. She roars, demanding to know just who the hell he thinks he is. He rears back to strike her. Loudmouth crowds in too, growling, who are you hissing at, you want to die? Enkrid cuts in sharp and flat, Rem, don't hit her. She clocks it then with a chill, every single one of these men fights at elite border guard level or higher. Special grade, every one of them. Enkrid turns to her, voice flat, spill everything you know. Tears streak her face as the weight of the demand sinks in. Satisfied, he thinks to himself, his life just got a little longer. She slumps, spent and utterly defeated. Bound and bandaged, she curls up on the ground. Enkrid looks away, unreadable as ever. He turns and walks off, leaving her behind. Elsewhere at base, a small dark panther cub, unmistakably Esther, is snarling and pouncing at every soldier in reach. Loudmouth just laughs, wrangling her. Turns out even a cursed panther throws a diva fit when her favorite human wanders off without her. You're gonna settle down and sleep now, right? Enkrid reports straight to the battalion commander, a stern, silver-haired veteran wrapped in a gold-trimmed red cape. Told that Enkrid subdued one of the knight's attackers and hauled her in for questioning, the commander leans in for a closer look. He doesn't even need to look twice. This reeks of Vice Baron Vancento's handiwork. Privately, he'd figured the man would try something eventually. He just showed his hand sooner than expected. You've done it again, Mad Company Commander, he says dryly. Thanks to this mess, he notes, they finally have solid justification to act. Now, he growls, they can finally get rid of an annoyance for good. Enkrid can't help but wonder if the commander already knew more than he let on. This is about to move fast. One loose end still nags at him though. How are they going to handle the beastwoman herself? Back at the barracks, Commander Ragna asks if Enkrid's finished his report on the attack. Enkrid answers with a flat, unconvincing yeh. His squad mates just want to sleep, but Enkrid, ever the workaholic, insists he still needs to review the fight. One groggy soldier begs him to kill the light already. Lying in the dark, Enkrid keeps turning the duel over in his head, muttering that the ambush wasn't on him. Too stubborn to actually rest, he decides he'll just review the battle lying down instead and promptly starts drifting off mid-thought. His squad mates clock him passing out instantly and can't help but laugh. This guy really doesn't know how to switch off. Someone razzes Auden, the boulder, for dragging their captain off to the training wall earlier. He just shrugs it off as necessary advice. As camp settles in for the night, even Esther's curled up asleep in cub form and Enkrid finally slips under too. But sleep doesn't mean rest for this guy. His mind drops straight back into the fight, replaying it like ripples on water. He picks apart her every move in his memory, how she read his openings, how fast she reacted. By every measure, she had every reason to die out there. Instead, in the end, she broke down and begged to live. Sitting cross-legged in his own head, Enkrid keeps turning the fight over like a puzzle he refuses to put down. He studies the memory of her stance, convinced she was ready for exactly what came next. So he asks himself the hard question, if he'd moved differently, what would she have done? In his mind, the fight keeps going, blade for blade, testing every angle he didn't take the first time. Some part of him wants more to keep pushing this imagined fight further, just to see where his limits are. The mental sparring session crashes to its own violent conclusion, energy crackling through the vision. Then something else reaches into the moment, a hand that doesn't belong to any memory of that fight. He recognizes her instantly. Esther, he says, and the training vision dissolves around them. No longer a cub, she stands there in her true human form, teasing him for never being able to shut his brain off. She calls him a high-maintenance man, then asks the real question on her mind, is this actually her original form? Enkrid studies her, quietly taking in the face behind the fur for maybe the first real time. Esther holds his gaze, her human features sharp and unreadable in the dreamlight. The dream doesn't stay peaceful for long. A roar rips through it as the imagined fight muscles back in. Claws snap through the air, memory and dream tangling together. A blade of pure light cuts across the vision, and everything starts to unravel. Enkrid jolts, gasping, torn out of the dream in one sharp motion. He blinks up into the dark of the barracks, chest still catching up with what his mind just ran through. All right, he mutters to himself, steadying out. Somewhere at the edge of it all, Esther's voice lingers, warning him not to act like he actually knows her out here, in the real world. She keeps her back to him, hair drifting like she's already halfway gone. He can't help the retort forming in his head. Technically, she was the one who wandered into his dream uninvited. The dream fades to black, and morning finally starts pulling him back to reality. Sunrise breaks over the camp, and for once Esther's sleeping soundly in cub form instead of throwing a tantrum. Pin barges in bright and early, bragging that he already had the Gilfin Guildhall off their manticore carcass. Every scrap of a high-tier monster is basically pure krona. Then he drops it almost casually. Word is, yesterday's attackers were Black Blade bandits. Enkrid's easy morning mood evaporates instantly. Rumors are spreading fast. A rival army's already finished prepping to march, and a captured beastman gets dragged in as proof things are escalating. Pin doesn't think the battalion commander will just let the Black Blades slide after a stunt like this, not with a war this close. Enkrid can't shake one thought, though, won't that beastwoman he spared just get executed anyway? He goes quiet and heads off to find out for himself. The walk down into the prison block is all torchlight and cold stone. He stops outside her cell, the barred window throwing pale light across the floor. There she is, the woman he spared, chained and slumped in the dark. The chains rattle faintly as she shifts, barely reacting to visitors anymore. Battalion Commander Marcus arrives with an aide who can't hide his disgust at the smell. "Why exactly did you want to see me here?" the aide asks. Vice Baron Van Cento, sweating through this whole conversation, gets the news dropped on him. The beastwoman claims an inside spy in the city hired her for the hit. Specifically, the target was a soldier named Enkrid. Since she's just hired muscle with no clue who's really behind it, Marcus went straight to the Black Blade spy caught at the gates instead. However, Marcus starts, and the pause alone says this isn't good news. Chaos breaks out. The spy makes a violent move rather than talk. He's dead before Marcus can get a word out of him. Suicide, plain and simple. Vancento's blood runs cold. That's the exact man he personally ordered to open the gates yesterday. Marcus turns on him, calm as anything, and just asks, "What do you think happened here, Vice Baron Vancento? You were definitely the one who suggested allying with the Black Blades in the first place." Marcus says it like he's just thinking out loud. Vancento starts sweating bullets, muttering that this can't be how it ends. He's got to talk his way out of this fast. He storms down to her cell instead, jabbing a finger through the bars at the one witness who can actually sink him. "You're with the Black Blades? How dare a filthy mercenary like you spread lies about me?" he snarls at her. She doesn't flinch, just stares him down with those glowing yellow eyes, utterly unimpressed. Vancento spins around and insists to Marcus that this is all a setup, that he's completely innocent. Marcus, deadpan, suggests they'd better torture the beastwoman further to find out who's really behind it. "Of course, you think I don't already know you're innocent," he adds, dripping sarcasm. Pardon, Vincento stammers, not sure if he's just been threatened or let off the hook. Marcus lays it out anyway. If this really was the Black Blades' work, their skills were embarrassingly sloppy and no border guard noble would lower himself to ally with such a pathetic outfit. Right? Vincento can only manage a shaky, nervous laugh in response. Marcus says he's disappointed by the whole incident. Border guard's strength is clearly lacking these days. Then he pivots. He's putting together a diplomatic envoy to the Black Blades and wants to know if Vincento would represent them personally. Vincento, practically relieved, jumps at the chance. Leave it to me. Marcus and his aide head back to check on the prisoner one more time before it all plays out. She's still shaken, wondering aloud why they'd even bother sending an envoy. Does nobody actually believe her confession, even after she told them everything, just like Enkrid asked? What exactly is going on? She asks herself, worry creeping across her face. In the end, she just shrugs it off. She figures she's going to die soon anyway, so why bother worrying about the details? Time slips forward in a flash of daylight. Innocent, my foot, Marcus mutters to himself. That Vice Baron, what a shameless man. Today's the last time we see that face of his. He gives the order, mobilize border guard immediately. They need to reach the Black Blades before Vincento's little envoy does. A soldier snaps to attention, as you command. Marcus lets out a long sigh, wondering aloud just how border guard ended up with enemies on every side, the Black Blades and Mardai both. Down in the city, Mardai spies are already moving unnoticed through the crowds, getting ready for the coming war. He suspects Mardai rushed their war preparations simply because they look down on a force that just got hit by the likes of the Black Blades. If they're underestimating us, he thinks, letting the idea hang. Then maybe we just use that against them, he decides, a plan forming behind his eyes. But still something nags at him. Since everyone's already writing border guard off, maybe it's smarter to keep their real trump card properly hidden for now. At dawn, a yawn cracks the quiet and one grouchy squadmate wants to know just what kind of escort job they've been roped into. Turns out the order comes straight from the battalion commander himself. Escort a delegation out to the Black Blade bandits' territory. One of his men isn't buying the cover story. Escorting rarely means just escorting. Enkrid admits he already knows exactly what's really being asked. The real job, Enkrid says flatly, they're supposed to kill him. Their target isn't just some random noble either. Vice Baron Vincento is likely in league with the very bandits they're supposedly escorting him to meet. That's why the extra muscle is coming along too. Asked why bring the barbarian, the answer's blunt as a hammer. Killing allies is apparently his specialty too. With a grin, he doesn't just say it, he swings to prove it. Killing a noble inside city walls is a crime no matter who orders it, so the job has to happen somewhere much quieter. One of the squad grips his own bandaged fist, jaw tight. The plan sounds simple, but the stakes clearly aren't. Privately, one of them isn't so sure that's the whole story. Spies from the rival kingdom of Mardai have been slipping into the unit lately. Maybe this mission is really just an excuse to get the captain out of sight. A card worth hiding before the real war starts, he figures, tucking their captain away where enemy eyes can't reach him. Along for the ride, tucked casually under one arm, a very unimpressed panther cub. It's the other passenger that turns heads, though, the bound beastwoman prisoner from their last fight, dragged along for reasons nobody's explained. Why is that thing even here? A little scuffle breaks out over nothing, and the commander barks at his hit-headed soldier to let it go. The commander pulls the captain aside for a quiet word. Turns out he's the one who requested she come along. Cue the jokes about taking your dog for a walk. Even the prisoner isn't amused, coughing out a confused protest before someone jokes she was headed for execution anyway, so maybe she's just along to get buried with the noble. The convoy finally rolls out, wheels grinding over the road. The real mission is officially underway. Their escort, Vice Baron Vincento, isn't impressed by his protection detail. 3 escorts for a delegation this important. He sneers that they sent him a trashy braggart and 2 barbarians. He keeps ranting, calling the men around him damn lowly peasants who owe him proper respect. Tempers flare in the ranks, a shove turns into a grab before anyone can step between them. The commander steps in swinging his axe just to make a point, while someone mutters that his timing is uncanny as always. Trudging along in bindings, the beastwoman isn't shy about her opinion either. If they're going to kill Vincento anyway, why drag this out? Vincento can't resist needling her too, sneering that she looks a bit different in the light. Bound wrists, a tense march, and a noble who has no idea how much danger he's actually riding into. Vincento's mind keeps circling back to one paranoid thought: what if Enkrid is after his body specifically? Oblivious to the noble's spiraling paranoia, Enkrid just keeps drilling his swordsmanship, step after step down the road. Discipline doesn't take a day off, even on a mission like this. The beastwoman notices morning training. He admits he couldn't fit it in earlier since they left at dawn. Vincento, apparently trying to sound important, tells someone not to skip their own training either. He gets a flat of course in return. The beastwoman turns it over in her head, unsettled. Surely Enkrid doesn't want her body. Definitely not, she decides. So then why on earth did he have them spare her in the first place? He just keeps training, sword arm never slowing. As dusk settles in, someone finally asks the question on everyone's mind: are they almost there? A hooded stranger meets them near the road, sneering that there's no need to bring trash into the dawn of the Black Blade Kingdom. The beastwoman's blood runs cold. She recognizes that mark. It's a Black Blade ambush signal. Carved deep into the bark, plain as day once you know what you're looking for. Camp gets set up for the night anyway, fire crackling, everyone acting like nothing's wrong. Vincento, predictably, has notes on the food: how dare you serve me such a subpar meal. The squad just eats in silence, long past the point of caring what he thinks. One of them has clearly had enough of the noble's attitude and looks about ready to backhand something clear across the camp. Vincento demands the barbarian clean up his mess. Enkrid just tells the man to clean up his own plate before bed and leaves the noble hanging. Off by herself, the beastwoman watches the camp settle in, uneasy. If they keep acting this calm with an ambush marker sitting right there, they're going to get caught flat-footed. Later, Enkrid walks over with a plate of bread and holds it out to her. She waves it off. I'm good. Eat it if you want, he says simply, and leaves it at that. Still bound to the tree, bruised and bloodied, she doesn't know what to make of him. Then he asks her outright, isn't she going to try to run? She freezes, run away. He almost laughs at her. I guess you're not very bright, missing an opening like that. Why do you think I brought you along, he asks. It hits her all at once. Were you trying to give me a chance to escape? Why? He just crouches there a moment, not answering right away. In their fight, he'd felt it clearly: a pure, desperate thirst to live. A longing for choices she'd never once been allowed to make. It was hard to just walk away from that, once he'd seen it that vividly. She can't shake it either. He hasn't asked her for a single thing, so why would he just let her go anyway? He looks off into the dark, giving her the moment she needs. Impossible, she murmurs. No one has ever shown me kindness like this. Tears slip down her face, somewhere between grief and disbelief. Then he actually cuts her ropes and she yelps in surprise. Wait. Instead of running, she grabs him with a warning: the Black Blades are about to ambush them right now. There's more too. That noble they're protecting is planning to have them all killed as well. Before it can even sink in, a blade is already swinging. The campfire goes flying as a hooded attacker strikes, a scream cut short in the chaos. Enkrid and the beastwoman brace as the fight erupts around them. One soldier goes down hard. Oops, he did it, someone deadpans, completely unbothered. Rage boiling over, the bandaged brawler grabs the attacker with bone-crushing force. Blood on his knuckles, he growls that this bastard threw his table manners to the dogs while Enkrid realizes the timing's off. This is happening earlier than planned. Did we hold back long enough? The commander asks, because apparently they'd been expecting this fight the whole time. The dying attacker realizes the horrible truth too late. This delegation never intended to protect their target at all. They were sent to kill him from the very start. The camp erupts into a full-blown ambush, swords out, everyone shouting over the chaos. Outmatched alone, the fleeing attacker scrambles to regroup with the rest of his ambush party. The squad clocks it immediately. He's running to join backup. This was never just one man's job. Someone gives credit where it's due. The beastwoman's the one who tipped them off in time. She earned her keep then. Enkrid doesn't hesitate, let's go catch him. She can't believe it, she warned him specifically so they could avoid this fight, and he's charging straight into it. His answer is simple, because I want to fight. He grips his sword, already moving. All she can manage is a stunned huh, then a slow, resigned ah, right, of course he's like this. Instead of staying behind, she leaps in right alongside him. Free of her ropes at last, she plants her feet in the moonlit trees, ready for round 2. The cut ropes lie forgotten on the ground behind her. She can't help a small, sharp smile. Was that supposed to be obvious? Deep in the night woods, Ragna can't resist needling Enkrid about why he brought his new beast girl guest along, and he's already got a theory. Are beastmen your type? Ragna asks point blank, and Enkrid clearly was not ready for that one. Oh, so that's why you turned down the ferry, Ragna grins, looking way too pleased with himself. Makes sense, eh? Rem chuckles. Enkrid just mutters that it's complete bullshit and keeps walking. The joking cuts off fast. Up ahead in the dark, there's a body on the ground that wasn't there a second ago. Just focus, Enkrid cuts in, hand already drifting to his sword hilt. He's clocked something the others haven't. Looks like it, he confirms grimly. There's already blood dripping off a blade close by. They are not alone out here. A voice hisses out of the dark, too bad for you guys, not me, ambush a clock. A hooded killer melts out of the trees. Your little act ends here, he sneers at the squad. More hooded figures fan out around a body already on the ground. Why don't you beg for your lives while you still can? One taunts. From above, the trap is obvious now. Enkrid's trio boxed into a clearing, surrounded on every side. Enkrid and the boys don't even flinch. Oh my, I'm so surprised, he deadpans. What an ambush, Ragna adds, completely unbothered. The ambushers stop laughing fast. Kill them, one screams, and the whole clearing erupts. A killer lunges out of the shadows, blade first, and gets sent flying for his trouble. This fight is over before it really starts. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, the beastwoman Enkrid spared is finally free and testing the feeling out loud. I can just run away like this, she pants, forcing her legs to believe it. Run away. And survive, she said it enough times now it almost sounds true. Her steps slow. I can, she starts and can't quite finish the sentence. She stops cold in an empty clearing, the weight of it all finally catching up to her. What am I even doing this for? She wonders aloud and hears Enkrid's voice answer back in her memory, because I want to fight. The memory of him standing there, sword in hand, refuses to let her go. A voice she doesn't expect cuts through her head. He has a spirit closer to Krimhalt than anyone else. How is that possible? She gasps, and the voice answers that despite walking a different path, she's still a child of Krimhalt too. It drags up an old memory, a towering elder's voice once telling her, in the future when you wish to die, a guide will come to your side and your life's path will be shown. It hits her all at once. Enkrid found her exactly when she wished to die. That means she stares down at her own hands, putting the pieces together. Her claws curl. The prophecy suddenly feels very real. She'd always figured that old fortune was just something said out of pity, not anymore. But if what that old fortune teller back home really meant is true, then I want to be by Enkrid's side. Decision made. And just like that, she's sprinting flat out back the way she came. Freedom can wait. She tears through the underbrush at full speed, chasing him down instead. I want to die by his side, she tells herself, and she means every word of it. Claws out, she's not holding anything back to get there. Branches, rocks, whatever's in the way, none of it slows her down. And if I'm being honest, I kind of want to have his kids too, she admits mid-sprint. A hell of a thing to be thinking about while running for your life. No time to be embarrassed about it, she just keeps running. Her wolf side is fully awake now, teeth bared, eyes locked on the horizon. And become part of his pack, that's the plan, and she's sprinting straight into it. To do that, she snarls she's got some black blades to get through first. Back with Enkrid, the ambush is already a bloodbath, and he's the one causing it. One clean strike after another. She finally catches up and skids to a stop, blood-spattered, blinking at the carnage in front of her. An ambusher screams for anyone to save him. Nobody does. Enkrid doesn't slow down for mercy tonight. Another one drops. And another. Rem, grinning ear to ear, wants credit too. Did you see my moves? Enkrid casually notes that one of them fought with a good reference worth of technique, which is a genuinely unsettling thing to say mid-fight. Reference for what, she asks wide-eyed. Torture methods, she's only half joking. She already knew Enkrid was strong. Watching him work through these guys, she's starting to wonder just how strong. The fight keeps rolling, boots slamming into whoever's still standing. From up above, it's clear who's winning, and it isn't close. Someone yelps in shock as the last of them realize exactly how outmatched they are. Even Ragna gets caught off guard by something. A clawed hand shoots out of nowhere, and Ragna nearly eats it before he clocks what's actually happening. Turns out the threat is just the beast woman getting way too into it. Ragna grabs her by the scruff like a misbehaving cat. No, absolutely not, he scolds her, then immediately gets distracted, grumbling that the ambush was honestly kind of a letdown. One of the surviving attackers begs for a second to explain himself. Nobody's in a listening mood. Still holding her up by the scruff, Ragna grunts through her squirming. She is not happy about this. One of the hooded attackers narrows his eyes, clocking something about her. What is all this? Who are you people? The enemy finally demands, cornered. Stole my words, Enkrid replies flatly. He was about to ask the exact same thing. The beastwoman squints at them, putting it together. These guys, aren't they from the Black Blades headquarters? Cut to a different corner of the map, the Black Blades Norilia branch headquarters, already up in flames. A dying bandit spits curses at the kingdom soldiers standing over him, swearing this isn't the end for his gang. The other Black Blade branches across the continent will come for you, he warns with his last breath. It doesn't land the way he hoped. A soldier reports in through the smoke. They've wiped out almost all of the Black Blade bastards here. The captain zeroes in on that word almost, and gets a nervous admission. A handful of remnants slipped out in the chaos. Should we pursue them? The soldier asks. Technically the orders were to wipe them all out, but the captain waves it off, figures it's too late to bother chasing now. He's already bracing for the chewing out he's going to get from the battalion commander over it. Little does he know exactly where those escapees ran. Back with Enkrid, he's got a very dark offer for the last attacker still standing. Eyes glowing cold, he tells the man he'll let him meet his Black Blade comrades again. In heaven, he finishes, and the man's face says he understood exactly what that meant. There's no negotiating with that tone. One of the attackers, bleeding out, mutters that this whole squad is full of madmen and honestly, fair. Beat up and bleeding herself, she just keeps repeating her one goal, stay by Enkrid's side. She takes a hit that would have dropped most people cold. Even so, she grits out, forcing herself back up, then I'll just fight harder. And she throws herself right back into it. Enkrid and Rem watch her go to work and trade a look. Weren't these guys supposed to be her allies? Is killing her own side also her specialty? Enkrid just watches her, quietly recalculating everything he thought he knew about her. Whatever she is now, one thing's clear: she isn't running from this fight or from him ever again. Deep in a moonlit forest, a fight is already tearing the night apart, blades flashing, someone screaming with everything they've got. Blood sprays across the trees. Whoever's on the losing end of this exchange, it is not going well for them. You treacherous bastard, someone chokes out mid-fight. Apparently loyalty doesn't mean much out here. Claws and steel lock together in a brutal, close-quarters grapple. Neither side is walking away from this easily. More slashes rip through the dark. Whoever's swinging that blade is not pulling any punches. A figure drops from above, sword raised, going straight for the kill. The strike lands hard, and the fight finally starts tipping one way. By the time it's over, the ground is littered with bodies. Whoever she just fought through, she left nobody standing. What the hell was that? She's stealing all my prey. Turns out even ruthless killers get petty about their kill count. Somebody watching from a distance mutters that she can't just keep busting heads open. Fair point, but try telling her that. Exhausted, drenched, barely standing, the fighter behind all this carnage finally starts running out of steam. A young mercenary with dark hair and sharp eyes grabs her before she can bolt again. She snarls back at him, feral to the core, golden eyes blazing with exhaustion and fury. Tell me, he says, dead calm, what is it you want to do? Her clawed hand trembles, like she genuinely doesn't know how to answer that. Even if I run, I have nowhere left to return to. Take me. Not exactly the pitch you'd expect from someone who just leveled a hunting camp. He doesn't hesitate. I will. And just like that, a mercenary captain picks up the most dangerous stray in the forest. In his head, he's already justifying it. He pulled her out of a prison cell, so her fate is his call now. And conveniently, his company is short on men. He can't stop staring at her eyes, though gold like that isn't normal even for a beastman. He's pretty sure their people have some old legend about it. Yo, you'll really accept me, she stammers like the offer might vanish if she blinks. He just shrugs it off internally. Eye color, prison record, whatever, not that important right now. One of his men clocks the new recruit and immediately complains she's going to shed everywhere. Warm welcome, truly. Eek, don't treat me like an animal. My name is Dunbashel, and there it is. The wolf girl finally gets a name. Call me by my proper name. Dunbashel snaps, clearly not used to being addressed like a person. The captain and his grumbling mercenary head back toward camp, new stray in tow. Alone with her thoughts, Dunbashel realizes something simple just wrecked her. She finally has someone to say, let's head back together to. Her eyes well up. It's the little things, apparently, that get you. Have a pack, that's it, that's the whole pitch, and somehow it's enough. The company's wagon rolls on through the night, a full moon lighting the road home. Something straining hard up ahead, and it is not the horses. A slug would be faster than you. Did you want to sleep on? Someone yells at Dunbashel, who is, in fact, now hauling the entire wagon herself. The road, run till your legs are a blur. Why do I even have to pull the carriage? It got too heavy after gathering all the loot. Great logic, no notes. That doesn't explain why. Someone else just shrugs. They don't have anything left to replace the horses with. Sorry, Dunbashel. The captain watches his squad settle in around their newest addition, quietly turning something over in his head. One of his men had gone quiet after their old friend Andrew left, secretly hoping someone new might fill that gap, though he'd been worried too since he and Dunbashel first met as enemies. But seeing them already needling each other like old friends, he figures she'll fit right into this chaos just fine. Hey, are you seriously lying down right now? You've got it real easy, huh? Somebody's definitely still bitter about the wagon pulling. Under the moonlight, still hauling the load, Dunbashel quietly wonders if staying was really the right call. The road winds on through the mountains, with a war waiting somewhere at the end of it. Cliffs rise on either side as the company presses deeper into the pass, chasing down the front line. Torchlight flickers up ahead. They're closer to the walls than they think. Guards wave them through the gate, torches raised against the dark. Word comes down from command. The enemy will reach border guards' front line soon and lay siege. Every civilian outside the walls needs to get inside now. The evacuation kicks into gear, families and their whole lives crammed onto carts. Why are there so many people? Someone in the convoy clocks the chaos flooding through the gates. The captain walks it off simply. They're evacuating early, ahead of a war that's already coming. Cries Pin, you finally back, Captain. A freckled, wide-eyed young mercenary practically lights up seeing him. Then Pin spots what the captain dragged home with him, and his whole face short circuits. She reeks. Fair assessment. Dunbashel has never once looked fully clean, even by forest fighter standards. But she really did sweat a lot, the captain admits. Pin, take her and get her washed up. Do you even have clothes to change into? Meanwhile, everyone else gets sent to sort loot and head inside. Business as usual. Elsewhere, an elegant officer with pale hair and pointed ears reminds everyone that officers are required at the strategy meeting. I've awaited your return, my fiancé, she says pointedly, then immediately needles whether a company with under 10 men even counts as officer grade. Headcount does not dictate importance, her fiancé shoots back deadpan as ever. You've been so busy playing with your company that you've neglected your lover, she says, and yeah, that one lands. I waited for you night after night. Ouch, somebody's in the doghouse. His big romantic comeback, a sparring match sometime soon, truly a man who only speaks one language. When exactly do you plan on visiting me? She presses, unimpressed by the training talk. Shall we have a sparring match then? I'll look forward to it. She walks off, somehow both annoyed and charmed. Relationships, huh? The captain just stands there watching the whole exchange, utterly baffled. Not his circus, not his monkeys. Back in the war room, an officer lays out the situation after agreeing to ally with the Black Blades, border guard was tasked with quietly investigating them first. Turns out that was the right call. Behind their backs, the Black Blades were already gearing up to attack. The captain's response is blunt: they scrapped the alliance and wiped out the Black Blades' headquarters instead. A few remnants slipped away. Oh, we took care of them, casual as ever. So they went that way, the officer mutters, piecing the trail together. Then the commander drops the real accusation: their failure to protect Vancento was because of an ambush by those very remnants. The captain's face goes still. That's one way to spin it. To dare target a noble of border guard? How insolent, says a bald officer with seemingly zero awareness of the irony in the room. The commander plays it straight. Vancento truly cherished border guard, he says, with a completely serious face. For Vice Baron Vancento, who unfortunately passed away, let us take a brief moment of silence. Sure, very sudden, very unfortunate. The captain lays out the bigger picture: threats like Mardai come from outside, but threats like Vancento come from within, and Vancento's death is a message. A warning, the commander finishes, voice hard. Those who act out of unnecessary greed shall die because of it. The commander is not being subtle about his intentions here. It's all in the name of protecting border guard, he insists. To love this city, he means every word of it too. Then he turns to the captain directly: I want you. A knight, he explains, is an incredibly high wall, and Mardai is a city built on the blood of the mercenary king of the East. This will not be easy. The odds of pulling this off, he admits, are less than 1 in 10,000, however. A bald aide chimes in with the grim math: strong military, sure, but if outside forces back them too, nobody can predict how this ends. Meanwhile, out in the streets, the evacuation grinds on a city bracing for a war it didn't ask for. Loot and supplies get hauled through the crowd, hooded figures weaving past in the chaos. The captain's thoughts drift somewhere quieter, even with his meager talent, even without a real shot at reaching the top. Even if that dream got dragged through the mud and torn apart along the way. Right now, somewhere inside border guard, there's a company that proves you don't need numbers to be dangerous, just the right kind of unhinged. One of his men, built like a boulder with silver hair flying, launches into another brutal training rep. Apparently rest days don't exist here. And that's the moment it happens. Lunatic Company Commander Enkrid, a title is born. What will you do? The question hangs in the air as he's caught mid-motion between doubt and momentum. I will, 2 words, no hesitation. I will do whatever I possibly can. Not the flashiest vow ever sworn, but it's an honest one. To the Lunatic Company Commander, I grant you independent operational authority. Just like that, Enkrid's in charge of his own war. Somewhere out past the walls, siege towers already loom against a burning sky. Let's see you go wild, to your heart's content. Be careful what you wish for, Commander. The Lunatic Company throws itself into the fight, fire and chaos lighting up every frame. Weapons swing, grins flash. This is clearly a crew that fights best when things are already on fire. Even the little dark panther cub tags along for the chaos, right alongside a certain wolf-feared warrior finally fighting for something worth fighting for. This is how it all started: a captain nobody expected much from, building the most feared small elite company border guard had ever seen. Let's head out, and the Lunatic Company rides into legend, one chaotic battle at a time. Every face in this crew, the ones you already know, and the ones who got them here, all fighting side by side, for real, for the first time.